8 minutes after the top of the hour, you listen to the Rick and Bubba Kickoff Hour. I'm Greg. Me and Michael Helms will be hosting the show today. We're a man down, the bald one. He's not with us today. Out, it's holiday time, taking care of family business, but he will be back tomorrow. This is the last week of the year for our show, and then we're going to go do a little vacation. It's winding down. It's hard to believe we've been here a year, but we have in the new studio. And I'll tell you what we will do today. The will of meat, who knows? That's up in the air. But I tell you what, the 12 working days of Christmas, that's happening.
Will happen. And I owe Speedy doesn't know this, but I owe him a big apology this morning because I completely forgot that he was not here today. So I'm sitting in my office and I'm hanging out, and when I come in,
I was wondering. I'll be honest. At one point, I thought, I hope he hadn't overslept because it was
but when did it hit you?
What, that you weren't here?
No, that Speedy wasn't here.
Oh, I was.
You knew the whole time.
Yeah.
So I guess I walked by where I park in a little different area, come in through a different door, always grab the mail. And when I even come through the parking lot and thought, wow, that's interesting. Speedy's not here yet because he usually beats me.
Yeah.
Either he beats me by like 5 or 10 minutes, or I'm coming in and he's just kind of getting settled in. And so I grabbed the mail and I put it in his office, and I thought, well, he'll be here in a second and he'll get that. And I went to my office and I flipped my podcast I was listening to back on, kind of setting up the day and I'd already looked at some email stuff and went through and looked at what sponsors we had, and I've got to be 4:55 a.m. if you're listening on the podcast, and I was like, dang, I guess Speedy, what's going on with Speedy? Still didn't remember. Okay, still didn't
remember him not being.
Then at 4:59, when I gather my stuff and come in here, it hit me. I'm like, he's not coming today, and I've sat in here for 30 minutes and not done any show prep.
Yeah,
and my first thought is, does Greg remember? So then I come in here.
But I mean, I figured you were just tired. And, maybe you.
And we got some gifts delivered yesterday. So
we did.
You and I talked about that for a second, and then when I came in here and it was confirmed that he was not here, you already had your laptop set up and everything, and I'm like, gosh, what is wrong with me? So anyway,
I've done that before. You just completely forget about something,
and then I panicked a little bit because here's honestly, if we just really opened up the curtain. When Speedy sits in the one chair, you and I are just we throw out, hey, because we'll ask, what do y'all want to do right here, and we kind of throw some things, and you'll have an idea or two, I'll have an idea or two, but Speedy's the one that kind of runs with that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, I throw my ideas out. If he don't run with them, I just go back to doing what I was doing.
Yeah.
And so then I thought, well, crap, what are we going to do this hour? And then I started thinking of just my life in general and the things I got going on in it, and that'd be fine enough, plus the QFTAs, but a lot going on in the world.
I thought you were just making a grand entrance.
No, I had no.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Well, then from the technical side of it, I'm glad you told me because I was wondering. Okay, so I go over here. Is he playing an intro? Does he roll? Is he going to roll the bed like Speedy does? So we're completely out of sorts, and it's completely on me.
Yeah, well, it ain't no biggie. I mean, I didn't think, I don't know, it didn't really raise a flag. I thought, well, he's just getting his stuff. He'll be in here in a minute. And then all of a sudden it was like 5:10. I said, well, I hope he comes in.
Yeah.
But so
just hanging out back there, doing my thing, thinking that Baldy was going to be here at some point.
The bald man is not with us today, but he will be back tomorrow, and he'll finish the week up.
He will. And he'll finish strong, too.
Yeah, he will. He'll come in.
He's a strong finisher.
He is. Well, he's known for that.
He is. A lot of people don't know.
They don't know. But
I got so much I want to get into at some point. I got a question for you in regards to something that's going on in this new space between here and the bathroom. And we're not going to talk about the bathroom, but there's something going on that I want to know. Am I seeing things?
It's a different little world here. Isn't it?
It is. And then
it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just different. Once we were in the building, we never ventured out.
Yeah.
Until the show was over.
Right.
Now we venture out, and there's all kinds of little
There's things I'm seeing. There's something
learned stuff that I didn't know.
Well, true. I don't know if we want to do the nickname thing today, but we can. I want to know what people. I want people to call in at some point, and again, we're not doing it now, but I want to know what your nickname is and how you got it. I don't know why that's intriguing.
A lot of nicknames have interesting stories with them. Some of them they're just named. Like I used to work for a man, Creeper Jackson, and he would nickname everybody, and a lot of times it had nothing to do with anything about you. It's just what he felt. And everybody had a nickname. And a lot of them you didn't or where it would start and where it would end up was always very.
I tell you what, we are going to talk about this hour is I'm going to give you an update on my canopy situation.
How about the canopy?
And you won't believe it. I will say it's gone, but you ain't going to believe how it's
Well,
gone.
I want people to understand when we say canopy, it ain't one of them pop-up tents like you put at the softball game that are ready to go together.
Yeah.
You showed me the picture of it. This is one of those, when it's up, you leave it up.
Yes.
This is permanent
that's
in
exactly.
your yard. This is not one of these portables.
Yes. Won't believe it, Greg. Won't believe what was
So
going
that saga finally
going
came to
on.
an
Yes,
end.
it did. How it came to end is the story. And what's funny is the timing in which it happened. And Amanda, working from home now, she's kind of in her office and she's on the phone. She's doing her stuff. And I come in, and when I pull down the driveway, I see the delivery folks there to get it. And that's when it ensued. And I was like, Amanda later on, she goes, hey, the box, like 3 hours later, it's kind of like the way I acted about Speedy being gone this morning. She clues on it. She come in, she goes, hey, the box is gone. I said, it is, and you ain't going to believe how it was.
I bet when they pulled up and saw
Taken
that
from you.
incline.
It was quite the conversation. Can't wait to share it with you.
Okay.
So that's
All right.
on
Well, I'm
on
glad
the table.
that's been
And
resolved.
we've
I'll
all,
say that.
yeah, I am too. It's nice to walk out on the front porch and not have
Not
to step
trip,
over a
yeah.
box. And we've also got, questions from the audience. That's
Yeah,
always
we
good.
always have that.
And I got some would you rathers.
Okay.
So we really can put something fun together here over the next hour
Look,
without our little bald friend.
We want him here. He's not here. We're going to do the best we can.
Yeah.
Till he gets back tomorrow. So we're on time. Going to take a break on time because believe me, I'll mess that up for us. Oh well.
This is an enjoyment for me too, watching you run the board.
Great.
And you wanted to do it. This is not me coming in late and not realizing.
Best
you just
of's
said,
coming up.
Helms, I need to focus and do the board.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Metashare. Maybe you've heard switching to Metashare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Metashare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Metashare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
This holiday, let HelloFresh take the hassle out of dinner so you can spend more time celebrating the season with those you love. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door, and ingredients come pre-portioned, so that means less time spent in the kitchen. Plus, their festive eat seasonal recipes and holiday hosting essentials make entertaining a snap. Get 18 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Still looking for that perfect gift? Untuckit is having a huge 25% off sale site-wide and store-wide for a limited time only. Untuckit shirts are designed to be worn untucked. They're the easiest way to keep them looking sharp and feeling comfortable. You can't go wrong with a gift of our super soft flannels, wrinkle-free shirts, and cozy sweaters. So don't miss your last chance to save 25% off right now at Untuckit.com or your nearest Untuckit store for a limited time only. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn Untucked.
If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10%, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
"20 minutes after the hour, kickoff show, Rick and Bubba. I'm Greg. My buddy Helms with me today. No Speedy. He'll be back tomorrow. We'll keep you updated on that. No problem. Everything's good. He'll be back, and we'll finish the week, and then we'll all take a little vacation, do some best ofs. We got some of them coming up every year. We'll spread them out amongst each other. We'll get a little time off.
We do.
Looking forward to that.
Speedy got his calendar out yesterday, and we always pick the days that we want. And I honestly, and I think I've told y'all this, but I always try to take Black Friday so that I have one less day, if it works out for that, one less day than you guys for Christmas, and it's worked out like that. I think you've got the same amount of days I have.
Yeah.
Speedy's got an extra day.
He does.
But do you like spacing yours out or knocking them out all in a row?
You know, I've done it both ways, and this time they're spaced out. It's tough to knock them all out, but, boy, when you do, you're glad you did.
That's a good point.
And, of course, I've also got this one this year, the last show, and you're trying to find stuff to play, and it's been 2 weeks' worth of stuff.
Saw that yesterday when I was looking
there's plenty out there, don't get me wrong, but you just got to – look, hey, guys, I'm probably going to repeat a few and not know it.
Yeah.
I try. We keep paperwork, and we keep up with it, but every now and then – some of them are labeled different. Depending on what method you get it off of.
That's the biggest problem. And what's funny is I really take pride in not doing that, but I always do it every year. I always play at least one. That's the same. But sometimes I'll be so excited about playing a bit, and I'll think there's no way they played this. And I've played it, and I look back and I'm like, well, crap, they played that 3 days ago.
I know, but it's fine. It's all good. It's all good.
All right, let me give you an update on the canopy. You're not going to believe this, Greg.
You decided to put it up in the yard. Now you'll have a new canopy.
So they told us, told Amanda and myself on 2 different occasions they would come get it this week. Didn't give us a heads up about when, and I basically said Thursday's your final day, or I'm going to do something with it. And yesterday I left.
The charity was going to benefit from it.
I left downtown Birmingham a little earlier than normal, which is I was trying to figure out my schedule for the rest of the day, and so I leave, and I'm pulling in the driveway, and I see a lady, delivery company, walking down the steps.
A lady.
Yes. And I thought,
don't take that wrong, but I understand. I know how big this box
Yeah.
is, and I know how your yard is. The staircase is going. It's going to be a challenge.
Well, we even told them when we called, you're going to have to send 2 strong men out here. You're going to have to.
or a real butchy woman.
Yeah, Greg, I didn't say that,
Oh.
but I said the person needs to be strong.
Okay.
Okay, it's hard for me to pick up one end of it. Okay,
And don't forget the incline on the way
that's
out.
the thing. And so so when I pull down, I see this lady, and I see a smaller box that is now sitting on top, and I think first thing I think is, well, they're just delivering another package.
Oh yeah,
They're
that's
not
actually yours.
They're not here to pick up the big box. So for some reason, I just wanted to make sure she wasn't gone. I stopped before pulling in the garage, and I walked around. And I said, ma'am, are you here to deliver something or pick something up? And she said, I'm here to pick something up. And that's when I knew I was about to change her world.
You say that little box on top's not it.
That's why I said,
Boy, I know you wished it was.
I said, she goes, what am I getting? And I said, point. I didn't even say, I just pointed.
That big one.
That's pointed. She went, her eyes got huge. And I said, yeah, it's heavy. I said, matter of fact, I told them a couple of days ago that they needed, no offense to you, ma'am, but they needed some strong men. I wouldn't even include myself in that because I'm struggling to pick this up.
Sure.
And after I said that, I was trying to.
You were trying to make up for it.
Right.
Because nowadays,
I was.
nowadays,
I
my
was.
goodness, that'd be considered offensive.
Yeah.
Even though it's true.
Got a little laugh at her, so I thought, okay, well, she's kind of on the same page. I said, listen, she goes, I'm gonna need my dolly, and I said,
don't need more than that.
why don't you get the dolly and I'll help you? And I was thinking, there's no way this thing's not gonna. It's gonna be so awkward on a dolly. It's not gonna work.
That's what I'm saying. It's long,
But I said,
and narrow.
I said, okay, sounds good. And I said, in worst case, I said, my son's going to be home.
Now, she's the only one there.
Well, at the time, I think so. See, I don't know.
Oh, I was finna say, not only they didn't send two.
So I said, my son's going to be home in a minute, and he can help. We could get him and you on one side, and I'll get on the other, and we'll see what we can do. She goes, let me go get the dolly. Let's approach that first. I said, okay. Well, then all of a sudden, and to your point, I think it's an angel. At the top of the hill, I hear, hey, honey, I got an idea. And I thought, is she with you? And she said, yeah, that's my partner.
Oh,
and
okay.
I
So there were two.
Perfect.
Of course, it was two women.
I said, hell, that helps. And I said, if Braden will get on home, he can jump in and help too. Of course, she didn't know who Braden was and kind of looked at me funny. But I was just trying to think.
Does he work for FedEx?
Couldn't
You said,
believe
no,
this
he
was
doesn't.
unfolding. And so she says, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't you back your truck up right there? We'll put it in the back of your truck. You can bring it up the driveway.
There you go.
Next to back it up right to ours, and we'll slide it in. And I said, game on.
That's a good idea.
And so she came down. I said, now listen.
Meanwhile, Braden's hiding down the road waiting on y'all to leave.
We got to get it to the truck first. And I know that seems silly, but so I backed the truck up. And it's so long, it won't just go in the truck. So I got to, once we get it in the truck, and I wish you could have heard the commentary as they're lifting it and walking with it. We had to stop and take a break at one point. Don't forget the box is completely ripped up because it's wet.
A lot of rain.
And things are falling out of it. Let's don't forget that.
Not clang, clang.
Yes.
Oh.
And so
to it.
we get it in the truck. Then I have to get the ratchet straps and
Oh,
tie it
yeah,
because
yeah.
going up, I'm going to lose it if I don't. So I get it up the hill and get it next to I pull right in front of my mailbox, and she goes, no, the truck was on the other side of the street. Of course, you've been there. That hill coming down is dangerous. She goes,
Get hit.
will you pull over here and just back it right up, and we'll slide it in the truck, Greg? So I put my flashers on, pull over. Of course, there's cars coming down, flying, and having to stop and then go around me. It's awful. I'm nervous. So I'm backing up, and I think I've backed up enough. No, come on back, honey. Come on, you got another foot or two. We got to get this thing
So
right up.
she wants it where she can just slide it.
Yes, she don't want to have to pick this thing up again, which I don't blame her.
No.
So we get it in the truck. At one point, Greg, I'm standing in a popular delivery truck company,
like an employee.
And then I'm undoing keep in mind, I'm walking from one truck to the other. Like, that's how close they are.
Yeah.
You can't even hardly see the ground and the
back
gap
up, back
in
up,
between.
back up. You're getting closer and closer.
And so we got it off.
So it's gone.
It's gone. And so what? And
I owe the two women an apology. You know,
hey,
if you work smart, you don't
they
have
did.
to. And
They
they
did.
work smart.
Now, I'm thankful that if I would have arrived 2 minutes later, Would they have tried to tackle it on their own? I don't know the answer to that.
When they saw you in that truck, that was a game changer.
But she was determined. The younger one, more spirited one that came down,
yeah,
was determined to, I'm going to get the dolly and we're going to take care of this. But then, lady up
wiser,
top,
a little wiser.
and I don't even know if this particular company is supposed to do what we did as far as like getting the person involved.
In today's world,
but I
probably
was
not.
completely good with it.
Yeah.
I was like, get this thing. Let's
They're
get
gonna
this
say,
thing out.
He's gonna fall in the back of the truck and hurt himself.
Sure.
But you know what? They figured it's worth the risk.
And I thought it was too.
Yeah, I agree. I agree
So
100%.
the
Well, that's a good
canopy-
ending.
The canopy is gone. And the whole time, Amanda didn't know this was going on. She had no clue. Like, she didn't find it. She was let the dogs out like at 4:30, 5 o'clock, and was like, "Where'd the box go?" And I'm like, "Oh, I hadn't told you that story."
Oh,
yet."
that's gone.
Yeah.
You know. How
So it's
about
good.
that? Well, good
So-
deal.
so
that, well, no canopy for you.
No
You
canopy for
decided
me.
against putting it up in the yard. It was a nice one. You showed me the picture of it. I mean, this thing.
It was heavy.
It's
Oh,
the one that when you come in on display, they have all the lawn furniture. I mean, the patio furniture under it
Yeah.
with the big, huge canopy. I've seen it before on the display.
They the ladies didn't know. I felt like I had to teach them how to do the ratchet straps.
Oh yeah.
They didn't know how to do that, and that caught me off guard with what
What?
they do for a living. But they're in those nice
Yeah,
big trucks, so
they
they don't have
close
to
the
deal with
door.
it. But so we had a little teaching moment too.
Well, even better.
Yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad you got that resolved. I know it's been weighing on you. Yeah,
wish
you
you
get
could've seen
tired
it.
of it sitting there tripping over it every time you leave.
Well, and plus when it rains, I wish you could have seen the pieces falling out of it. And they were like, "Who cares?"
That old box. That's for whoever has to unload it.
That's
We ain't
what
worried about
she
it.
said, "We ain't touching it. We're putting it in the truck, and we'll be done with it."
Well.
I'm like, "Okay,
Awesome. Great ending.
yeah."
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba. The holidays are here. You can savor every moment with a little help from HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted recipes right to the door, so you can skip that trip to the grocery store and spend more time celebrating this wonderful season with those you love. HelloFresh makes it easy to host a holiday meal or simply add some seasonal flavor to the weeknight dinner routine with their festive eats recipes and crowd-pleasing quick meals. Whether you're hosting a holiday party or you're just stocking up on snacks, you'll find it all at HelloFresh. From quick breakfast to cheese boards and desserts, it's never been easier to prep for a party or fill your pantry. Kids loving, they're getting in on the cooking action too, and because all quality ingredients arrive pre-portioned, it's easy enough for them to help out. Plus, with over 35 weekly recipes to choose from, there's always something new to try. How about this? Sign up today at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba for 18 free meals plus free shipping. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-465-6550 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
"35 minutes after the hour, you listen to the Rick and Bubba Show kickoff hour. Helms, let us know who we're sponsored by this hour.
During this hour of the show, as we're into December and the new year is just a few weeks away.
Oh, it is.
We want to talk to the business owners in the audience who are looking to
Listen
boost
up.
the bottom line. Anybody out there want to boost the bottom line?
Listen up.
With everything happening in the world, now more than ever, we all need to be getting after it. And our national sponsorship team at SSI has asked us to remind you, our wonderful audience, so they're ready to use the power of this program. There is some power in this program. And another popular program they syndicate to help accomplish your goals in 2023. Reach those loyal listeners ready to impact your business.
Now's the time.
Our show is heard, I don't know if you know this or not, Greg, our show is heard on over 50 network radio affiliates.
How about that?
We have our YouTube channel, just a rockin', Blaze TV feeds, our 24/7 tune-in digital radio channel.
Lots of ways to enjoy the show.
All social media platforms, podcasts, online showcasing opportunities at
A lot of ears out there
rickandbubba.com.
hearing it.
A lot of ears and a lot of eyes.
That's right.
The SSI team designs our affordable network sponsorships in combo with another popular national program they syndicate to best meet your needs. Not our needs, your needs. So if you want to tap into the millions of people we reach each week, and by the way, it is in the millions.
That's right.
Reach out, SSI, by calling 203-431-0790, 203-431-0790, or you can drop them an email at rickandbubba@syndicatedsolutions.com. That's Rick and Bubba @syndicatedsolutions.com.
Put Rick and Bubba to work for you.
How about that?
Right?
That's a
Good
nice
deal.
little ad, Greg.
That's a good little ad.
How about that?
You know, you were talking about dealing with the big store coming to get your stuff. And, nowadays we deliver everything. We pick it up. So we were doing yesterday the great grocery store pickup.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to say it at Walmart. You pull up and they bring it out, and that's fine. You know me. You know how I am, though. I would rather go. Now, this was Lisa, we're hosting Christmas Eve, and then we're hosting the kids. We're doing a lot of food. So she said, I'm going to buy it all now before it all, because if you wait too late, it's all picked over.
That's good.
So I'm going to put in an order. Boy, she put in a good one. So we go pick it up, and they roll it out there, bags for days. And, of course, like I said, I'd like to see you put more in the plastic bag. We put one item in a plastic bag. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Get it home. A lot of canned goods involved. I can deal with a dent. In fact, we've all remember the Bents and Dent stores. Denting a can is one thing. These were it's like someone had ran over them in a truck. It was almost completely flat. And these are the big whole tomato cans, okay? I ain't talking about bent. It looked honestly like somebody had took a hammer and beat on it, and it squatted down, had two of them. Then I get in the small cans. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if they had a crash. I know surely they didn't reach on the shelf and see that and go, oh, here's one. I don't know if after they packed it and when they put it in the back, two of the carts crashed into each other, or we got some maniac who likes to dent cans and send them out. It did look like it had to have been done intentional. I know it hadn't, but those are my cans. I'm sorry. I can deal with a little dent, but I don't need a smashed flat one. I don't want to use it. I'm taking them back.
You are going to take them back?
I'm going to take the two flat ones if I got another reason to be in there. I'm going to make a special trip, but it's ridiculous. I can take a little bent and dent. Of course, usually they give you a discount on those.
Hard to stack them like that.
No, you don't understand. This thing was smashed. Lisa wasn't happy about it.
Oh, I bet. You tell them it wasn't your fault. Speaking of grocery stores, I had an incident yesterday, and you jogged my memory, and I can't believe just because I was out of sorts this morning, Speedy not being here, completely forgot about it. So I had to go to the hardware store.
You were hung in neutral.
Well, after the rains that we had completely changed what I was doing last night. So the rains that we had over the weekend,
we had some soaking rain.
We did. And
got some coming tomorrow too.
I know. So there was where I usually teach tennis on Monday nights, the clay courts were so still saturated with white. They said, Helms, it would be better if you rescheduled it. So I rescheduled my clinic for today, knowing because we usually do it Monday and Wednesday. Well, Wednesday we're going to see a lot of the same. So I thought, well, I'll do it Tuesday. It'll be better for everybody, and the maintenance crew can work on a couple courts for some other people, and they ain't got to worry about me. Which opened me up to do what I need to do. So I had some errands to run. And so I need to run the hardware store. Amanda jerked some curtains down, and she claims the dog did it, but whatever. But it pulled the
probably was the dog.
It pulled. I needed some putty to patch up and paint over, whatever. That's
not a little spackling.
So there's a grocery store right next to where I go to the hardware store, and I text everybody and I said, "Hey, does anybody need anything from the grocery store?" Because all I could think about was that barbecue chicken pizza gluten-free deal I always get in there, and I thought, well, I'm gonna grab me one of those.
I got me a couple of them, and that they weren't smashed.
And
pick up, I got the cauliflower that you're the one that put me on this,
good.
And it's really good. Me and Lisa both love it.
And it was on a group text, the Team Helms group text, and Amanda said we need toilet paper, so I grabbed some toilet paper.
A little rump ribbon.
And Maddie chimed in and said, "Will you get me some fruit punch Capri Suns?"
Okay.
So I got
kind of out of left field.
Of course, Brady and Caroline, they evidently didn't need anything. They didn't answer. So I go in the hardware, get my stuff, then I go in the grocery store. Get my 3 items. That's all I got. Go to self-checkout.
Oh, yeah. If I got 3 items, I'll self-checkout.
And I put the pizza box was a little – it was I put it in one bag, and then I put the Capri Suns and the toilet paper in the other. And I leave. Get home, and I took the pizza out and put it in the freezer, left the other stuff on the counter. And so I went back. By then, I wasn't eating right then. I had some things to do. Got my laptop out, started kind of doing some work stuff, catching up on some things. And I go back. Amanda comes in there. She goes, "Hey, why have you got baby food? Why did you buy baby food?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" And she goes, "There's 3 things of baby food in your grocery bags." And I'm like, "No, there's not."
Talk about confused.
I'm telling you,
you're having a heck of 2 days.
She says, "I'm telling you, there's baby food in the bags." So I go in there, and it's those little twist top, squeezable baby snack food things.
Yeah,
there's 3 of them.
Ellis, and my grandkids, they love those.
All I can think is, oh my gosh, somebody didn't grab their other bag.
Did you stick your stuff in there with it?
And I must have stuck I guess it was the pizza bag. The pizza.
Did you go back and try to find the person like you did
Greg,
the other day?
I was already at home.
Well, you ran them people down the parking lot, held everybody up.
So I am sitting there.
You're the Good Samaritan.
I told Amanda, I said, so somebody is at home right now.
They can't believe
where their baby food is.
They're like, and the kid's mad.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah. Probably had to go
the only
back
reason
out.
they went.
So anyway, I'm sitting there with I started to bring them in.
Go
this
ahead and
morning.
call in if that was you. And we'll
If
see if
I
we-
can return them to you if you're missing 3.
Did you
It
take
was
top
3.
off and try one to see what they
No,
look like?
started to because one of them actually looked pretty good,
Yeah,
but I just left it alone.
See,
I couldn't believe I had.
that's another drawback on self check. You ain't got nobody else there to make sure you get your bag.
They must have had so many items.
See, that's your problem. Don't do self check
Yeah.
if you have a bunch of items.
They must have had so many that they just didn't grab it.
And I also get confused when I have to weigh fruit at self checkout.
Well, and looking back, I scanned the pizza first, and I always have a hard time getting the pizza box because it's so wide and the bag is so not. You have to. It was already kind of open, and that probably should have been my clue. Looking back, that there's something in that bag opening it, but I didn't know.
Snatched it,
I'm trying to hurry up because people
Oh,
were
yeah.
behind me, and so I got somebody's baby food yesterday.
You know they had to go back.
I had
mean,
to,
if it
yeah.
was baby food,
Yeah.
you can't wait.
The only thing I was hoping, I told Amanda, I said maybe they had like 10 to 15 of these baby foods in another bag, and this was their second bag that
10 to
they
15?
Well, that's my mindset,
Okay.
Greg. I was hoping this was
They're
just
buying
the
in bulk.
extra.
Yeah.
This was the extra baby food they
That's
had.
what it was. It couldn't fit. The other bag was so full it couldn't fit in there with them. That's probably it. If
Couldn't
that makes
believe
you
it.
feel better, that's probably it.
What's crazy, Greg, is I didn't notice it till hours later as it was sitting on my counter, and I didn't even notice it. Amanda was like, "Hey, why is this baby food?"
How about the confusion when she first brought it up and your mind starts going, why would I have baby
I was
food?
like, I know I went to the hardware store too, and that was another thing that confused the whole process. Is I got like 3 small items from the hardware store. Told the hardware store guy I didn't need a bag, and so set it in the back seat of the car. When I went into Publix and come back out, I took those items and put them in the grocery bags. So Amanda was like, "Where did you get all this from, Publix?" And I'm like, "No," I said, "I went to the hardware store first." "Oh, that makes sense. Well, why'd you buy baby food?" And I'm like, "Huh?"
They're selling.
Baby
It was on sale at the hardware store. Wow.
Yeah.
Somebody's without their
exciting.
food today.
It was an exciting day at our house yesterday.
I'll tell you, you had a lot of things
We had
going. Got some things cleared
curtains
up.
falling. We had canopies being taken away. Baby food coming into the house.
Just a big day at the Helms house. Y'all stick around. The big guys are coming up at the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guys, 2022's been a roller coaster year, so spoil her this Christmas by giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas, exclusively from Pajamagram. Sensuous and smooth, naturally nude pajamas feel just like her own bare skin. Even more alluring than lingerie, the texture and touch of these pajamas is so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. She'll love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you'll love the way they look. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. Order today, and Pajamagram will also include a free matching Naturally Nude nightie with the purchase of Naturally Nude pajamas. That is free gift packaging and a free Naturally Nude nightie when you order today. Just go to Pajamagram.com. It's fast, easy, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. That's Pajamagram.com.
Nacho fries are back at Taco Bell. You know, the fries covered in bold Mexican spices you dip in a warm nacho cheese sauce. You could also dunk them in nacho cheese sauce or pour the sauce onto a pile of them and create like a nacho fries nachos. The thing is that you eat them with nacho cheese sauce. That's what makes them nacho fries. Otherwise, you're just eating fries and sipping on nacho cheese sauce, and that's the wrong way. Sorry, just really passionate about nacho fries.
Nacho fries are back, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just 1 dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just 1 dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough, day or night. Use as directed.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PAID for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PAID. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PAID for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PAID.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience, so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Home should be where you and your family feel safest, especially over the holidays. This season, give yourself and your family the gift of peace and protection with the #1 rated home security system, Simply Safe. Right now, Simply Safe is offering 40% off a new security system. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology exclusively from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. 24/7 professional monitoring service that costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Security Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere. Arm or disarm, unlock for a friend, access your cameras, or adjust system settings. Get 40% off any new system at simplysafebubba.com today. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
"50 minutes after the hour, you listen to the kickoff hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. You know, Hams, you hear that Christmas music in the background, right?
Yeah.
We got the Christmas spirit here at the studio.
We do.
We go through that. And I have enjoyed that, you know, being in a different building. Of course, now at our old place, they had the giant tree. But when you start seeing them decorating, it gets you into kind of the Christmas spirit.
I sent y'all a picture of the giant tree the other day.
I missed it, by the way.
Did you? Do you miss? I did.
I
too.
do, because I used to stand out there and look at it.
Hey, let me ask you this: did it used to have color lights, or has it always been clear? The clear white lights.
Oh, it used to be colored.
Okay, so it's clear.
Didn't it?
I thought so too. Adler, do you remember the old tree at the old studio, the big giant tree?
I think it was colored lights.
Was it colored lights or the clear?
Are they clear now?
Yeah, they are. It looks good. You got to pull him up, girl.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The one that says I think it says Adler actually.
Oh, I might want to find that.
No, it's down on the other end, the third row.
Really? Over here?
Yeah.
Checking
I'm
the
sorry.
It is
You
weird
guys
that
hear my
it's way
singing?
on
That
down.
is weird.
You know, did it have? I think it was white lights.
Okay. That's
okay,
what
maybe
it is
I guess
now.
it was all the decorations that were colored.
Colorful balls.
Yeah.
White lights.
I think okay. All right.
For those who just joined us, he was
Yes.
talking about the Christmas tree.
A giant Christmas tree.
A big one. That which was right where Adler did a handstand falling into the pool. Remember that? They had
that
a
was
fountain
awesome.
out there. That was probably one of his best ones.
That was
He
fantastic.
did the handstands. How did you not? You could have got hurt on that.
Yes,
I mean,
you
what if
could've.
someone would
I
have
hit
jabbed you in the back?
I hit my head. I hit the back of my head.
Oh, you
The
tried to-
water was way more shallow than I realized, so I totally clacked my head on the tile.
And then you had to act like it didn't hurt. You know,
Yes.
because everybody's looking.
Yes,
I've done
yeah.
that. That's
Well,
funny.
it is clear lights now,
Okay.
and so I thought it was too. But I remember color being a part of it.
Yeah.
Like if it was, and
Okay,
you said
so-
it was the big decorations, which
Because
makes
think about it. Why
sense.
would they change it?
Yeah.
But,
But I don't remember seeing the other day. I don't remember seeing the big decorations. It just looked nice and clean with the clear lights. Anyway, it's nice. I miss it.
So, They've
But we've been
decorated.
replaced
They've
here with
decorated the
something.
lobby.
They did.
Okay.
We got some reindeer.
We got some rain. Boy, do we. And one of them's head looked funny the other
Greg,
day. Anyway, someone was messing with it.
Well.
But if you notice, there's 2 nutcrackers
Yeah, I have noticed
that are life size.
Yes. Yeah, at least, 5'4", 5'5"?
And they're different. You can look at them and see the difference.
One's black, one's white.
Yes. Okay, so I guess you've noticed because we were kind of alluring to it.
I
but
did not notice this. You picked up on it, but now I am confirming that you are
I don't know
correct.
if they walk around at night because they had them by the information board on each side.
Yes.
You walk in, there's an information board on each side. I'm talking, these things are huge.
They are huge.
Well,
are they
the
tall?
dark
They
complected
may be
one,
taller than Adler. And
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not a shot at Adler. It's just they're tall.
The dark complected one was looking at it was on the right, and the lighter complected one was on the left.
Correct.
Well, I've come in the other day and they've swapped places.
Are you scared to say black and white?
Well, it's really kind of creamy.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
more like a mulatto kind of.
It is.
It
Can
is.
you say that?
I don't know.
I think I'd just stick with black and white.
It's a nutcracker of color.
It is.
Put it that way.
It is.
Well, the nutcracker of color has swapped it. Now it was on the left, and the honky one was on the right. What is that?
Well,
are they walking around when we're not here? Have you not?
They're alive. They're
Nobody.
moving
Why
around
would
at
you
night.
move them? Because they're heavy.
They are
It
heavy.
ain't like it's something. Ooh, we should put Big Boy out in the hall with them, but we couldn't get him through the door. But you know what I'm saying. But did you know? Did you notice?
No,
that?
I did. Well, I didn't notice it until you brought it up, and then I was like, "Okay, you are correct."
And
because
this morning,
I did notice it. The fact that they are 2 different colors.
This morning, the reindeer family, they're on the other side from where they were.
No, you're making that part
Well,
up.
okay, I made that up. But the nutcrackers are either walking around or
All right, if you're looking at them, they're usually the black one is usually on the right.
on the right.
Correct.
And so now you're telling
They
me
are swapped.
You're telling me right now that somebody
Yes.
swapped them.
Yes.
It's been that way. Was it yesterday you noticed it, or the Friday?
Maybe been Friday.
I think it was Friday. I think he noticed it Friday, and so somebody swapped them.
Now, I don't know if they've swapped back since. I didn't look
know.
this morning.
You know what's funny, Adler, about this is, and Greg, I'm not taking a shot. You've said this about yourself. You're not a detail-oriented figure out
No,
stuff
I don't
like
pay,
this.
Yeah, I don't pay that much attention.
So I'm a little bothered that you picked up on it and I didn't.
I'm just saying it's just something about it.
You're
every
observant
time
when it
I've walked
comes to
by them
that.
because as far as life-size nutcrackers go, these are really nice.
They are.
They
I mean,
are
they
legit.
spared no
They are.
expense. So I'm kind of, and they're colorful, and I'll look at them, and I was looking, and I went, wait a minute.
No, you're
and then-
right.
And that's the first thing I thought. I
Yeah.
says, I guess when everybody leaves, they walk around.
I will say this: that they're all. I know for a fact that they were one way and changed the other because our society, all they tell us these days is to look at color, and so I noticed right away
Yeah.
that hey, one of them's black and one of them's white.
Yeah. Plus, you guys like to make sure people of color are staying in their place.
Good not.
I'm sorry. Hey, but about the height. I mean, they are my height.
They're tall.
I
They're
could
huge.
plant one on this nutcracker. I could plant one on that black nutcracker, no problem.
Okay.
I should do that. It'd
Why
be
don't
hilarious.
and let us film it?
That'd be hilarious.
That would be hilarious.
Let's send
you
Speedy.
keep referring to him as the black nutcracker, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's cool. In fact, if I'm going to be friends with one of these nutcrackers, it's definitely the black one. He looks way cooler.
He
frankly.
does.
Yes,
I'm
he looks
sorry.
way
He actually
cooler.
his beard looks better for some reason.
Yes.
I agree. 100%. The other guy looks like, I don't know if I hang around
To me,
old
he-
Whitey.
Little square.
I don't know if I hang around Whitey.
He said little square.
he does have that look, doesn't he?
Yes.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
well, they have been moved, and I've noticed something else about them too, and I don't know what it is. It's like it's not a spear. It's like the drummer.
Yeah,
What is
what-
the
yeah,
drum? I don't know what it's called.
What do you call that?
It's a rod or something.
Yeah.
A
No,
staff.
there's a nerd.
So
Staff,
that-
maybe, no.
Conducting rod.
Now, what is it that when the king carries it around?
Well, you can take that out of the little thing. I did figure that out.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
you can take it out of his hand. You
Yeah.
got to slide it all the way
You
up
do.
because
You
it
do.
sticks in the.
I was
in the
afraid I was
bottom.
going to break something, but I was able to maneuver one.
Now,
of
what
them
were you
out.
doing with them deer?
Well, Greg, you had planted a seed with this. So there's a family of deer out there, and of course, Greg, I won't go into too much detail. He said, "What if that deer was doing this?" And so when he went to the bathroom, I tried to move the deer around, and I didn't have anything to do with the nutcrackers, by the way. I didn't move those around and mess them
No,
up.
they're kind of big.
But I tried to move the deer around, and I'll let you use your imagination there. And
Well.
the head fell off of one of them, and I couldn't get it back.
I noticed it was
And
crooked.
so now I'm out in the lobby with the deer, the head completely removed, and I can't get it back. And I panicked, and I finally got it back to where it was at least up there.
Acceptable.
So, yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes.
That
All
is
that happened
hilarious.
yesterday.
Years
And
ago.
And I did panic a little bit because I was like, oh, my gosh, somebody's going to walk in here, and they're going to know it's me. And then I look up, and I'm like, Helms, there's cameras
And they're
everywhere.
going to go, you're the one that moved the nutcracker.
People know that you're what you're doing because there's cameras.
That's true.
Idiot.
They're everywhere.
Yes.
Years ago, Bubba had a Christmas party. I wasn't on the staff officially, but I got invited to it. It was a Christmas party when they lived in Jacksonville. And he had some wooden deer in his front yard. And put it this way, when I left,
Yeah. Right.
of course, it was a loving moment when I left.
I
The
got
deer got a little frisky, if you know what I mean.
I got in trouble for doing that exact same thing in high school. The police officer did not think it was funny. He did not think it was nearly as funny as we think it is right
You
now.
know, we got a lot of criminal stories about you. I'm glad you've overcome all that.
Yep.
You know,
Somebody's dad now. You
somebody's
know?
dad can't be doing that with people's lawn decorations.
I will kiss that nutcracker, though, if you guys dare me. If you
Okay.
guys like triple
I'm
dog
feminine.
dare me.
I'd like you to send Speedy a snap. Just snap it and send it right to him.
Oh, he'd love it. He's all about that snap.
Yeah. I am too lately with
Now, do
couple
y'all
people.
hip it up on your own, or they call it Snap now? Because it used to be Snapchat.
I'm just
right?
calling it Snap
Because that means you're kind of hip on your
because
own.
Speedy calls it Snap. I'm kind of making fun of Speedy, but I think everybody else calls it Snap.
Okay, so we
I
had-
don't really
we had
know.
to shorten it up
It's
a little bit.
Snapchat, but
Yeah.
I don't know what the hip thing is.
I hadn't heard much about it recently. It's all TikTok these days.
Yeah, I know.
By the way,
stop.
Kay Ivey banned TikTok on all state department or state devices, and all state networks. Yeah, Kay Ivey banned it.
When did that happen?
I just saw it on the
Well, let me ask you this. We're worried about China spying, but you care if they spy on people doing funny dances?
Right.
Well, what are they gaining?
I don't know.
Huh?
Man. It's a psyop.
Yeah.
It's a Chinese psyop. In China, in China, TikTok is like it builds up like smart kids instead of making. Okay, sorry.
Make the food for
They
you,
do.
and you go and they go, here's what you're eating.
You don't eat no more. The part
Right.
is it's good, but there's not enough of it. You know what I
You
mean?
know, our body's very efficient. I mean, you really eat a lot more than you need every day to survive.
I know.
Yes,
just in
yes.
case, I want to make sure I got it covered.
Just in case the cold and flu
I don't
season
know.
sneaks up on us.
Can be a shutdown somewhere.
Can I tell you?
I think I would lose weight at this place running away from it.
Yeah, I don't remember ever being overweight and not knowing the concept that I'd been eating more food than my body needed.
Right.
Well, I think that's what we talk about this. We've really tried to help those that are trying to figure out the large community. You have to address something beyond. I love when they think that the way that something that we don't know is that we're eating too much.
Yeah,
like we don't
I
know
got
that.
that.
Right. We got that. We're not
Got
eating.
it.
We're not eating because we're hungry. We're eating because it's fun and it tastes good.
Yeah.
And the way
It has nothing to do with appetite.
And the way they combat that, they take 80% of your stomach out, stuff like that. You know, that's drastic.
Rick, this is funny though. They have a
or discipline, self-discipline.
Yeah, this 6 weeks is all a mindset. They're just trying to change you when you come back.
No.
So
Listen,
you'll
they have a
continue doing what they're
1
teaching
week
you.
program called the Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Then they have a 2 week program called Momentum Builder.
Why don't you do those?
They have a 3 week program called Habit Changer.
There you go.
That's it.
That's the 21 days.
And the 4th week or 4 weeks or more is called Life Transformers.
You know, see, that's the thing, and we've been talking about
Bubba.
that even when we did
Yeah.
that Bible study on the spiritual disciplines. The thing that we must learn, yes, bad things are habitual, but so are good things.
Yeah, absolutely.
How about
are.
this? Good things can be habitual too.
Yeah.
You just get in the habit of that.
Yep.
And it really does happen the same way the other one happened.
Absolutely.
It has to be a desire issue too. Do you desire to do anything?
Yeah.
Because can't nobody make you do it.
Yeah.
Especially when you're grown.
Yeah.
You know.
But you just don't hear a lot about them. That's the thing. Have you ever heard of the PFC fitness camp?
I haven't. No.
That's
See,
the
I
one.
really-
Yeah.
I would actually like to do it.
It says this is
I
not
really
your,
would.
Hey, it says this is not
Well,
your,
no, but-
your typical adult fat camp.
Can I be straight up?
I mean, y'all see the views.
I was about to say,
and the-
can I be
It's in San Diego.
Can I be straight up? What that
Diego.
looks like to me is, you mean tell me y'all send me off somewhere and I just do this and hang out?
That looks like a vacation.
It's a
to me.
vacation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do they have shrimp cocktail on that?
Do you think some people keep putting weight back on so they get to sit back again?
Probably.
Yeah. Oh, I'm fat again. All right. that I go through the headlines, and all I see is one Rick and Bubba profit star after another.
Yeah, well, Rick, if we had stickers on our helmet, we'd be out of room.
I mean, if we play for the Buckeyes, they'd have to get us a new helmet.
Yeah, we'd have to get one for every 10. We'd have to go 10-1 on them.
So we'll look over those and unpack those for you. You remember yesterday somebody called in and said, when you talk about a right versus a privilege, especially when the left opens the door on this bakery thing that Bubba mentioned yesterday, and he was 100% right. If we've started a trend that people can sue a business on things outside of what was listed, in the Civil Rights Act, which gave an exemption for things like religious conviction, meaning we can't make somebody compromise their religion, especially if there's other places I can go get the same product, So it seems pretty clear, but the rulings haven't gone that way, sadly. Well, now, just as a caller asked us about yesterday, Dick's Sporting Goods saying they're going to sell guns to 21 and up. We got a 20-year-old saying, what about the Second Amendment? And I have the right to buy a gun if my background checks out, and you can't deny me that.
We're going to have to decide which way it's going to be. Does a business have a right
on the show yesterday.
Not to sell something? Or, I guess they could just say we're not going to carry any of them.
Well, they could.
And get completely out of it, which would make some of them happy anyway. But
well, some of these issues. That's why, I'd like to know what the update is on that. Has it officially happened? I know our state is getting out of the marriage business altogether.
Yeah. They're still working on that.
Right.
It's it gets more and more complicated every day. Things to me should be pretty straightforward. But if you are going to sue a baker who will not serve a cake to someone because they disagree with what's going on there, then you're also going to have sporting goods stores who are sued because they won't sell a gun to someone who is under 21.
See, I would be perfectly fine as a free market guy for the bakery to be able to state their religious convictions, and then if you don't agree with theirs, you go buy your cake somewhere else because there's plenty of other places to sell you one.
And I'm fine with the
and I think Dick's Sporting Goods can decide that at their particular store they're going to go 21 and up, and then if you don't like that, you go buy your gun from somebody else. But that's not the scenario we've created, so the inconsistencies in our country now open the door to this. How do you tell?
Well,
this?
you had a court that decided they were going to make a political statement, not follow the law,
right?
And now they've opened up a can of worms. So we'll see how that plays out. It's just another day in a democracy. Really.
And what you'll see is anytime somebody's as we said, worldview is based on emotion. You'll see the left saying that the bakery should be made to sell the cake, but Dick's Sporting Goods shouldn't be made to sell the gun. That's what you're going to see.
Now, they will try to say that, but there is absolutely no logic in that, my friend.
No. It's either one or the other.
You got to go one way or the other.
Right. And I'm fine with the people who invest in businesses having the right to run the business the way they want to. And then let their consumer decide if that was a good decision.
That's right. Let the marketplace sort the rest of that out.
Right.
If you are a baker and you won't sell to a certain lifestyle, let them plaster it all over their website, and you guys go somewhere else and
bake
get it.
on.
Yeah.
And you decide you
and
think.
And then the people who support them will support them. It'll all work itself out. Without
6 minutes past the hour. Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. How about you? Well, we start a brand new hour. Kickoff hour is behind us. This hour, since the attack on America way back in 2001, has begun with a national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Thank you for being with us. Speedy out today. He should return tomorrow. We inch ever closer to the big year ender coming up on Friday. Then we will go on vacation. You'll get Rick and Bubba replays and best of shows. Then we'll come back the first week of January, I think on the 4th, and we'll celebrate our 29th anniversary as we turn 29. So that'll be coming up in January, Lord willing. We got Eddie Van Adler settling in. He's ready to go for another day. Helmsy and the real Greg Bird just knocked out that kickoff hour for you. And across the way is the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
Hey. Oh, I hear it. It ain't in there, though. How about it? There you go.
Good night.
I'll just do it again. Do it again.
This thing.
Start over.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do all the way around. I'm going to have to do that. All right, let me try it again.
Oh, let's do it again.
All right, let me try it. Let me try. You know, technology.
Look, we got a small army waiting at the border to come on in the country as soon as this.
Oh, really?
42 whatever is over, and you know, we got to do a better job.
But I think you went too far down with your chair.
I did.
Hey, little squatty's here.
Yeah. So back off of that, because if you try to do that holler again with your stomach trapped like that under there.
Hey.
All right, here we go. Bill Bubba Bussey. Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere.
No better than that right there.
That's a good one.
And Greg, if I remember this correctly, you and Lisa went to see Chris Tomlin's Christmas tour. I think it was one of the first Christmas tours he ever did. Mm-hmm. It became a tradition after that, but you guys went to see him early on, and I think maybe Speedy and Terry went too. I can't remember.
They did.
And he introduced Lauren Daigle.
He did. He brought her out.
With that song right there.
Yep. And who else played? Crowder.
Yeah.
Was there. It was a really good show.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's incredible.
Yeah, but that was I remember all this. I remember he even saying, hey, look, there's this young lady that we found.
He just brought her out during his set.
Yeah, and she sang that song. So she went out. She's doing pretty well. I think it's going to work out for her. So, guys, we have no Speedy today. He is in that world that we are all getting into, and Bubba, you have been through, and that is the aging parents. And parents need us now, and for things like doctor's appointments and help and all that. So he's with his parents today, helping them in Huntsville. He'll be back tomorrow, and got some updates here on the show today. This Mike Leach thing, there was a time yesterday that somebody announced him as dead, then had to come back and apologize and take that back. Then people saying this is what happened, and other people saying no, this is what happened.
So what is the latest we have?
Unfortunately, we had a player go in the transfer portal and picked a terrible time to kind of be negative about Coach Leach.
Oh, okay.
He probably wishes he had that post back, but
Probably.
But anyway, timing is it's everything. But anyway, so I went and looked again before we went on the air. You know, Speedy has more ties to Mississippi State, and of course I reached out to Big Love yesterday. He's moved on to Atlanta, and I was actually informing him. He didn't know about it. He graduated from Mississippi State back in May. But from I think I feel relatively confident to say that Coach Leach had a major cardiac event on Sunday. Was airlifted, or they tried to airlift him. The weather either delayed that or they had to go another route. That's still a little bit gray.
Yeah.
But they had to rush him to Jackson. To the hospital that can handle this situation. He kind of was. He's been somewhat stabilized. There's a concern about brain damage because he coded, meaning he was out of oxygen. His brain had no oxygen for a while, before the paramedics got there. So that's a concern. His children are making their way to Jackson. I know that 2 are already there, and I think 2 are en route. So it does not look good. For the long-term prognosis, but as of us coming on the live show, and I know a lot of you hear this when the show's already passed, something may have been updated, but I think as of right now, he is still alive, but is in bad shape. Is that?
Yeah, that's pretty
accurate. Seem pretty
accurate?
accurate?
Yeah.
Sounds accurate.
Yeah. So
well, our thoughts and prayers are still with them, and we've had Coach Leach on the show. He's obviously, very important as a husband and father, but he just makes football better. When he's around,
and only 61.
Yeah.
And there was a time I probably wouldn't use the term only 61, but I do now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. 61 is young in my book, Rick.
Well, it was one of these realities that Sherry and I had just last night. I was talking about people who are my friends that are a little bit older than me. And Sherry kept being shocked by the ages that I was saying. And I said, baby, if I'm 58, if a man is 5 years older than me, he's 63. It's not. You have to understand, I don't have a lot of ceiling anymore. If someone's a little bit older than me, they're going to be in their 60s. If like I was sitting here, I look at our pastor, and he's just got so much wisdom, and I'm looking at him, and in my mind, he's a lot older than me. Just because he's your pastor, Right. And then I realized when he and I are talking, he's only like 6 years older than me. And I'm like, okay, I'm not that far. This is back when I remember when the pastor was a lot older than me. Okay, now you're in church and you realize you may be older than the pastor.
Yeah.
Or at least around the same age. All that's new. It's a weird feeling when, you're thinking, okay, if anybody's older than me, then there's just not a lot of room there. Not
a lot of ceiling to go to.
Yeah. So anyway, that's but 61 by everyone's account, especially modern day, is young.
Yeah.
And so it's a sad thing all the way around for everybody involved. But that seems to be the update. So I got some other updates too that are a little more lighthearted and fun, and we'll update those. We got gift number 8 today, and the 12 working days of Christmas. That's in play. The big year ender, as I said, is coming up on Friday, and it's stacking together to be a fun day. So we'll work through the stories of the day. Some of those fun, some of them not. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, this is crazy. Without some government bureaucrat or lawyer telling everybody what to think.
You realize this was asked.
That is fascism, by the way.
This was asked on the show yesterday, and we said, well, just get ready because that case is coming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, boom. There it is.
In 24 hours, here it is.
Hey, Rick, boom. There it is.
Boom.
Boom.
There it is. So we got to figure that out. Can sporting goods stores or places you can buy guns, can they decide what age they'll sell it when the Second Amendment says unless that you have violated the things we've all agreed on, you have the right to have one at 20, not 21. And look, I've said it before, and I understand your point, and I actually agree with it, that, a military situation is different because they are getting training.
Yeah.
They are getting training.
Yeah.
But it is funny sometimes when we say that people can't do stuff here, but in the military that we let them, like the great Tim Wilson song.
Well, we again, I'm not picking a side of this argument.
Right.
But surely everyone can see the inconsistency when we tell someone they have to go out and shoot at people to kill them,
right?
Be shot at,
right?
But when they get back to the barracks, they can't have a beer. That is just wrong. Okay, now I'm not saying
right.
Maybe everybody ought to be 21 for everything,
right?
Okay, maybe that would be fine,
right?
But that's inconsistent.
Well,
that is really
your point is
inconsistent.
maybe we should say you can't be in the military till 21. You know, but
one or the other.
One or the other.
One or the other.
Yeah,
I'm just saying when you look at fairness,
right?
And I really think looking back, I know my situation may have been a little bit different, but you're not near as wise as you are at 21 as you would be at 18, or vice versa. You're just not as wise at 18 as you are at 21. It's a big difference. It's more than 3 years.
Well, I will say this:
of living.
You also, like when people were asking me about last weekend.
It's not linear.
When somebody was asking about last weekend, there were people that didn't want us to give an age on the kid for Make Ready Weekend. I said, well, you know what, we won't, but you got to know your kid.
Yeah.
Can your kid sit through these sessions or not? If they can't, then they shouldn't come. I don't care what their age is, but if they can, that'd be great. Same thing, I also think times change. A 19 and 20-year-old today versus a 19 and 20-year-old in the 40s, there's no comparison.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Not
even close.
They ain't close to being men now. Now, in those days, it was
now,
different.
see, too, even with the driving age,
yeah.
and that's a whole other topic.
Right.
When you grew up on a farm, driving tractors,
right,
you could drive a car at 14 and be very capable on the highway if you'd been driving tractors since you were 10. But now we don't have a lot of that.
But
you don't have people hitting the road as able.
Yeah, but if Pugsley's been sitting in front of the video game till he's 21, he at 19 he wasn't ready.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And so it's just a different culture. People don't seem to be as old at these ages as they used to be because of the things you lay out. Some of it's not anything other than the culture they grew up in.
I take no pride in being right on this. I really don't.
No. So what is this thing you were telling me, Bubba? This Trump aid?
Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'm late to the story. Okay, I knew it was going on, but I had not seen the footage of it yet. This guy, he was something in the Trump administration. He got fired. He's been subpoenaed.
Right.
On this collusion investigation, which, by the way, they still waiting on any shred of evidence.
His name is Sam Nunberg.
Nunberg.
He was a campaign.
N-U-N.
I know what his nickname was.
He was one of Trump's campaign aides.
How many times can you lick this calf over this Russian thing? I thought we just keep going back and starting over.
Yeah. Well, has anybody checked the price tag on this thing yet?
Right.
So he's under subpoena, but he's on like a media tour telling everybody he's not going to do anything, and Rick, he's obviously nuts. Okay,
or drunk. It looks like the story.
And he's on CNN, and the anchor's squaring off with him and saying, "Are you drinking?" And he says, "No." She goes, "I can smell your breath."
Do we have this?
Yeah, that's the moment. Not what he also went on to say some things about Sarah Sanders, but this was the most uncomfortable moment here.
All right, let's see it.
So, Sam, I have to ask you one other thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's an awkward question to ask, but I've interviewed you before. You're sitting very close to me.
Yes.
We talked earlier about what people in the White House were saying about you.
Yeah.
Talking about whether you were drinking or on drugs or whatever they had happened today. Talking to you, I have smelled alcohol on your breath.
Well, I have not had a drink.
You haven't had a drink, so that's not.
No.
So I just, because it is the talk out there, again, I know it's awkward, let me just give you the question. You can categorically answer that. No, you haven't had a drink today?
My answer is no.
Let's go after.
Guys, it is 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big's our number. Let's go. Okay. It is 23 minutes past the hour. Hey!
All
right, so let's. We got a lot of updates today. Helmsy, we need your help on something. So, we talked about this last year. As a matter of fact, I remember I took Mom and Dad to this last year too. We had a night. We went out and looked at the Christmas lights, and because Mom, that's only like a couple of months after Mom and Dad had moved here, so we were kind of like trying to settle them in when they moved to Birmingham, and so are back. That's where they grew up. But we saw this house over by Helms, that does this big Christmas light production with the music and all of this, and we talked about it. And Bubba, you've returned you did a Christmas light.
Yeah, we went out on a little Christmas light viewing trip last night.
Little holly jolly.
Rick, I stayed out the middle of the night too. I didn't get home to about 9.
Good night, Bubba. You've really become quite the party animal.
I know.
What happened?
I'm trying to hold it together here
Tap
today.
the brakes.
But no, we had a real good time. We went out to the racetrack, saw the lights out there.
Did y'all go to the casino?
No,
Okay,
we just saw the lights.
Right.
And they, it was a different light show than we saw there a couple of years ago, and it was good. I like this one too. Both of them were good. A lot of lights,
Mm-hmm.
and I enjoy driving through stuff like that.
Oh yeah. You got to hit the festival of lights over in Oxford.
Well, I hadn't hit that one yet, Rick, but
get it.
As we like to say, there's always this weekend.
That's right.
And we're going to be over there some, so we may try to do that. We hit a couple of houses that we knew about. There's got to be a better list out there because I know there's more houses than the two I went to.
I know.
And one of them only did about half what they did last year. I don't know what went on with that. And then I went to the one over close to where Helms lives, which looks like
was quite the production.
Has been probably the biggest production of all of them.
A Star Wars even.
Yeah. But I don't know. I guess their neighbors got onto them or something because they didn't have the PA jamming last night.
Okay, so
I mean, it was just barely on. You had to be right in front of the house and have your windows down to hear it at all, and it didn't have that same feel that the big production had.
So I do think there has been some Christmas light wars.
They've had some pushback.
Yeah, I think they have, and it didn't help that they at one point had bees. They were beekeepers there, and the bees kept getting in people. So it wasn't just there were several things going on. I think that.
What do you mean beekeepers?
They actually had the bees out there, and I think the bees got away and got in some interrupted some birthday parties and stuff like that.
You mean they've
taken the bees?
On,
yes,
it's beekeepers too.
Well, yes, they were, and they had to move it to the farm, I think. But
as a matter of fact, one year they put an individual light on every bee.
That's right. It's an amazing production.
For years, I thought it was a drone show, and it was that, huh? Bees
with
little lights on.
So I think things like that have made almost the last straw kind of thing for some of the neighbors.
Last year, I sensed the tension last year.
Yeah. So that being said,
is this on your street?
It's it's a street or two up.
We
it's
almost came to see you last night.
Okay, so Amanda said that.
Well, I hate to say it, I think the girls needed a bathroom, and you were the closest place.
Okay, well,
so we almost called you for that, and I waved them off.
They just used the bushes.
Well, we were around.
I said you can't get in the front door. He's got a big cover thing.
Which we got to have an update on that today.
It's gone, and it's amazing. All right, so I saw the text messages going back and forth between Betty and Amanda, and it was questions like given to make sure they're dressed. And so I just assumed, hey, they got it, and I kind of went on about my day, but I didn't realize that y'all needed a restroom. Y'all could have come to the house, but
especially once the canopy was moved.
Yeah, and it was, but so I don't know, Bubba. The production, the one next to our house, has the light production itself has completely changed. Like the way, so was it going last night?
Yeah, it was going, and what they had up on the house was great.
Yeah, and I think all that's different and new, and it does look great.
Yeah, and they may have cut down a few of the lights shooting up in the sky
because you could see he could see a spotlight from this house, from his house.
Yeah,
don't miss that.
Oh, I know.
There was a couple.
Do they still have the laser lights that go up?
But it looked like they may have toned it down just a touch.
Yeah.
But the audio was real toned down. And a matter of fact, a guy and his daughter looked like they came out of the house. I don't know if it was the owners or not.
He'll come out.
And they had lights on their shoes, and they were going jogging. And I rolled the window down. I said, "Hey, turn it up." And he just kept jogging.
Well, so
I had
they
no luck
usually
with that.
have a radio station tied to it.
I couldn't find it.
So it wasn't on there either?
No, 100.9. I couldn't.
Yeah, I don't know
hear
which one it
anything.
is, but they usually have they go
That's
all
what it
out.
had
They
on
do
Facebook.
a phenomenal
But
job.
there's
with
no
that.
doubt there's tension.
I think there has I think there has been tension amongst a few of the neighbors about the brightness and the light, and not
the
only
loudness.
that, the traffic. The traffic, I think, is the main thing that people
Especially
are
with
done
MVs.
with.
That's where I felt
Well,
the tension
Can
last year.
I say this too? Some people,
And I don't care.
Some
It doesn't
people
matter to
don't
me.
get it
Anyway,
how to
I know.
do this because you have a street in front of their house and people were lining up on
Yeah.
their side of the road,
Yeah.
which is fine. But then people try to stop on the other side of the road, and then you can't get cars up
Right.
and
I know.
down it. So get in line on their side, and people will go through the show one time, and then they'll drive off, and you slide
Had
down.
the same experience last year.
You
It's
know,
like
that's-
I wanted to get out and try to help everybody.
Yeah, I mean, how don't park on both sides of the road, just one, and move down. You're going to be 3 houses up and can't see it to begin with, but
Yeah.
you'll move down.
Right.
And look, if you're a neighbor, I probably get it. But I mean, couldn't you just have a window of time during the week to do this, and then maybe a little later on the weekend?
I think what bothers, and again, it's a very high traffic area for walkers and bikes and kids.
Christmas decorations.
And so and there's a ton of driveways around there, and so then you get a bunch of people pulled out looking at Christmas lights from people trying to get in their
But I'd
driveway
like
or
to
leaving
see
their
it-
house.
I'd like to see the neighborhood say, "Look, when
is a
Christmas
bill.
gets
It's a
here,
bill.
all of our lives change for a few weeks, and we all work together, and we all celebrate."
Yeah. I don't think it's the volume of the music and I could be wrong. I don't think it's the volume of the music or the brightness of the lights. I think it's more a traffic issue than anything that people are frustrated with.
See, what I would do, I would just try to do a production bigger than theirs and make mine even louder, and let them experience it.
So then I have a question. If you know them too, I want to know about the equipment they use to do
I have
this.
no idea, but I can put you in touch with the guys.
Yeah, I like
Bubba,
that.
Rick and Bubba.
A teenager that came in the house on Friday night and his mother was waiting on him.
No.
No.
By the way, he's drunk right there.
Yeah.
We all
You
know
see him get a bump off that, trying to cover the smell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greg, what did Blake Shelton give him that coffee? We were talking about it, but Kathy Lee
good.
Gifford and all them don't hide it. But we realize we forget. Look, apparently by all the jokes they pass on The Voice, I think Blake Shelton just sits there and drinks the whole time. And he'll even say something to somebody, say, "Hey, you want to pop off this?"
Well, I've always wondered this, Rick.
I ain't been
because if you watch any shows, any movies you watch where these guys are attorneys or all the time, they're knocking it back. I mean, towards the end of the day, 2 or 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
So is this something that really goes on day to day where people are just constantly drinking?
Well, yeah, I mean, but see, this was one of the accusations against it, and he says nobody hates Trump more than me, and then he goes on to say, but he campaigned his blank off. So, I mean, when she asked him, I'm a Greg. He looks like a busted teenager.
Can we hear it one more time? 'Cause I want to really
Look at him look. Look at him look down when she says.
Let's really study him right.
All right, good.
So, Sam, I have to ask you one other thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's an awkward question to ask, but, I've interviewed you
Yes.
before. You're sitting very close to me.
Yes.
We talked earlier about what people in the White House were saying about you.
Yeah,
Talking about whether you were drinking or on drugs or whatever they had happened today. Talking to you,
Yeah.
I have smelled alcohol on your breath.
Well, I have not had a drink.
You haven't
my
had a drink,
gosh.
so that's not.
No.
Rick, you ain't
So
got to be an
I just,
FBI
because
profiler
it
to
is the
figure
talk
that
out there. Again, I know it's awkward. Let me just give you the question.
Well,
You can categorically answer that. No,
I-
have you had a
My
drink today?
my answer is no.
That's so good.
Oh, wow.
Oh gosh, I didn't realize that Handy's the one who ran that. Yeah. He went off.
Oh yeah, he had quite a few.
What was
things
he going to say, though? Well, actually, I did get me a
Yeah.
bump before the interview.
Well, now that you brought it
I've
up,
had a sore throat and I'm having a little mama's cough syrup.
That's all it was.
I have not been drinking.
yeah, I've noticed that people who usually, sadly, have an issue because I don't know what it is. I seem to be able to smell it on people. Yeah, I got it. I've already looked and laughed. But anyway, and I can't tell you the number of times over the many years that my wife and I have been married that I have encountered people, and I've gotten in the car and said,
Yeah.
"Did you smell that alcohol on them?" Yeah. And she said, "What are you talking about?" And sure enough, months later, somebody's going into rehab or somebody's got a problem.
Yep.
Because when you get to the point where you got a problem, that's when you're not managing it; it's managing you. So even in situations you don't need to smell like alcohol, and they try everything under the sun with gum and all this, and you can smell it so clearly. But it gets me how sometimes some people don't get it. I said, you're telling me you didn't smell alcohol? I smell it immediately when I'm around people that's been drinking. I mean, and so it's what she's smelling. But did you see his face?
Yeah.
He looks just like a kid that's come in late and the parents are sitting up. Have you been drinking? And he's got that same face on. Yeah, what? No. What about the uncomfortable girl and get a pop off the coffee?
And look, how bad is this? This guy, he says he doesn't like Trump, and they're going to use him, try to, and CNN won't even prop him up. That's bad.
When you show up on CNN and everybody smells alcohol on you, they should probably start distancing themselves from you a little bit. And everybody who knows him said, "See, look, he thought he could pull this off. He's out there." And
I'd hate for you to wait till after the interview's over to get you a knock.
Well, Greg, that goes back to my original comment. See, people who socially drink know when not to drink and when to drink. They control it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But people who have a problem, they're going to drink even when they know.
Even during the CNN.
How about this? I don't need to be drinking right now. Yeah. If I could make those kind of decisions, I wouldn't have a drinking problem.
That's good.
That is one of those. Hey, I don't really need to be.
Yeah.
And that's not good. Right there. When CNN is calling out alcohol in your breath, because Fox News might call it a little quick, but I don't know if CNN would. What about his face, y'all? That uncomfortable reach over for that coffee. No. It's like he saw what was about to happen.
Yeah.
I've been with you, and I can smell alcohol in your breath.
No nervous energy.
Nervous energy. I don't know where to look.
Picking stuff up, looking over here.
Greg, and then when I try not to slur, I slur just a little bit. Listen to the little slur right
I've had to drink.
You
right
haven't
there.
had a drink, so that's not.
Greg.
So I just, because it is the talk out there, again, I know it's awkward. Let me just give you the question. You can categorically answer that.
Right there.
You haven't had a drink today?
My answer is no.
It's no.
I don't know what that build-up noise was. My answer,
But
no.
you're right, Greg. He took a pop to try to hide it.
Let
me do something.
Nervous.
Do something with my
energy.
hands.
Yeah, nervous energy. Not sure what to do. Don't know where to look.
What you gonna ask? Oh,
I was hoping it wouldn't be that.
Rick and Bubba.
Top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll be back. Merry Christmas. And Christmas Day. That's the island greeting that we send to you. Everybody. To be clean and bright. Melikimakka is the wise way to say Merry Christmas to you.
Take it, Ham.
To get some furniture headed to the house, or maybe to someone else this time of year.
Or maybe set it out in the yard so people can see your Christmas lights.
You could. And you could even put it on display and have some of your moving lights shine on it and say available now. Allforum.com/Bubba. We love this. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of fired up with us having a little show hunt to kick off vacation this Friday and Saturday. I have a Allforum chair with a little footrest and that we designed and for Camp House, and it was sent right there. People, everybody be after it. To say they want to sit in it, but it's handmade, designed the way I wanted it. All the fabrics are stain resistant for children, pets, whatever. Don't worry about that. You can do the legs and arms any way you want to. Design it however you want to, and then they ship it straight to you. There's the assembly is nothing. You don't need any tools or anything like that. When it comes to you, it's almost completely intact. You get a 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund if you don't like it. And the quality is so incredible. They give you a forever warranty. So that's the kind of quality we're talking about. It comes out of North Carolina, so there's no labor problems, no shipping problems. And we're going to get you 20% off anything you buy at allforum.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so Bubba, do you have any other questions on that, or are you now just Helmsy just going to get you in touch with the guy?
For all of these people that put on these big presentations, I kind of like to know about the equipment they're using. 'cause
Right.
That's pretty impressive,
Yeah.
the way, because it looked like it shined on their house where they had vertical walls, didn't mess. I mean, every surface had something on it. It looks like they even put something over their doors and windows, like a screen, to help it out. So it's an impressive.
One of the things I've
display.
learned about that family is they go all out on everything they do.
Right.
Which I can
So do we.
appreciate. I love
We
that.
relate
do
to
we.
that.
I love that.
All in.
So do
baby.
we.
Yeah.
So maybe you can put him in touch.
I
with
need.
Bubba.
I just like to know about the equipment because that's very interesting. I know nothing about that type of equipment.
Are
how
you
they do
willing
that.
to go that big? See, where the way my house is right now that y'all also all saw Saturday night, that's about as big as I'm willing to go.
Well, that's good. You were lit up. Now, no doubt.
Yeah, I probably won't get into moving lights and music and all that.
Well,
but
I think yours looks real classy, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a lot.
makes
but
you
it's
smile.
classy.
Then
Yeah.
as soon as you see it, it makes you kind
I
of smile.
kind of wish you had those lights on all year round
I do
because
too.
it's a warm glow in the yard.
You know what I do?
like that.
If I get a little bit down, I'll just simply walk out the door.
Yeah,
and
that's all you
got
gotta do.
and just go stand in the circle driveway. And before I know it, I just light right up like those lights.
But Rick, do you realize now they have these laser projectors that will decorate your house for you.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole show is
Yeah.
your house decorated
Yep.
and moving and all
Yeah.
that kind of stuff, and you don't even have one ornament hanging.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's incredible. Like say I make let's say I make the mistake of turning the news on.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And see the state of our country.
Right.
Breaking and the state of our society.
And you kind of feel like driving your car into a truck.
Right. I'll just
Right.
run up the steps and go outside.
Sure.
You
Sure,
know,
I got that. I got
and
that.
go out there and stand. So I could just stand there and love it. You know what I did? You know what I did last night, Bubba?
Now it's going to be tough to weed eat with them lights around the bed.
You know what I did last night?
Yeah.
Sat in the chair and stared at the tree.
Oh, listen.
There ain't nothing better than that,
I
dude.
love looking at a Christmas tree or laying under it if I got somebody to help me get back up.
Right.
Yeah, that's not bad.
So anyway, so why don't we put you? I don't know that I would ever go to that production. I appreciate their efforts though, and like I say, I made the effort to even see it last year. But I can
You mean
see,
to connect you with the
I
family?
can see,
Yeah, I'd like to
I can
just
see
know more
the
about
issues.
the technology involved with some of it. But it was kind of because, like I say, two of the places we went, the presentation was less than it used to be. So I was
Yeah.
a little down
Mad
about
about
that.
it.
Not mad, but just a little down about
You know,
it.
I've been holding something back, and I'm gonna say it today. Okay, and I love you, bub. I do. I think that you should be a shining light on a hill, and I don't think your house is illuminated enough for that location.
It's not. It's
No,
not.
I mean that your house ought to be lit up, and we ought to be able to see it from 280.
Well,
I should be able to see it
we've
from
had-
my house,
We've
Bubba.
had discussions about
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
I think with how you've been blessed in that location you have, we're not getting enough from you.
Hey, you do realize that I can see Bubba's house from my house.
I know.
Do you realize that?
What if it was lit up?
Like we've done the spotlight thing before.
What if it was lit up?
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I
It'd
had
be a
that
joy.
Jeep with all those lights on it, and I could flash it, and Helms could see me.
How
about that?
Yeah, I remember.
pretty good.
But think about what if you looked up and
That's
there
when
it
Helms
was.
had
There it
that
was up there.
telescope.
What if you
Sure.
looked and there it was up there lit?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Golly.
Oh, I know. But I'm not advocating that. I agree. I need to do more. That's not the tie into this.
No,
But I just like.
I'm
to
not talking
know
about
how
that
they're
kind of
doing it.
production. No, you
Yeah.
don't have to go that far.
Yeah.
Something like I'm just saying your inside. Betty always has so beautiful. I'd like to see a little more action on the outside because of your location.
I think, Rick, really where you are at the farm, you could put on quite a light show down there. People could drive through it.
You know what?
Here
You know,
we go.
sharing our
The lighted farm.
sharing our.
I see it now.
We are
Christmas farm.
Listen, we are
The lights at Burgess Farm.
We are straight up, working a plan to potentially. Now it won't be real till it's real, but it's more serious than it's ever been.
I was gonna say I've heard some conversations here lately.
To move to that farm.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Sherry and I have discussed, because we don't know the future, is I said, let me tell you one thing that I said this family needs to start concentrating on is revenue streams. and so Sherry said, well, there's all kinds of things we can do with that farm if we were there full time. Yeah. So Bubba, I'm telling you, you may not. I'm trying to. Can you imagine the Christmas experience we could rock for you down there?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That'd be wonderful.
People get out there on 44 for miles.
Yeah.
And just turn in, go through the gates.
So you wouldn't be bothering many neighbors out there.
No.
You have the jam.
Look, nobody knows how to make a dollar like Harlan.
Right.
He'd be all in. He'd probably find some way to park everybody, bring a little over on his side.
Is the place in
I can
Ball-
shut the
is
you can shut the
uh,
wedding venue down you have at 4:00 so that nobody disturbs the lights.
I'd like to see you in the Santa suit.
Hey, y'all don't know what I'm developing over on 42.
So-
y'all ain't even thought about that.
As
You
opposed,
think I'm just clearing all that out just for kicks?
as opposed to parking and getting out, which can be other handles, just
Right.
the drive-through
Yeah.
at a slow speed.
You
with a
like
lot of
that
stuff.
format, don't you?
I really do. That way you're warm. You got
Yeah.
your own snacks in there.
Yeah.
And that's key that the radio station's working.
Yeah, you got to have that.
You got to have
going.
that.
Well, I can help Rick with that. I can get that going.
Oh,
You know, that reminds me
Bubba
of
handled that.
the famous light show there in Glencoe. I haven't been there for the past few years on that church with the radio. You tune in.
Now is that the one? See, I always think about the one in Ball Play, and they don't
No.
do it anymore.
Is Ball
So there's-
Play out?
Yeah, it's
This
not, they don't
one
do it
really?
anymore.
This one was out there on the main drag, and it was a church, and it played. You picked it up on the radio, and it played
Oh, I
the
know what you're
lights
talking
to
about.
the music.
Yeah, yeah.
And they even have a sign out. They can keep
I
dancing
know.
every now
Yeah, I
and then.
love that. I'm thinking. I mean, you
Hadn't
realize.
done it in the past few
I mean,
years.
no offense to the Adlers, okay? Because I know that they kind of run the wedding venues around here, and I don't want to go into that world.
Well,
You know,
how far would you
would-
have to get away from the Adlers?
That's
not
what I want to
offend
know.
them?
You're far enough.
I want to know how we do. Like we do affiliates. You can only
Yeah,
be so
right,
close.
right,
How
right.
far do I have to be away from the barn at Shady Lane to operate?
Oh, there's plenty of slices of pie for everybody. You're good.
Okay.
You're great.
Okay.
I bet your dad would have another answer.
Yeah. You know what I do? I go up and team up. You know, we could be like all work together.
Just don't call it the barn at whatever. Just
I won't.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute, because I had the barn at 44.
Yeah, the barn at 42.
So I mean, you know, hey, we could do bed and breakfast.
Oh yeah.
We can do wedding venue.
Yeah.
We can do drive-through light show.
High fence.
Guys, there's a lot.
I knew what you were
There's
talking
a
about
lot.
a minute ago.
There's a lot that goes with that.
Sure.
But apparently, I'm gonna need to if I can't get neighbors to behave a little better. All right, so
Well, at least from the light show, they'll be able to see better.
Yeah.
yeah, but I don't think you think I can get the roads good enough that you could drive all the way through and come back out at 42, and that's how you go through, and you go home out that way.
I
Those
don't-
roads,
Rick, I think you'd probably want to keep them on the county road. I don't know if I'd want to drive. I don't know if you'd want to have the lighted woods. And then the hunt
but
too.
can you imagine though how that would flow though? Come
Oh, I
in one
know.
night and go out the
Yeah,
other side.
yeah.
That'd flow.
That'd be something.
Yeah, but you're right. Probably not. Probably keep it right there in the pasture area.
Yeah.
I'd like to see you get some real reindeer.
What about this, Bubba? What about you come in the
That's
B
where the
the
high
B
fence
gate?
comes in.
You go through it in the pasture and go out the red gate, and then back out that way.
Right
I
now
keep
you
it
get
flowing
into
that
the
way.
ball.
Again, I think I would opt to just keep everybody on the county
Well, if you
road,
get a little
but have your
train.
stuff real close.
Have it
to
set up, and you just see it coming down
Yes.
the county. I
Yeah,
got
then,
you. I got
then
you.
you're not.
But we
you
got to
know.
keep moving, and that's maybe where I get Harlan involved, because I ain't gonna get Gary and all that.
No.
Hey, I've warned you about this. I can just hear it. Gary got himself in the handle yesterday. I got that story. I had to come to the rescue.
I saw the video floating around.
Of course, he conveniently left out who finally got it moved.
Somebody says the Gilly lights and ball play are up and running. Today.
Okay.
Not
Are they
really
really?
lights.
Because I know they did shut down for a year or so.
I tried to find it one time, couldn't find it.
Greg, I've been to it several times. Not recently, but you better know where you're
I
going.
didn't. We couldn't find it.
I tell you, Mac Daddy can take you right there.
Yeah, you need local help.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The website also has everything you'd want to know about the show. Have you ever shopped the Rick and Bubba store? I'm getting emails. I'm wearing the Jesus Loves You and I'm Trying shirt here on RBTV today. Yes, they're available at rickandbubba.com. Grab yours. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we got a couple of stories. And you certainly would not want that happening on any flight you were on. That's what he saw. Airlines, or we want to start with the woman trying to open the door? on the United Express flight. Do you know United Express flight? I never heard of that. What is that? Is that on United and their little one?
That's
Yeah.
one of their connector jets. Yeah, I mean, we can start with Southwest. You know, what's so vague about this story is what caused the fight. Because everybody was mad because they missed their connection because of this fight that broke out on Southwest. It looked like when everybody was trying to get off the plane, it was a flight from Dallas to Los Angeles, and apparently a guy in a gray hoodie and another man lost their cool.
Trying to get off the plane?
That's what it looks
I would be
like.
glad
I couldn't tell, but passengers on a flight grabbed the footage on Snapchat, and that's made the story. And, you know, it's going to be hard to tell what's going on here. You can tell there's people trying to
But you can see how
stop it.
violent it is.
Yeah.
Please
And,
tell me you see the hashtags on one of the videos. You know how people say the reason I missed my connection?
Yeah.
Look at hashtag number 3, Southwest Airlines, Walmart of the skies.
Oh, wow. And it's obvious the guy in the gray hoodie is the aggressor here, and
Right.
everybody's trying to calm him down, and it looks like things have been settled, and then all of a sudden fists get to flying. And that's where the video stops. And it looked like they were getting off because you could see up in front of the plane, people were in line, and they were saying like, "Go, let's get out of here, let's get off the plane."
Yeah, now if you got off the plane, that was so huge. But if you're back behind them, now you're stuck.
Oh, yeah, you're stuck.
You got to wait for the law to show up.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Doggone it.
I may go down the slide, Rick.
I shouldn't have cut that connection at 45 minutes. That ain't enough time.
Yeah, Southwest Airlines in a statement said that there was a fight March the 2nd on a flight that was scheduled Dallas Love to Los Angeles. It was delayed departing due to this altercation. Both the passengers involved were deplaned and handed over to local law enforcement. So
No, the deplane.
Not the deplaning.
Bubba, let me tell you, if you think that's bad, trying to get off on the ground with a fight is frustrating. But I tell you what you don't want is someone walking to the door on your airplane to open up the door saying, "I am God, I am God, I am God."
Yeah, mid-flight.
You don't want that. I think I'll take the fight on the ground.
Yeah, I'll take 2 of those versus open door.
Yeah, just with a woman.
We're all going to be sucked out.
I hope somebody punched her.
And somebody, she gave us "I am God" 3 times. Headed to the door to open it.
Here's a package.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Mid-air scare we mentioned at the top. A passenger tried to open the door of a plane in flight today. Here is transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
I am God. I am God.
Passengers on board United Express Flight 5449 restrained this Boise, Idaho woman who was ranting about being God. You can see a passenger working to tie up the woman's feet as another man holds her down in the aisle. Moments earlier, she tried to open the aircraft door while the plane was in flight, traveling from San Francisco to Boise this morning.
Thumbs down.
That plane landed safely, and Boise police were waiting at the gate. The woman was taken for medical evaluation. The United Express Embraer 175 was operated by SkyWest Airlines and had 73 passengers on board. Experts say it would be impossible to open a door in the pressurized cabin of a plane in the air, but that wouldn't make it less terrifying for the people on board.
Anybody believe that?
Yeah, that's. I guess that's kind of like the American Eagle
it opens
for
in,
American Airlines and the Delta connection for Delta. I guess that's the smaller one for United.
Got
But,
it.
You know,
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. A couple of big things also yesterday, Bubba. A lot of responsibility, too. So there's, well, I'm just going to have to say it straight out, I guess. So yesterday, went by to pick up Dad. You know, we got the big Rick and Bubba hunt coming up this weekend at the farm to kick off vacation. First time we've ever tried it this way, and so I went down. Like you were talking about a minute ago, you and I were discussing. You know, you look at your week and you go, all right, if I'm going to get ready for something down at the farm or at land we're going to hunt on, this is the only day I can go. And I realized that yesterday was my only day to go down. You got to go to Camp House. You got to get there. You got to get fully stocked. You know, we got to have snacks for when we're out there. We got to have drinks. We got to have stuff for breakfast, you know, because we love Camp House breakfast. So I don't keep that stuff stocked all the time because all it'll do is ruin or you'll bring mice into your house, you know. So, and I have the old secure thing where I put all the snacks in where, you know, they don't bring mice in or anything like that. You know, I am anti-rodent. You will find that my little camp house, unlike some of the ones you and I've slept in, the Cook's Pest Control is there all the time, staying on top of it. So anyway, I don't do the mice rat thing. So I was getting ready, so I go by to pick up Dad, and Greg, I just want you to get ready for this. I don't know if it's going to go this way or not. So I'm talking to Mom, and she started talking about how her arthritis is really, you know, getting worse and worse in her hands, and she said, yeah, you know, my one hand's like really, really bothering me, and she said, I'm really starting to get a little concerned about the sausage balls for Christmas Eve, and I could tell at that moment our eyes connected. And she looked at me and did a repeat. You know, I'm really concerned that I'm going to be able to get all the sausage balls done for Christmas Eve. Worried about my hand. Mm-hmm. And she kept looking at me, and I said to her, "Are you calling me to the show?"
Oh.
You know how you come out of the minor leagues and you've been called to the show?
Right.
And you remember in Elf, you know, when he talked about there's only so many things that the elves can do, and then there's one called the show, and that's if you work at Santa's workshop.
Right.
Well, you know, you can make sausage balls in a fun little exhibition, but Christmas Eve, if you're called to make sausage balls with Nana for Christmas Eve,
that's big time.
And I said, Mom, are you saying I may be called to the show? She says, I'm experimenting a little bit, but if I need help, do you think? And
you gonna bring it?
And I said, well, Mom, did you see the ones that I made when Sherry had an issue and she couldn't? And she goes, I did. And you could see for a moment my mom was proud of me. You know, and that hasn't happened a lot during my life.
No, Rick,
you know what I mean? And my
it.
mom, you know what she said? Those are really good looking sausage balls.
Yeah.
We use that mixer to mix them up.
Yeah.
With that hook on it.
And I said, Mom, would you feel confident that there would be no fall off in quality if you needed my help? And you know what she said? And I don't want anybody crying or getting upset in here. She said, son, I think you're ready.
That had to be a moment for you.
I may be called to the show.
I'm going to judge you harshly.
Christmas Eve.
You know this one right here is
Oh, yeah.
punch holes in it.
I know. Don't think I'm not nervous. I didn't say I wasn't
You
nervous.
talking about hole puncher?
Yeah, I didn't say I wasn't nervous.
I'm going to give an honest, evaluation of the situation.
So, Greg,
he wants to take the first ball you pitch, Rick, and he wants to hit it clear over the scoreboard.
I want to ask you a direct question, okay? And the way you answer it is not going to hurt my feelings, Greg, okay? Because I know how concerned you are about that.
I know.
You don't like to hurt people's feelings.
That's my thing.
Would you rather Mom's arthritis just get better and her not have to ask for my help? Would you rather me not be involved?
I'd like her to get better.
Right. Well, no, but I mean,
so she can make sausage balls. Yeah, because I don't have to hear it.
Right. Yeah. Well, I just said.
Would you hear it, Greg?
Oh, if they're really good.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to tell everybody.
Megaphone.
So wait a minute, you have no comfort in the fact that I could be called.
Well,
I'll
get to eat good sausage balls.
Right.
So
I thought
that's a bonus.
You don't like me coming through for the family.
Part of me wants you to completely fail just because it'd be funny, but you're right.
But remember what happened? You remember the difference between a phenom and a gutsy overachiever?
Yeah.
The phenom has no idea why he's good. He was just born to do it.
That's true.
And what I'm saying, it looked like I was born to make the perfect sausage ball. I didn't even know it. I didn't have any desire to do it.
A lot of wasted years you could have been making sausage balls.
I know. I didn't even try it.
Because there ain't no balls like sausage balls.
No, but for my mother to look at me and have the confidence that if she needs help getting the bags
Well, you
of
brought the
sausage
machinery in. That was a good move.
Right. So I just wanted y'all to know that it's possible I've been called to the show.
Okay, and I'll give you an honest opinion. It'll probably be good, but I won't act like I don't like it if they're good.
I'm not officially in.
You hear me? I won't pretend I don't like it if I like it.
Right. You know what I said, Mom? If you need me,
I don't think.
I'm in the bullpen, and I think that I can come in and do an adequate job.
Help her out.
Betty was talking about that the mixer when you use it.
Oh yeah, it's a game changer.
It corrects a lot of things, not just that, but other issues too. That's better.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared.
But it's not it's not something we use a whole lot. We didn't have one for a long time, but we got one not too long ago.
I didn't even know what it was. Sherry just had it on there ready to go.
Yeah, I think Betty had a hand mixer. She had to get it, but we got the more
the commercial grade heavy duty.
Yeah, it's kind of like what yours is, I think.
So then on a Debbie Downer note, this wonderful
not a downer.
This wonderful time of year. So we live on a road that is active enough. If you have a mailbox on that road, it's going to get knocked down over and over and over again. So finally, we had to do like everybody else on our road and build a fortress around our mailbox. Where you have to put the rocks in, and you stuff the mailbox up in there, and there's rocks all over it, and you have to whatever. And so
it's a good looking presentation.
So we go out Saturday, the day of the Rick and Bubba Christmas party, going up to check on the mail, and I go up there, and Sherry goes, "Somebody has hit this mailbox." And we look, and rocks are laying around everywhere. By the way,
they know they hit it, don't they?
Yeah. Hey, whichever Nimrod out there that hit our mailbox, and you know who you are, and you went off and you left it, probably because you was drunk.
But the rest of them got him drunk.
Well, every time you see this, it's one or two things: drunk or looking at yourself.
The cell phone is in a lot.
It's one or two. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, I have the pieces of your light on your car that were laying around the mailbox.
So that's kept on trucking.
Yeah, they shifted the top of it over, and I had to push that back. And then we have pieces of rock laying around that I guess at some point we'll have to get some out there to. I mean, it still operates.
Yeah.
But I'm like you,
like
Bubba. I don't know who you are, but I know you felt it. Because I mean,
you left a little bit with it.
Yeah, and let me tell you, that thing, it's not knocked over. It's still standing. Just some rocks fell off.
So it didn't give like you hoped.
So the car took a blunt hit on it.
Something had to give.
So really, Sherry said, well, who do you think did this? I said, well, I can solve this real easy. I'll take these pieces of their car and just go up and down the street, and I'll look for a car parked with missing these parts and walk over like a puzzle and say, apparently you need to help me rebuild my mailbox back.
And it's somebody who's telling their friends they hit a deer over the weekend.
Oh, absolutely.
Hit a deer.
Yeah, so if you're in that area and you're missing pieces of your car because your idiot self rammed into our mailbox, I got those pieces of car for you. Get it back. And probably going to need a little help from you on what it's going to cost me to build that back. But I know that I might as well flap my arms and try to fly. I know you're not going to come around.
True.
Yep.
But I hope you're okay, whoever you are. And our mailbox will be just fine. We'll just spend more money on it. And so don't you feel like you are to come and own up to it. That might show some character. Top of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Our website's Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, here we go again talking about manscaped.com. Again yesterday, Sherry was going on and on. She said, you know what? I really can tell a difference in the way your hair looks, your beard looks, everything since you started using manscaped.com. And she said, I just want to, on behalf of women everywhere, give a big thumbs up and encourage women that these are great gift ideas for not only the men in your life, but you will like it too because let's face it, men and grooming.
Yeah, well, it's something we don't always get around to, Rick.
Yeah, it's really not our thing. As my wife has said, I've never seen any creation on this earth more delusional on how they look than men. She goes, I've come to the conclusion that pretty much all men think they're fine. And she said, and I just want to let you know, probably not as fine as y'all all think you are. But anyway, this helps. It's also great too if you're got a Christmas party coming up and you're playing Dirty Santa or White Elephant or Yankee Swap or whatever you call this game.
Yankee Swap.
The Yankee Swap. And another new one is Persevere Cologne. It brings a little light, breezy, woodsy feel, gives that fresh tree scent that is delicious. And also, they've got all kinds of hygiene products from head to toe, deodorants and gels and body wash and shampoos. And, of course, it's for men, so the shampoo and conditioner are all together. You don't have to have two different things. So put in the code RICK20. When you go to manscaped.com, Rick20, go into manscaped.com, you get 20% off plus free shipping at the gift that your man will thank you for, a gift from manscaped.com.
I've seen people in certain situations have a straight up true panic attack. that they kind of, they kind of lose it a little bit.
Sure, when they think they're God.
But not that. I mean, I'm God, I'm God, I'm God.
What about the reporter reporting on what she was saying? She was chanting, "I am God, I am God."
Seen here being restrained and what we call hogtied as she continued to chant, "I am God, I am God, I am God."
Did he have her? Was it a true hogtied or was he just?
Can we hear
that?
I want to hear her say that again, Rick, if you don't mind.
You can hear her
So
say
you
it.
got to go wrist and ankles to be
Passengers
hogtied.
on board United Express.
Wow.
flight
I like that guy, dumb. He said, "You ain't gonna lay on me."
restrained. This Boise, Idaho woman
he's got
who
her
was
pinned
ranting
down,
about
buddy.
being God. You can see a passenger working to
Y'all.
tie up the woman's feet as another man holds her down
Rick,
in
at that
the
point,
aisle.
you got to knock her out.
Moments
ranting
earlier,
about-
she tried
Go
to
back to the
open
go back to the beginning. Watch this guy she tries to lay back on. He goes, "No, I don't think so."
All right, we got listen up. We got
Hey, he
Flight
puts her
today.
on the floor
Here
and
is
puts a knee on
transportation
her.
correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
I am God. I am God.
Passengers on board United Express flight 5449 restrained. This Boise,
God just
Idaho
went to
woman
the
who was
floor.
ranting about being God.
You ain't God.
You can see a passenger working to tie up the woman's feet as another man holds her down in the aisle.
Good gracious.
How in the world did why didn't 6 people jump on her?
Well, I'll tell you
At what point do you go, "I'm tying her feet up"? You know, I mean, he's
What
tying
was
her
he
feet.
using to tie it up?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You need a good
I
belt.
I don't know what you do to
fly
tie
a
God's
lot,
feet.
but just flying to Miami commercial, I mean, I don't. I mean,
We know you
I've
flew,
never
buddy.
seen anything like this. We almost had a situation coming back from Miami where a guy kept sitting down everybody's in the wrong seat, and he couldn't really understand English very well, and he lost his boarding pass between it getting checked and him sitting down, and then tried to blame it on everybody else. Like, I don't know why this is a big deal, And I'm like,
Yeah, it's a big deal because we're all assigned seats. Find your
Yeah,
seat.
pal.
so I thought because the stewardess, she had to come over and go, "Hey, we got to get you out." And I thought, "Oh gosh, are we about to have a moment here?"
Oh yeah.
Deplane him.
But
He didn't say he was God though.
no, and we didn't get in a fight, and nobody took their clothes off.
Well, yeah, we had another one we can't share with you because of the family show, but we had one. Well, let me put it this way.
You talk about a performer.
Well, Greg, now let me talk about this. I've flown commercial many times, and there's nothing that enjoyable about it.
No,
This guy was enjoying the flight at a level that was
You
inappropriate.
think it's almost like he said, "I tell you what, I'm going to try to do the most offensive thing that I
Right.
can think of," and I think he found it.
You know what? If this guy had been on your plane, you almost would have been thankful for the "I am God" woman.
Oh yes,
Oh, yeah.
no doubt.
Nobody wants to see that, sir.
Rick, and I guarantee you, wasn't as many jumping to tackle him as they were the.
No,
No.
you don't go in and hog tie that.
Everybody's like,
Yeah, you're definitely looking for those gloves.
I think we all would go after the "I am God" person and the two fighting. This guy, there'd be a little bit of a standoff because who would be the first person?
Well,
to go
you
in?
have to be careful.
I can honestly say I would take getting punched over seeing it.
"Oh, absolutely,
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. And they're allowed to bring their dogs to work if they want to, bringing in 6,000 dogs. To the wall, can get out of a corner, find the bathroom.
Rick, have you seen her trying to get out of that corner?
Oh.
And it was just like a little robot dog that couldn't get out.
I know. They say, Adler joins us. Adler, when you married man, y'all been married over a year now. Got that's you're grown now. Yeah, got a beautiful wife, and you've always been a big dog person. You love your dog Kevin. That's been well documented, and Kevin's doing well. He's alive and well. For those that keep trying to harass you about telling him to rest in peace, and I know that's old to you.
It is real old.
But
because he's getting old.
Which means that they're just going to keep doing it.
Right.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. Phone calls start the hour. All 10 lines are available. The real Greg Burgess on the phones. Minions, not a time to visit with Greg. A time for him to get your phone calls up and ready to go. You're programming this segment, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to hear from you. And if you dial up right now, we will get a chance to chat. Remember, we've only got today and 3 more shows with you, and then we go away for a little over 2 weeks, and then we'll be back, hopefully, in 2023 to celebrate 29 years of the Rick and Bubba Show. So join us now, 866-WE-BE-BIG, because we want to talk to you a lot this week for those reasons. Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. Speedy out. He'll be back with us tomorrow. And welcome back, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being at the little party we like to call Rick and Booba.
Let's go to Birmingham, Alabama. The person is calling themselves Rick's Mailbox. Is this my mailbox actually calling? Hello, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Not hearing them.
Everything looks good here. Must be on their end. D in Mississippi. D, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm good, Rick. How you guys doing?
We're good. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah, I had a partner, and he was having trouble with his mailbox getting run over all the time. So he buried about 20 feet of drill stem in the ground and mounted his mailbox to it. And the next one that hit it was there the next morning.
I bet they were. And then, Bubba, you told me that time that y'all set one up at your house where you grew up, where it had a spring on it. Where
Last time I went by there, it is still standing.
I bet it is.
And yeah, we buried it. It was you could buy the thing. I mean, it was it was a mailbox pipe that had a big spring on the bottom of it, and you mounted the spring right next to the ground. It had I don't know, foot or two of pipe that went in the ground.
Yeah.
And when you hit it, it just bent over, and then it started attacking your car.
That's so good.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
And you might have to replace the box on top every now and then, but the pipe was going to be there.
Yeah.
And, hey, it attacked back with a fury if you hit it.
Well, I will tell you.
Imagine that, Rick. You hit it, and that big old spring on.
I love
it
that.
Just starts slamming the car.
Well, you know what? And that'll teach you to either, drive sober or quit being distracted.
Yeah.
It'll teach
Get out of the ditch.
And I tell you what you won't do is knock somebody's down on purpose.
Right.
Now, whoever.
Well, it saved me a lot. I mean, after about the third time I had to dig up concrete and redo it, I thought, well, there's got to be a better way. And I didn't know if this would last, but it has.
Yeah, it looked like based on the plastic that was laying around, they hit it with the front corner edge, so they didn't hit it like head on.
Right.
But it stood. I mean, I give the mailbox credit. We lost some rocks, and the big rock on top shifted, which I just moved back. But it stood its ground pretty good. Whoever they are, they took a pretty good hit, and I hope they're okay. Let's go to Justin in Sweet Home, Alabama. Justin, go ahead.
Justin.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yes, I was just wanting to tell you guys, I do a pretty good-sized Christmas display up here in East Aboga. I don't do light show stuff like y'all were talking about earlier, but eventually I'm looking at doing that next year. But most of my stuff I build the wireframe silhouettes.
Wow. Yeah.
This year I built a 15-foot tall snowman, and 2 years ago I built a Disney castle, and I built Disney characters. I built actually 10 years ago I built a Ferris wheel and a carousel. And
good grief! Way to get after it.
Now, did you email us about that, or did somebody else email us? I got an email
I
about
emailed you earlier.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I emailed you earlier, and I sent Helms the link on Facebook to our Facebook page.
So that sounds like a lot of money. Do you? I mean, you must be independently wealthy. I mean, well played. I mean, that's a tremendous amount of money.
I mean, it is if you go buy all of it. That's why I build it.
You build it, okay.
I can weld it and bend the wire and stuff. The lights. It's the lights aren't the cheapest in the world, but I use a lot of Walmart lights, and really that's what a lot of the people use now. What y'all were talking about earlier, with some of the light shows, some of them use regular AC lights. Some of them use it's actually a pixel. Each node is a pixel, and it has 3 different LEDs in that pixel to make the different colors.
Wow.
I haven't ever done that before, but I'm looking at doing it next year. But
Okay. All right. Well, thanks. I appreciate you calling. And
you know a lot about what kind of. Has he gone?
He's gone. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was.
If anybody knows what kind of projector these people use that really put these presentations on their house, I'd like to know more about how they do that.
Brian in Alabama. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm just gonna light his up.
Hey, fellas. Hope y'all having a good morning.
Yeah, man. How about you?
Hey, about your mailbox there. I don't know. I'm sure it probably still stands, but according to the federal on the mailbox, there's supposed to be a breakaway. And I know of 2 occasions close friends of mine hit a rock mailbox, totaled his truck, and had medical bills, and the homeowner's insurance had to pay for his truck and his medical.
That sounds about like the world we live in.
Yeah.
And that sounds about how sounds like how the government would say it. That wouldn't surprise me if you're right. That makes all the nonsense in the world, which is kind of the way our world works right now.
That's why people keep hitting it.
Yeah. Well, there's better ways to make money than to be in the hospital. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Diana in Alabama. Diana, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I was calling to give you an idea for your farm to generate some revenue.
Okay.
You could plant you some pumpkins and get you a nice pumpkin patch going for Halloween.
Oh, I
Rick,
forgot.
what about a pumpkin patch and a Christmas tree lot?
We don't do Halloween, so we could do like a fall festival, like you're saying. Like, we would actually maybe point to thanking the Lord and coming by and celebrating that, and we could. But yeah, I understand the whole fall colors. We could definitely do that. That wouldn't even be a hard one.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a mean watermelon patch one year with cantaloupes and watermelons. It was so good. And the only reason why we don't continue to do it is for the same thing. We keep realizing if you don't live down there, you can't really maintain that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You just can't get down there now. And by the time you get down there, there's so much work to do because it's been neglected. You haven't been on top of it.
Right. And it gets away from you.
Yeah.
I know.
So let's go to not really interested in that. All right, let's go to Craig in Alabama. Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
How you doing?
I just want to tell you, the Christmas lights at the farm is an awesome idea, but do you realize the field day that you're going to give Gary, the bulldozer man?
Well, remember remember, Craig, and you may be
you're going to put it where people walk across Tecumseh grass to get there.
By the way, I had a picture I meant to send you yesterday, but that would have owned you. But Craig, remember, here's something new that brings peace to the farm now. Sherry Burgess has banned Gary from any pranks on the property, or Gary faces the wheel. So Gary's scared. He's had to take his pranks elsewhere now. So he's got himself in a situation now where he's all pent up, but those pranks have to go somewhere else. They have to be outside the boundaries of the survey. He's even got a copy of the survey where he can and cannot do cranks.
Wow.
So,
wow.
Yeah. So that was it. He overplayed his hand as we all eventually do. We go to Eddie and Op. Eddie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Hey, Eddie.
How's it going, fellas?
We're good.
Great.
Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
Wait a minute.
That's the wrong one right there, right next to that one. Go ahead.
I'll take that one, too. Anyway, I haven't heard the Porky Pig Blue Christmas yet. I don't know if y'all played it or
Yeah,
not.
we have.
We did once.
Yeah. We'll play it again this week. But yeah, we have played it. We sure have. That's why you can't.
Man.
Eddie, you can't miss a minute. We've talked about this.
5 hours every day.
I mean, and we got to have 5. John in Alabama. John, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Fired up and ready.
Hey, I was going to tell all the young kids out there, instead of hitting mailboxes to make money, I want to tell them how to take $20 and turn into $200 within a week, 2 weeks' time.
Now, how's that?
Put gas in your tank and go to work.
That's good stuff right there. By the way,
I knew you needed an assist, so I was going to help you out.
Have you noticed on all of our social media now, we have these Nimrods that as soon as you put something up or we put something up, they put in this, I make $5,000 a week, scam. That's the first comment every time we put something up now. Does anybody go, hey, man, I think I'll respond to that? We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
because they're heartless. But
thanks, guys.
So you get your dog like you like it, just like any man that stayed single as long as you do. You get certain things you get accustomed to, and you fall in love, and you know that you're ready to experience matrimony. But that means the stuff they have, now becomes yours too, and including in this case another dog.
Yeah.
This dog not exactly as well behaved as Kevin. We're talking about the lovable Franklin.
Franklin the dog. Yeah.
This is the dog you inherited.
It is my dog now.
It is
I
your
need to
dog.
remember that.
Her dog is your dog.
Her dog is.
Or is it your
my
dog-in-law?
It is my dog-in-law.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He gives me this look sometimes. He's like, "You're not my real dad," that kind of thing.
Okay.
He'll
boss me.
Yeah. Every once in a while, we'll have that kind of friction in the relationship, but it's mine. I do need to accept that. I don't need to say my dog, her dog. No, we're done with that.
That's what's over.
Because
Our dogs.
our dogs.
Well,
There
I
go.
mean, you
Wow.
got to be
Me casa
glad.
su casa.
Yeah.
You got to be glad because clearly Franklin is a smarter dog.
Franklin is. I don't know about that. I sent you a picture of Franklin, Speed. If you
Okay.
want to check the check.
Would you
that
say
there.
that times Franklin may have challenges?
Um,
what's wrong with that?
Has he chased one too many parked cars?
Franklin's
his
his
parents,
life
brother and sister?
from the get go. No, they definitely were not because they were definitely two very distinct types of dogs.
That's true.
And we think that one was a German Shepherd and one was a Basset Hound.
Wow.
Good Lord.
What a mix.
Because
Picture
his
it.
body is that of a German Shepherd, and his color is that of a German Shepherd. His legs are that of a Basset Hound.
So somebody got a running start, huh?
So
Stumping
there's Franklin.
God love Franklin.
And
Look at him.
Look at Franklin.
Well,
Franklin doesn't like storms, does he?
his face is longer than his arms. Like he lays down
Oh,
and
no.
stretches his arms straight out, and his face is longer than his
snout
arms.
goes further than
It
his
does.
paws. Huh?
right.
And frankly, he doesn't do great in storms. And we had a pretty good one just for a little while there this morning.
Well, who likes storms?
Have you
Well-
tried one of them jackets on him?
I've got one in storage. I need to bust that back out now. It's kind of rain season again.
So
And
if you don't have those, can you put a life preserver on them? Will that work?
yes, yeah. That's kind of similar. There's little vest things.
Got to really tighten it up, though.
So
It's all about the pressure.
yeah, it is.
Why is that? What's the deal with
It's
that?
like being hugged. I think
It makes them feel comfortable.
But dogs are dangerous in the storms. They attract lightning.
they attract lightning.
Yeah, their fur. All
Everybody-
that rubbing together.
Everybody knows that.
Oh,
Everybody knows
the
that.
static
The thing-
electricity.
Dogs and really hairy people.
Yeah, that pine tree needles.
I keep thinking about
Watch
how
out.
dangerous it is for Betty. She's got a dog and you sleeping next to her.
Yeah, I know.
That's
You talk about a lot of
true.
hair.
Hey, now.
Well, in some cases, I ground the dog out.
That'll make you get caught in the corner, won't it? All right, so go ahead.
like a robot.
Go ahead.
This is the Silver Forest. Watch out. So 3:30, I get woken up. I get woken up by some rain and stuff, and I'm like, oh man, this is bad. But I don't want to get up. My alarm is 30 minutes from going off.
That's the worst.
It is.
I just want sleep. I just want to curl up and sleep. And it's pouring down a lot, and I just know that things aren't good outside of my bedroom door.
So
You know
you're
what I'm saying?
you're accustomed to Franklin not doing well in storms.
You hope so, because sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes nothing happens, and so you're like, okay, maybe this will be one of those times. Maybe my life will be good. We all try to hope. We all try to hold out hope.
You know, one thing you can't live without hope.
That's it.
Yeah.
And Franklin will do this thing where he'll like pitter patter down the hallway and like do like a drive by whining or something, like a drive by whine,
Like a dog sigh, kind of.
yeah, and it's like click clack click clack.
Oh, he just goes
As
by.
he's on his way by, and I'm like, I can hear you, man. I hear that. He's trying to be subtle and stuff. I'm like, dude,
Just
come
going out
on,
with it.
buddy. We know what's going on.
Tell us you need us.
So, and I'm trying not to reward the bad behavior, the
Right.
whining and stuff like that. Because if you reward a whine by saying, "All right, come on in, you can sleep under the bed or whatever,"
Get ready for the wine fest.
then it's wine fest.
They know how that works.
You'll have a wine trail.
So I've kind of just gutted it out, and he whined a little bit, did several more clip clop clip clop. several more of that.
Drive by
and
wine.
then I got up and it
You
was
knew.
it was 4:08 but the alarm goes off at 4:10. I just got up.
Let me take you home.
Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Gift number, is it 9 today? Is it 9 today? Gift number 9? So we got to, so tomorrow's 10, 11, 12, yeah. It's 9. It's a 9er today, men. So that gift will go to somebody today. Might as well go to you. Be paying attention to the Rick and Bubba Show. So we mentioned, there's so many scams out there now, and steal your identity, do this, do that, contact me. I make $5,000 a week, and Emmett Smith's doing it, and all this. But
Emmett
right,
Smith must be in every pyramid marketing scam there is.
So
or scheme, let me say.
We have right now, anytime we post something on social media, whether it be the show's stuff or individual stuff, for me anyway, I've noticed it. First person to comment or second person is somebody trying to scam everybody. Ask me how I make $5,000 a week or a month or something, and you block them so they can't be on your comment anymore. But then then there's so many of them, just others come out. I don't know how all that works, but I know that it's somebody trying to lure you into a scam on our social media platforms, and we do our best to try to stop all that, but there's only so much you can do. But anyway, so Adler said, well, one of our videos today, video audio, is a guy explaining how he scammed the scammers and made over $20,000 off them. And I got to tell you something, he had me at I scammed the scammers.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So is it pretty self-contained, Adler?
Yep, and it's just like you're talking about. He saw some people commenting, and he took advantage of that.
All right, here we go.
I'm going to show you how I scam scammers. I find scammers easily by going to any video related to finance or investment, and they usually list a WhatsApp number that they want you to message. I then message them saying that I'm ready to invest. Here I say that I have $20,000 and I'm ready to give it to him. And he's like, well, I can return $140,000 by the end of the week. Wow, that's a great investment.
Wow.
I then send the scammer a video of me sending them the $10,000 on Cash App just like this. Except this isn't Cash App. No, it's a fake version I programmed. And to the scammer, it looks like I sent $10,000. But it also looks like that Cash App is holding the money away from the scammer because the amount is too large and I've never sent money to this person before. And that the scammer must first send me $50 to release the $10K, for security purposes. And one after another, they send me money.
So there you go. So that's how he got around it. How cool is that?
Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to do that scam.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So he puts it out there like they're fish, and they can see the bait, and they want it so bad. And he's like, well, you got to give me $50 before you can actually get the fake 10,000.
Yes.
So he just keeps pulling 50 from them there, 50 from them here.
Yes.
And of course,
So he's scamming the scammer.
He's scamming the scammer. Well, I'm glad.
Love it. Yeah.
These scammers deserve to be scammed.
Dirtbags.
They deserve to be scammed.
Instagram is just covered with bots and scams like that. I mean, it is crazy.
We also have, and I know this is becoming the new thing every day, but I was going to, and we don't have it, Adler, so I'm not asking that we pull it up. I sent it to the people, everybody on the show, and the team text the other day, speaking of text and group text and all that. Did y'all by any chance see the video of the Russians talking about when we swapped Brittany Griner for the Merchant of Death? And them making fun of it.
Yeah, tell them why the guy didn't get released.
Yeah.
How about that?
And they are, I mean, we are the absolute joke of the world right now.
They were having a big
and of course
time.
now on there, because of when I use the word journalist for the Russians, but they of course are saying that the Marine that we have is a spy in there, and they're saying he absolutely is a spy. But they're saying the fact that he was spying on them, to them, is heroic. We caught him, which makes us even more heroic. Yeah. But he's a hero, and so they have this military guy over here that's spying on us. He got caught. He's in jail. They have a chance to get him back because we want Victor, is that his name?
Yeah,
and
the Merchant of Death.
He goes, and look, and they're laughing and say, and we get him back with a basketball player.
Yeah.
And they're making fun
And
of
they
it.
list the reasons why.
Yeah, right. And you know what they say, and we were able to.
Can we look at that video?
Yeah. So here it is. You're not going to be able to understand what they're saying.
I speak Russian pretty good.
Look at
but if you look underneath and look, it says that they're amused, but they're not surprised. Now let me tell why they're not surprised they were able to do this. But and they were able to exchange for Griner and not Whelan. And now he says his name Whelan. And you see that he'd been in touch with his family. But you're not going to believe, if you don't think they don't know how to manipulate us because the way we're living, they know the strategy to use. And they're laughing that they used it against us to get us to play our ace, and they didn't have to give up anything.
Right.
And so he was not exchanged for the heroic spy.
Mm-hmm.
And look at them laughing. And then they're talking about and then they go in and say he's definitely a spy. That's all that. Of course, and they're talking about that he had everything on a flash drive and he was a spy. And all that.
Just handed it to him.
But when they get to
who they got,
and they're making fun of how obvious it was he was a spy, even though that's not what this is about. But he's a hero, a decorated Marine, covered in medals. And the first problem is he's white. Second problem, he's a man. He's heterosexual. And they're laughing. This is not something that can be forgiven today. Yeah. And she basically said that's how we were able to manipulate them.
So she beat him in every step.
Yes, she said so.
American voters were given a choice.
Right. A hero who suffered while serving his fatherland. Of course, they would say that.
Yeah.
A medal-covered hero who suffered during his service. This was our choice. To his fatherland, the United States. Or a black lesbian hooked on drugs. And they're throwing that in. Who suffered for a vape with whatever hashish, and they did this for the sake of PR. American voters are choosing the obvious. I think it's for us. It's one more piece of good news. The first good news is that Bout has returned. The second good news is that a nation, talking about us, that spits on its heroes to the extent that it considers it significantly more important to free a rightfully charged, well-known athlete. She didn't suffer because she served the motherland, all that. Basically, they said, look, we knew how to manipulate you. To the American people right now, freeing Brittany Griner is more PR. It's more expedient because, said the Marine made the mistake of being white, male, and heterosexual.
Yeah.
And so no matter how heroic he may have been, the black lesbian, of course they said hooked on drugs, basketball player is a better PR move for them, and we knew it, and they were chumps, and we took advantage of them. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm not asleep. I'm wide awake. I'm dreading what's on the other side of this door right now.
It's over now.
You got me, buddy.
And I open the door, and there he is laying there with his back legs just splayed wide open, which is weird. Why does he lay like that? And then his front arms is reaching as far forward as he can, but they just like go under his chin. They don't even go past his face. And he just gives me this look, and I'm like, so. And I'm so tired. I'm just so
stiff,
done. I'm stiff, and I turn on my flashlight on my phone because you don't want to just like try to go for the switches, and then you step in something, and I keep going and go through the hallway. Okay, I'm clear.
Good, Franklin.
Go through the living room. Okay, hey, I'm good. I'm clear. Kitchen time. And for some reason, he decided that right by the dishwasher was where it was going to be, where he was going to lose his fear. He was going to get all the fear out of him.
Well, he smelt water there before.
There you go.
Did you step in it or see it?
I did not. I stepped in, and I didn't realize it till later, but I stepped in his paw print because he stepped in it and then walked away.
Franklin.
I didn't even realize that till later. So that was like
Frankie.
And I'm kind of a germaphobe, guys. I don't want to get pee on my hands. I don't
How can
want
a germaphobe
How about
keep
between your
dogs in the
toes,
house?
though?
Yeah.
That's a fantastic
How can a
question.
germaphobe keep dogs in the house?
I live a tortured life. It's terrible.
Okay.
So I'm cleaning it up. I'm so stiff from sleeping and being in bed, and my back hurts, and I grab a paper towel. I'm just like, man. And how does a dog with such short legs create such a ricochet? He's like, how does this happen?
Doesn't seem like there's enough
the
distance.
science doesn't check out.
It's the force.
Okay.
That's what
It's
it
the
is.
force,
Okay.
and he was
You wouldn't-
holding one.
you wouldn't let him
and
out.
That thunder.
He was so scared.
Got him.
He was so scared.
So it's on the dishwasher, it's on cabinets, it's on the floor, and then you got the paw prints.
Can't have nothing.
And your prints now
and
because
now
of the
it's
paw
my
prints.
print, and,
Can't have
and
Vice
anything.
Prince.
so that was a brutal start
All
to the
the
morning.
prints.
You know, we're
That's how your day started.
that's
You'd
four-
almost rather be hit by lightning, just a mild one.
something.
That kind of makes the wife caught in the corner like nothing.
It
doesn't
does.
It does, yeah.
Can I
So-
tell you, those are the
Still
kind of
disturbing, though.
Those are the moments, and everybody dreads them at our house because those are the moments when I just come unglued on this thing. On this,
I throw
day.
things.
Yeah, I mean,
I
just
do.
and everybody gets my speech about the
Anything
house and
fine.
how disgusting it is. This is in our house.
Yeah.
We're in here with this.
Oh, yeah.
It is
And-
terrible.
And I give a whole speech on it, and everybody dreads it.
This is a much milder segment than it was in the kickoff hour because I think Aaron is probably listening now. But did you think about just coming on to work and leaving it for? I
thought about it.
Did you? What? I don't know what happened. Oh, it was crazy. I checked all the rooms. Where was it? Oh, I didn't check the kitchen.
You're kidding.
I didn't go in there.
We might have a leak.
Get
out of town. Get out of town with that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's in this story too with Stephen Hawking.
Science double talk. It's going to make your head swim. Okay?
Right. That the great I am, the Bible tells us that the greatest minds that humans can ever.
The wisdom of man is God's folly.
It's just folly to God. Do you think he laughs at Stephen Hawking?
Rick.
Because he has a sense of humor. You know what I mean? Laughing at his.
I know. I'm kidding. The fact that he thinks he's got it all figured out. Is that what you're talking about?
Right, yeah.
Well, he does, according to this article.
Rick, the way this story sets it up is the biggest question in the universe is what happened before the Big Bang. Okay, they're assuming Big Bang is standard now. The now world-famous physicist Stevie T. Hawkins, as Greg calls him, says he has an answer.
Right.
The boundary condition of the universe is that it has no boundary.
Okay. Thanks.
That was our big breakthrough.
Cleared that up.
Right. Thank you, buddy.
In other words, there is no time. Listen, there is no time before time began, as time was always there in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Boy, am I the only one that thinks he's just telling us what we already knew?
Is this just kind of a headline grab here? Because to me, he's basically saying time existed before time as we know it existed, but it was in a different dimension, so it actually wasn't there. That's as best I can sum it up.
Yeah, I tried to read it, and I was like, well, Stevie T, wow.
Yeah, he says.
Who thinks Stevie T's right? Does anybody go, no, Stevie T, you may be wrong on that?
Well, Greg, and you've hit it, and I don't want to be insensitive, but what it goes back to, because it's not my nature, but I will go back to this. Anytime we've ever seen any, one of these kind of, the world's in an Armageddon state, Max, Mad Max, all those kind of things. There's always this super intelligent brain that everybody must listen to, who's got it all figured out, and he's always either having to have help from somebody else to be his
he's
body.
physically challenged.
It brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other. Waking on
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Somebody just emailed, what a sad state of our country when the Russian news is more truthful than our own news. That's true. Well, what they're showing you is we have made ourselves susceptible to something that we did ourselves. Nobody did it to us.
Yeah.
We just did it to ourselves. And you know what the Russians said? Hey, we can get the Merchant of Death back now. We've let this go long
We got
enough.
some clowns in
Well, you
there.
know what they did? They kept her long enough that it started becoming a PR issue that nobody cares about her. And, of course, our administration
Probably planted that story.
the current administration has zero leadership skills, so they can't come to the microphone and say, hey, here's the situation we've got. We're working on getting Brittany out. We're working on getting our Marine out. Right now, we're going to tell the Russians if they want the Merchant of Death, we got to have the Marine and Brittany, and if they turn that down, then we're not going to make the deal. And here's the reason why. We can't give this guy up for all the things he's done, and we know what they're trying to do. We're not going to let them do this, and we're going to work to bring both home. but we're not giving up the merchant of death because that's not going to make our citizens or the world safer. And we worked hard to get him. The only way we would do that is we could get Brittany and Paul back. And if we can't do that, then we're not going to cut the deal. And as a leader, I'm going to tell you that that's the right thing to do. And then you have to take the heat, but at least you've explained it, and you know what you get then? You get people defending you. People go out going, no, what the president said is absolutely right. But no, what you've got now is you crumbled to political correctness and wokeness, and now you're being made fun of all over the world. And the only people you made happy are people that are still going to claim that this is a terrible country, not stand for the national anthem, and talk about how horrible they've been treated.
You know, I might even take it a step further and say, look, the merchant of death has killed Americans. He is a threat to kill Americans. We're not letting him out for anybody.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Buzz.
And if you don't release our other two people, we're about to okay another $10 billion to the Ukrainians who are now striking your Air Force bases inside Russia. And we're going to take the limits off our weapons so it'll reach further in. How about that?
Yeah, merchant of death is off limits.
Yep.
I think the kind of man that Paul probably is, if he's a Marine, it wouldn't surprise me if a true Marine said, "Please do not give them the merchant of death.
Right.
Even if I never come home, do not give that." That was too big a victory for us to finally bring him in.
Yeah.
But anyway. SimplySafeBubba.com. Let's go there and let's talk a little bit about security. Speaking of security, this time of year, I know whether we like it or not, we're all out there and we're fa la 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 and
la 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 la
and all these evil, wicked thieves. All they're thinking about is this: y'all got more stuff to steal, and we think that your property may be more. It may be more vulnerable right now than it usually is, so we're going in. That's why you need SimplySafeBubba.com. And right now, they're offering 40% off a new security system. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology, an industry, by the way, exclusive with Simply Safe Bubba, to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real. And then you get priority police response. This is a whole home security system that is perfect for your small business location as well. Advanced sensors for every room, every window, every door. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs less than $1 a day. That's about half what ADT wants to charge you. Plus, they even have hazard sensors, too, that immediately detect fire, flooding, frozen pipes, and more. And they have the top-rated Simply Safe app. You're in complete control of the system. You can, anytime, anywhere, arm it, disarm it, unlock it when you let somebody in, access the cameras, adjust the systems, all of that. So don't miss the chance for outstanding savings right now. 40% off the system. You install it yourself, so you're not sitting around waiting on installation crews. SimplySafeBubba.com. The link also at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe, and at 40% off.
How about that?
Now is the time to move. All right, so Bubba, this peanut butter thing. Peanut
well,
butter.
somebody
peanut butter.
sent this to me because I had mentioned, and I think Helms has done this too. From time to time, we'll take a clean spoon and get a bite of peanut butter if you're having a little, hunger attack or whatever.
Sure.
And somebody had sent me this, and I just thought it was funny. I shared it with y'all. I really hadn't even planned on doing it on the air, but it's kind of funny.
Yeah. So peanut butter puts the brakes on anxiety.
That's what he says.
All right.
I don't know.
Let's see. All right, here we go.
But you didn't know that peanut butter can put the brakes on your anxiety. When your anxiety surges, snacking on 3 tablespoons of natural peanut butter daily can cut the risk of chronic stress and anxiety by 66%. Scientists in the European Journal of Nutrition credit the mix of healthy fats and proteins in peanuts being able to quickly calm the amygdala in the brain. This is the anxiety center. So when you feel tense and anxious, don't forget your peanut butter. Try it. You just may be shocked. And remember, your body will love you.
And I want you to look at this is the world.
on my nerve.
We're living in. Put that back up, Adler. Look right here. Look here.
Yeah.
So peanut allergy people, she thinks that parents have not educated their kids that peanut butter can kill them.
Uh-huh.
They want him to tell them.
Yeah.
No, look, let me tell all of you with peanut allergies. And
that's on your responsibility.
You probably have been taught, I hope, that peanut butter is made of peanuts.
Yeah.
Because it has it in the name.
Well, in most states.
Yeah. So if you have problems or your children have problems with peanut butter, I don't think that this man on here talking about
Dangerous post, she says.
It's not a dangerous post.
She needs peanut butter.
Yeah, how about this? It's not a dangerous
Calm her
post
anxiety.
because I hope that your child and your whole family know that peanuts are dangerous to your family and to your child. So if your child has been raised properly by you and is supervised properly by you about the peanuts, she probably knows that peanut butter, like probably he or she can, I hope, look and go, oh, Mom, look at this man talking about peanut butter. He says it helps some people with whatever anxiety is, but I know I can't have it because it has peanuts in it. How complicated is that?
Right. You are correct.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Does everybody know the word peanut is in peanut butter?
That's a dangerous post.
So if peanuts are bad, let's say that let's say you've got a dairy allergy. And somebody says, "Hey, cheese is good for you."
Yeah.
You know what?
Go, well, I can't eat that because I have a dairy.
Yeah, probably won't help
allergy.
me because I've got a dairy allergy. I can't have dairy.
Yeah, I'm out.
A lot of people know that.
But there's people who don't have it, and they're good.
Right, yeah. So, and is the guy being straight up, or is he just having fun with how good peanut butter is?
I think he's being straight up. You can see
He's
got-
irritating, I'll say that.
He's got a lot of posts like this talking about
I can't take him long.
health and such. Yeah, he does kind of have a weird
Well,
shtick.
I've never had I don't have the allergy. For those of you out there that if I
I
need,
don't,
Y'all
but
know I don't.
we have it in our family.
Yeah.
My daughter has it.
But
But
y'all know I know how much peanuts I eat in here thanks to Don.
But what I'm saying is this: I will admit that I've never been sad eating peanut butter.
No, it is. It does. You're right.
It's
They may be on to something.
Yeah, it's hard to be sad and eat it if you're not allergic to it.
How about bite you a big Reese cup? See how much joy that is when that peanut butter
Yes.
hits you.
I'm a
Two great
nut,
tastes that taste great together.
I'm a nut guy. Let me say this
You
before
are.
I
You
say
are.
what I'm about to say.
Sure you are.
I'm a nut guy. I like almonds. I like sunflower seeds. I like peanut butter. I like it all. I like peanuts.
Pecans.
D's like Greg's talking about. Yes, absolutely. That being said, there is this is going around as well on the internet. This is a ad from a vegan company
yeah.
talking about how plants have all the protein you need with none of the violence.
Oh, don't say that.
Let me tell you, that piece of beef they're showing right there, that makes me hungry.
It looks great.
So hungry.
One thing they don't include in this, though, is that, okay, so 100 grams of peanut butter has around the same amount of protein as 100 grams of beef.
Well, why not eat both?
They say that's something they talk about. But what they don't include is that this 100 grams of peanut butter is around 600 calories, and this 100 grams of steak is around 100 calories.
Yeah, they leave that
So
part out.
Big difference.
it has the same amount of protein, but it has about 6 times the amount of calories.
Correct.
So there.
As
They
a matter,
don't talk about
That's
that.
from a nut guy. That's from a nut guy.
And I'm a nut
advertising.
guy. I'm an admitted nut man. Okay, so
Easy.
well, let me go back to this. You know how sometimes things are just common sense. Like, believe it or not, the fact that I would actually have a son that people wanted to add weight, you would think the genetics of mine alone would be all the weight they would need. And when the coaches wanted them to put weight on, guess what they told them to do?
peanut butter.
Peanut butter.
To eat peanut butter.
There you go.
Yeah.
I know that ad
Yeah,
on
it
the front of that magazine was supposed to make me not want to eat beef, but that picture, I
That's a
actually
pretty good cut of meat
cooked.
right there.
Look at the crust on
Oh,
it.
that's so bad.
That crust
I mean,
looks
that
fantastic.
How about this? I didn't want to eat any meat, but now I do.
Oh, that's it's incredible.
They should have picked a different piece of meat.
Now, I wouldn't eat a scoop of peanut butter in lieu of steak.
No,
But we
put
don't
the
have
peanut butter
steak
up.
readily available
No.
here in the commercial break.
Let me tell you
know what I'm
something.
saying?
If you're hungry and you want a little something, a
And
spoonful
you
of peanut
can't-
butter, number one.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
and you can't eat like half the jar. That's a
Well,
whole
he
nother
said
thing.
one little spoon.
He said three
Three
didn't he?
times a day.
Who, old
So
Baldy?
space it out: breakfast, lunch, and
Yeah,
dinner.
you're right.
Anxiety.
He makes a point. I've never recall ever being sad. Now, again, if you have peanut allergies, it can make you really sad.
Oh, you're extremely
But I'm talking
sad.
about if you don't have that allergy, every time I've had peanut butter, I was never sad.
It was a positive
I
experience.
just never sad.
No. His name is Dr. Mandel.
One of the
Greg.
greatest
It's not
snacks
Paul
there's ever
Dr.
been
Bip.
is peanut butter and crackers. And that's not.
Oh, on them regular premium saltines.
Now you got to be careful with it.
He's mentally superior. to
He's
everybody.
physically challenged. He's got a bizarre look about him. And like Greg said, if you can add a computer voice, then everybody thinks that you know more than they know.
You got it then.
But that doesn't mean you do.
Now, Rick, what they point out in this, before or the closer you get to the Big Bang, or the closer you get to a black hole, our current laws of physics break down. We also have this other problem we've talked about many times. Since we had the Hubble Space Telescope, we can tell that the utmost edges of the known universe that we can see is moving away from the center of the universe.
What you've been saying.
But the big problem is it should be slowing down from the Big Bang, and instead it's speeding up. Boy, hey, there goes physics.
Get your
Oh, and he just threw the paper, y'all.
Throw your physics right out the window. There's no way an explosion gets faster the further it gets away from where it started. It just don't happen.
Doesn't happen.
Mic drop. If you did
have a Coke and a smile, Big Bang.
If it did, a fireworks when it exploded in the air on the 4th of July would just get faster and keep going.
Oh,
it wouldn't stop.
Look, when he brings out that firework analogy, it's over.
I know.
That's it. Good night, everybody.
Now you got to get that paper you dropped.
No, but
you want me to get it for you, buddy?
I should have thrown the last story, not the one I was reading.
But is Stevie like coming up with new? I mean, where did he come up with this thing? This new? Is this something new from him? What I mean, does he do? Is he studying stuff, or is it just hit him?
Well, what he's saying, Greg, is the theory before this was that nothing existed before the Big Bang, and then all of a sudden we had one little piece of something that formed, and everything went from there. And you know, I've always said, look, I don't think Big Bang conflicts with you being a Christian. It may have all started from a singular atom, but if it did, God's the one that put the atom there and told it to go.
Right.
So I don't have a problem with that. But I hate to get on this today.
Go ahead.
The whole theory.
This is your platform, buddy.
The whole theory behind the Big Bang.
There he goes.
Was based on background radiation discovered by Bell Lab engineers in the 1940s when they were experimenting with microwave transmitters and receivers.
And everybody knows that.
Rick, you know the guy that really gave me clarity on this was Ryan Greenwood. When he used to have hiss in his amp, all the time.
This
you know,
is twice Ryan Greenwood's found his way back on the show.
You know his guitar amp when he had hiss
what
in
kind of
it?
amp?
His guitar.
His guitar.
His guitar. His guitar.
If you
guitar amp.
If you could take everything that you've just said and do it in computer voice, right? They would go, well, he must be right.
Well, it's funny you said
well,
that.
You know,
an amplifier circuit, much like was in the microwave receivers they were using, or your TV set. When you cut it on and nothing's attached to it, what do you hear? Static? That's not. Their argument is you're hearing background radiation from the big boom. My argument is you're hearing noise from the transistors in it that are wide open trying to find a signal.
Yep.
And the transistors in the 1940s were extremely noisy, not near the noise floor of what we got now. So static is not proof that there was a Big Bang. I just cannot buy that.
So is Stevie saying that he now kisses the Big Bang goodbye?
No, he's saying that time existed before the Big Bang, but it was in another dimension. It was not in the current dimension it is now. So it existed, but it didn't.
Because we couldn't measure it.
Here's a little.
Is that what he's saying?
Here's 10 seconds of him commenting on this thing.
Boy.
Yeah.
Greg, you're a jerk. Take the toothpick out of your mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was something else.
My bad.
But you have to admit, if somebody can speak in that voice, you think it has more credibility.
For some reason,
some
a computer voice, you think, well, that thing must be smarter than me, because obviously when I speak, it's clear there's no intelligence coming out of it.
Well, I will tell Stevie T, with all due respect, and he is a brilliant man by Earth standards, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But if he thinks that all the things we have, the complexity of human beings, the complexity of the Earth and its perfect tilt on the axis and all that just was happenstance out of nothing, then he's not very smart at all. I mean, that is a reach. My gosh, that's a reach.
We have to come up with some explanation for things that we already know the answer to. We just don't want to admit it.
Bubba, I'm sorry. Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Adler, we're going to go up to Biden World, 1A and B up there. Dun, 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 dun. So, our president is, once again, seems to be very confused and seems to have an incredibly hard time getting off the stage and knowing where to go. Of course, I spent all day with Dad yesterday, and when I see these things, I'm just like, can we all not see this? I mean, it is so easy to see, but anyway, so we have that. We have Biden, and we'll start.
Where to go?
There you go. Yep, there we
Where
go.
to go?
Da, 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 da,
Basement Joe.
So we have
Basement Joe.
we have the leader of the free world, and it would be cute, if his cognitive skills were where they needed to be, if he chose and seemed coherent and had a little girl take his hand and they walk off the stage together. That could be cute. What's troubling is when a little girl apparently has to help the president find his way off the stage. And is probably given some responsibility she didn't count on, getting the leader of the free world headed in the right direction to get off the stage. Probably not what this photo op was intended to accomplish.
Yeah. Who knew she'd be serving the country like this?
Right. So here we go.
Which way do we go?
Look,
Over here?
She's helping him.
Wow. That didn't seem like that seemed necessary, not like something they did for fun.
Well, you can see her. At first, it looks like, look at me, I'm walking with the president. Then he goes, where we go?
Mm-hmm.
And then she realizes,
somebody told her to get his hand.
Yes.
And laid him off.
Yeah,
You see that?
Yeah, you're right. Oh, I see.
Help the president. Where do we go?
And she points this way.
There's a good doctor, Jill Biden.
Yeah, there. Who's? I think now Jill Biden thinks she's a medical doctor, based on things she's saying about the vaccine and COVID. I think she has now bought into what Whoopi Goldberg gave her, and that was some medical degree.
I'm just glad he didn't try to smell her hair.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Well, it was a long way down.
He was going to kiss her, but he was like, "Oh, I thought you were my granddaughter."
Okay.
Sorry about that.
All right. So the next one we have, this is, we're finding out more and more about what some of these activists have done. So I want you to think about the statement that's coming up. Now, look, we all may sit down and have a political discussion on just how great FDR was or wasn't. I think some of the things that we celebrate with FDR might want to rethink. But I mean,
it's a mixed bag.
It's a mixed bag.
It's a mixed bag.
Some good things.
Like most people, mixed bag.
Right, yeah. Of course, I kind of think he and what was the other one? I forget his name.
Help me. What time?
Oh, I can't. Anyway, the two that started this routine that we should go toward the government for everything.
Yeah.
And expanded roles of the government that the founding fathers never intended. But anyway,
FDR hit a big part of that.
He did. But a lot of people hold FDR in very high regard, and there are some things that we should hold him in high regard for. But you're not going to believe this statement. Now, this is union boss Randy, is it Weingarten? Is that how you say that?
So.
We'll go with that.
This is the one that kept telling Biden to keep the schools closed because he's also the teachers union boss. He's going to make what I'm just going to.
It's a female.
I'm sorry. I see the I now. She is going to make a statement that I'm just going to have to say maybe just a touch of hyperbole. So everybody hang on to this statement.
But I want to just say for a second what you and what the president has done. I mean, I can't even remember all the mnemonics of all the things that have been done. I'm a history teacher. It is more than any other president since FDR, and maybe more than FDR.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Randy.
Once again, a rare thing. Rick and Bubba speechless.
I don't,
I'm watching you decide what your next statement would be.
We cover exaggerations on here quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'm going to have to give that a huge step out.
Right.
I don't think Biden. How many presidents? Let's see. Where are we at on presidents? So what is he? 46. Trump was 45, right?
Correct.
46. Biden couldn't be, if I had a list, he couldn't be any higher than 45 on the low end. You know, him and Jimmy Carter would be the two lowest ones in my book.
But
right
I think you hit on something, Bubba. I think we talk about we live in a fake world, and that's not an exaggeration. No. I believe it has become perfectly acceptable for you to just say something that there's no way you can substantiate. You just say things and you just dare anybody to question you on it. We're living in a time now, if I believe it emotionally and I say it, then that makes it so. and can I let everybody know something? That's not true. Bubba, she just declared him.
Let's hear it one more time.
Yeah, right.
Let me do it, because I think my brain shut down halfway through.
Okay, all right.
Hold up,
I don't even know any Democrats. They've even stopped emailing. I don't think they even believe this anymore. All right.
But I want to just say for a second what you and what the president has done. I mean, I can't even remember all the mnemonics of all the things that have been done. I'm a history teacher. It is more than any other president since FDR, and maybe more than FDR.
Hey.
Okay. We're talking about the president that won World War II.
Correct.
Who died right before it was over. And again, some of the things FDR did to get us through all of that could certainly be debated if it was even constitutionally legal to do.
Well, once again, he got everybody in a bind, and everybody's like, do anything. We don't even care.
Yeah.
And some people say that his programs actually extended the Depression as opposed to allowing it to end naturally.
Yeah, they would have been a natural cycle. Yeah. And was it Grover Cleveland that was before him made some mistakes that extended that too? But yeah, I don't. You know, she was so excited about it. I would say if you're that excited, Rick, you should be able to name just one or two things that President Biden has done. And she admitted that there was so many she couldn't even remember all of them.
Right? Can I?
So many she couldn't remember all of them.
Can I maybe try this? She's a union boss. She's just an activist for the Democratic Party. Do they think it's awesome when somebody builds the government even bigger than FDR? Is that what they're saying? The things that we love, you're one of our heroes because you do the disastrous things we love.
Well,
and you've been more disastrous than even FDR and some of the things he did. That's how somebody like me would interpret it. Is that what they're saying?
That's what she meant, I think. I think that's what she meant.
Because at least I'm trying to find a way to, you ever had a meal you're trying to eat and you're just having a hard time with it?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's...
Or she's saying that FDR couldn't walk off a stage either.
See, I filtered myself not to say that, Adler.
Thank you. Thanks for the text, buddy.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, we just talked about it. You heard a Democratic activist say that the Biden administration has done more than even FDR. Well, I guess if they're talking about growing the government and devaluing our currency, he may have done more than any other president. That may be true. So you're thinking right now, hey, Rick, have you seen your retirement plan? I have. Ouch. Rick, have you seen the wages in our country? I have. Rick, what can I do? Well, really one thing you can do is protect yourself. So I recommend that you talk to Allegiance Gold and find out how to protect your IRA or 401k with physical gold and silver. Now, they'll even deliver it securely right to your door if you'd rather just do that. Now, their best deal is available right now for those of you that will go to protectwithrickbubba.com. Get the best offer yet, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase. If you tell them that Rick and Bubba is the reason you're calling, Now, if you just use that URL, you'll be there, protectwithrickbubba.com. But if you call them, 844-790-9191, you want to mention Rick and Bubba to have access to the best offer yet. So do this at protectwithrickbubba.com. They'll customize a plan for you. It will not be a boilerplate deal that they put everybody on. They want to know about your situation, my situation, and then they work the plan very specific to you. So call 844-790-9191, mention Rick and Bubba, or go to protectwithrickbubba.com.
These are the days of America.
America continues to try to turn itself from the United States of America to the United States of lunacy. Here we go again, this time, Bubba, and this will hurt. Georgia. This hurts. These things are happening in places like Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama now, Mississippi. I mean, guys, we can't have this kind of stuff. Those were our bastions of hope. Next thing you'll tell me is the Panhandle's in. All right, so here we go. The LGBT Resource Center at Georgia College, I should say, they now need to go see the English department because there's a new controversial pamphlet listing several gender pronouns as N-E-V-E and E-Y. These words are featured in a pamphlet titled Pronouns Matter. Bubba, I'm so sorry.
Rick, I don't even know how to. I mean, I barely manage English as it is now.
Right.
I don't need any new curves thrown in there.
Here we go. This is a guide. Now think about.
Imagine having to write a paper for one of these loony birds.
How about this? You've just lived long. Everybody who's breathing right now in this country, you have lived long enough that Georgia has a guide to using gender neutral pronouns. Can you imagine? I want you to go picture your pawpaw right now. Your pawpaw's coming out of a coal mine. He's coming out of the steel mill. He's coming out of the pop shop. He's worked. He worked really hard. He's really moved. He's got it happening now because he's working second. You know what I mean? And he'd like to get to first. That first shift. He's just got soot all over him. And you went over to your pawpaw and said, "Hey, pawpaw, I want you to be cautious about using pronouns that signify gender." Can you imagine what that generation would have said to us?
Rick.
Do what?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
So we now are spending time. Now, keep in mind, I've said this before. This is Kennesaw State University. Keep
Rick,
in mind,
I mean, that's a university that we play in a lot of sports. You know.
Oh, I've been there for quite a few games too. We have a university spokesperson. She told Fox News that this pamphlet, made available by Kennesaw State Office of Student Engagement, I bet that's a blast.
Sure.
For those in the campus community with questions or who had particular interest in the topic, it says now, as of now, there's no policy at Kennesaw State requiring the use of gender-neutral pronouns, nor for the wide distribution of these materials, but they want everyone to be aware there is a pamphlet that tells students to understand a person's pronoun can change. Do not assume that preferred pronouns from yesterday will still apply today. So here's what they're saying. You're living in a time now, you may say about John Smith, you might say he went to the store yesterday, but tomorrow you may need to say that Johnette Smith, she went to the store. Or you may be able to say that something in between.
Rick, it even doesn't agree with our language.
So, Bubba, they have some. I know you can't believe what I'm about to do. They actually have sample sentences, and I'm sorry. What I mean? You want to hear some of these?
Can you read it? I don't even know how you pronounce some.
Well, I'll try. Is it nay or knee? What do you say?
It's kind of knee, and this might help you before you start.
That sounds too much like he.
Here's a third. This is Fox News. Just for those of you that think this is like a fake news story, this is Fox News with their little 30-second story on it.
Okay.
Take a listen. You got me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Huh.
Hey, this is Fox News.
Hello, this is Fox News.
It's weird. It's rolling.
Reporting for Fox News.
Traditional gender pronouns are a thing of the past at one university.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're here and ready for another hour. Gift number 9, 12 working days of Christmas coming up at some point today. Speedy out, Helmsy here, Greg here, Adler here. And welcome back. Santa's a little helper, Bill Bubba Bussy. There he is.
Did you just buzz the holiday?
Well, I was taking us back to Bank One, and guess what cut one on Bank One is? The buzzer. Hey, a Christmas gift she really wants, men. How about naturally new pajamas by Pajamagram? Soft and luxurious. They look as good as they feel, and you can get them right now. They are so comfortable. I mean, it is the only thing more comfortable is if you just don't have anything at all. So get them right now at pajamagram.com, and she will love you for that one. All right, so Bubba, as we start this hour, we're preparing for the big year-ender coming up on Friday. So we also are going to try, and these things are always hard to pull off, but to get all the men of the show to start the vacation season by going to the farm and us go have a little deer hunt that will involve all the guys, and everybody's working on it, and some people are going to come in at different times and all that. So I've got young Broderick Brody who'll be there to help guide and get everybody out. He loves it. He's fired up. He's ready to go. I've got Gary lined up to cook us dinner on Friday night, which, by the way, I made some decisions yesterday that I felt pretty good about because I made our grocery run yesterday. Gary, I want Gary to fix us a meal, but I don't want it to be over the top to where there's a lot of things like – because he wasn't prepared for this. I was talking with him. He said, okay, so we're going to have cube venison, and then we're going to have mashed potatoes, and he said we're going to have biscuits. And so a couple of calls that I made, and one of y'all I think it may upset y'all a little bit.
Like that mashed potatoes.
One I feel real good about, one I don't feel good about. So then he was saying, I said, give me things you need from the store because I'm going to the store today. He said, hey, what do you think about skillet corn? And I said, Gary, skillet corn looks good on paper, but those that will morning hunt, the skillet corn can come back to get you in the ladder stand.
All right, skillet
corn,
good.
Greg, corn can be problematic.
Oh, Rick.
So anyway, I said, let's stand down on skillet
corn.
Let's stand down on skillet because of that reason. I'm telling you, you're gonna thank me for that one, okay? And so then, and this is the one that threw him. Hey, what do you think about desserts? I said, Gary, I wouldn't really worry about that. I said, I've got snacks and stuff like that. What do you think about me doing some banana pudding? I said, Gary, it's going to bother you. I said, our show really, we're not huge banana pudding people. Y'all don't like banana pudding? I said, no, some of us do. I said, but
I'll eat it.
What I said is it won't be a big hit across the gamut of the show.
I'd trade it for corn.
And then he struck out again. What do you think about those sweet tater pie? I said, no. I said, that this bunch, they don't eat that. I said, I can think of 3 of them right now that won't eat that. And he's like, interesting. And then he goes, well, my goodness, I mean, I thought I knew these people. And I said, no. Gary, and then I think you're going to love what I came up with. I said, aren't you coming to the big year-ender? Yeah. I said, are you bringing fried pies? Yeah, I'm going to bring them fried pies for everybody. I said, let's just have what we don't eat or make a little extra, and we'll have those down at Camp House, too. So you want me to double order? I said, double order. Everybody likes those.
Eat them at morning, eat them at evening.
Right, yeah. And I said, then we got them down there, and we can heat them up.
Who's
eat them, right? Y'all like that move?
Yeah,
skillet corn. Y'all not interested in sweet potato pie or banana pudding. Let's just call it. You're not.
I'll eat the banana pudding. I won't eat sweet potato pie, but I'll eat the banana pudding.
Right.
But you're right.
But wouldn't you rather be
pie.
Wouldn't y'all rather have the fried pies?
I love
and just
them.
have them laying around.
Heat them in the microwave.
Get them when you want them.
Yeah, that's easy to eat, easy to handle.
Right, and so that's where we landed.
Heat them up.
And you want me to go back to?
No, just never mind.
Okay. All right, so then he said,
skillet corn.
So then he said, hey, when you coming down here? I said, well, I said, Monday's the day. I'm going to go by and get Dad, and Dad's going to come down, and I'll go around. I said, you really don't have to do anything getting us ready to hunt. I'll go handle all that today. I said, I just need to know what you needed me to get for the shelf, and stock up. Hey, well, I'm already down here with my little grandson, Tyler, and so I was checking on the feeders. And I said, okay, well, that'll be one less thing I have to do. Well, I mean, I still got that one that, you and your daddy may want to do. I said, okay, well, let's double team that. And hey, we'll probably be gone by the time you get here. Okay, that's fine. I said I'll pick up whatever didn't get done. Okay, to you know. All right. So all of a sudden, so I think, all right, I've got all day. I go pick up Dad. Well, Bubba, you know us. I mean, by the time we're done with the show, it's first thing we got to get out of the way is lunch.
Right.
So I
first things first.
Yeah, I come up with the plan that we're going to go to lunch first. Well, here's the problem in small town America, and a lot of restaurants. They don't open Monday.
No, they don't.
So
that's right. They're closed.
All of my restaurants that I like in the community I live in are all closed. Okay. So I think, all right, well then, when all else fails, what you do, if that community is not working, and by the way, this is on the sign, is you work your way either to Thorsby, and if that doesn't work, you're going down to Clanton. Mm-hmm. So did y'all ever know this? And it's on the sign. Thorsby, Alabama. A Scandinavian community.
Did not know that.
Did y'all know this?
I had no idea. Scandinavians.
Have y'all ever heard that again?
There's a big Scandinavian population.
Gary lives in a Scandinavian community. What are we talking about?
Really?
It says right on the sign, Thorsby, a Scandinavian community. So did the Scandinavians? Did they settle Thorsby?
I ain't seen a lot of Scandinavians in
Have you seen? No, I've never even seen a Scandinavian. And I mean,
Gary looks kind of Scandinavian.
Yeah, he got that look about him.
Got kind of a Viking touch too.
All right. So anyway, we get. I mean, I've passed our exit. Okay, I've passed our exit. I'm going to eat somewhere else. I found a restaurant open. Okay. All of a sudden, Gary calls, which he's going to do because he senses when you're around. Bubba and I've talked about this for years. Hey, where are you at? I said, Dad and I are going to eat, so I've gone past our exit.
I'm not in the Scandinavian community.
Hey, I'm gonna need you. I said, what do you mean you're gonna need us? What's happened? Well, we got in here and them confounding raccoons, and he didn't say that. I was thinking of a different word.
I got you.
They done strode this corn everywhere, so I went to move that feeder to get it off of it, to spread that out a little bit. And I don't know, I guess me and Tyler, we set it down on the stump hole or something, and it's falling off in the stump hole, and it's about to turn over. It's full. I said, so now it's full?
Oh,
He said, it's too heavy. We can't move it. We're going to need you and your daddy. And I said, Gary, so then I turn around, and so this is where it picks up. This is Dad and I coming. Now, keep in mind, you've got it's not one of the biggest ones, but it still holds about 400 pounds of feed. So what he did is when he moved it, and then filled it up, it started tilt. It went down into a deep stump hole or something like that.
Where a stump rotted out.
Yeah,
like a sinkhole.
and so we here come Dad and I. Now we've had to alter lunch plans, and we had to turn around and go back and head out into the woods. So here we come. So
pack of crackers, all you gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, he's filming y'all.
Mm-hmm. So we got to go out there and help with this.
You look disgusted.
I tell you what. Can't even have a feeder. Gary. Coming out here messing it up. I had to bring in reinforcements.
Oh, you got, yeah,
the best.
You got Coach with you.
It ain't gonna get better than Coach.
What have you done, Gary?
Well,
watch your volume, Rick. Dad's out.
Thing's got looks like that.
Raccoons do this?
I don't know. Don't you know that makes me mad?
How much feed is that just on the ground?
Well, I don't know. Look at that. I just need some reinforcement.
So I guess what you're really saying is you ain't strong enough to get this up out here, and you need some.
Well, you get a hold of it and see how you.
So what are we trying to do with it?
Just pick it up before I can move that leg around just a little bit.
All right, we getting under it.
Yeah. You see what? Now you're gonna have to push it yonder way. You can't pick it up.
Yonder way.
Just push on it.
Yonder.
Now see there?
See there?
Coming out.
Of course, I was moving.
Get a hold of it. Come on.
He's still filming the ground.
Well, yeah, not filming real well, but.
There we go. All right, leave it there.
That's all it took, Gary.
Yeah, look at there.
There went your lunch.
That's all it took, wasn't it? So
that's funny.
So you want me to tell you why Gary started filming? He saw that I was moving it.
It either
and
fell
he wanted
in
out
a-
like he was in it.
The leg either fell in a stump hole or Gary bumped into it, filling it up.
Well, there you go. Yeah, you saw where the truck was.
Yeah, it was a little close.
And that's a diesel where somebody means business.
Oh yeah.
So it's
all right. So I've looked up the Scandinavian thing. I couldn't let it go.
I've never heard this.
Listen to this. This is interesting. The original settlers were people from Scandinavian origin seeking a favorable climate to locate for farming. And so in the up north where they were at, they started putting these advertisements out to these northern newspapers declaring the discovery of a southern utopia. Listen, and one that promised good soil, plenty of fresh water, nice warm temperatures, and long growing seasons for crops. And this began excursion of trains bringing new residents of town, most of them Swedes, Norwegians, Finns, and Danes.
How about that? I think they even have a festival there.
A Scandinavian
a Scandinavian festival of some kind.
I'd like to see you dress up and go to it.
Well, I went out there and sold my fried pie. Scandinavians love it.
They eat them.
The name Thorsby may have been derived from the town named Torsby in Sweden, but more likely it originated from the combination of a name Thorson and the suffix by, which means a town in Swedish.
How about that?
I had no idea. But this is right up your alley because you'll look at a marker in a minute and there's one there.
It's a Scandinavian settlement.
And Rick, sad news, breaking news as we speak now that Mike Leach, head coach at Mississippi State, has passed away at age 61.
There it is. So there's official news. It looked like it was going to happen, and it looks like they're now announcing that officially. So that is sad. We'll come back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Campus Reform obtaining this gender-neutral pronouns pamphlet from Kennesaw State University in Georgia. It not only lists pronouns like me, ve, but even conjugulates them for you. They suggest using those words, which don't even exist in the English language, to get around using he or she. For example, when referring to a student who identifies as knee, one could say knee laughed or that is nears.
Oh, crap. So if you identify as...
Are you okay?
What are you? Are you genderless?
You're genderless. You have no gender.
And is a knee,
but that's
a
not
knee is
possible.
genderless?
Rick, that's not possible.
Ner eyes gleam.
Ner?
That is ners.
Don't you love it when people...
Hey, here's a good one. Knee likes self.
Rick, it sounds like E.T. talking.
It sounds like Klingon.
But I want you to start at the beginning, Rick, and read all the way through it without stopping.
All right, where's the big...
And you're talking to someone who is neither male nor female.
Oh, here we go.
Right.
Is this the whole deal?
I didn't think that was an option, but go.
All I have
look like 3/4 of the way down of the paper, kind of towards the bottom, and it should have like a sentence or something.
It sounds like Orc from Mork talking.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading to you.
Exactly. These same people are the ones that would correct your grammar.
Yeah, I want you to start reading that sentence from the beginning. It just sounds funny how you put it all together.
Well, I just see little signs, little sentences like knee laughed, I called Nim, ner eyes gleam, that is ners.
Ners?
Knee likes Nim self. What the hell?
Yo, these are not even real words. They're not real words.
Just hearing them all back to back to back.
Look at Ner. Who?
It sounds like some robot song, Rick.
I don't know.
I'm going to say this again.
Numbers, you remember numbers?
Listen, because it was said by Tucker Carlson the other day. Y'all do realize what's happening here, right? He said, "Are you kidding?" When they were saying we want to remove anything that had gender, the man thing. He said, "Tell me we're not about to let the smallest, tiniest part of our society tell the rest of us what we can and can't do on speaking. They can persevere through. If you say I want to declare no gender, I certainly don't want anybody to harm you in any way. But we also can't take the whole world and revolve around this little universe you've created that most people walking around with sense know that it's impossible for you to be genderless, okay? It just isn't. So if someone accidentally looks at you and says, you know, he did something, I think you should tough that out more than the rest of us have to change and figure this out.
Yeah.
Because I certainly don't mean you any harm, and I'm sorry if it makes you uncomfortable.
But if you're persevering over all these other issues, that shouldn't be a problem.
And if I could get to Kennesaw State University, I would say, let me get this straight. I'm sending you a check for you to expose my student who's supposed to be getting an education of higher learning to this crap?
Yeah.
And they'll say, well, it's not official. We're just letting this pamphlet be on the university campus. So now keep in mind, this pamphlet is allowed. This pamphlet's allowed. Now, you go out there, you know, and try to do the Roman road, And
Tell everybody there's some good news out there.
You come out there with Romans 6:23 and have that cross across those two cliffs that you're crossing over. You have that out there, people they're going to have a meltdown. But we can go out here with the genderless pamphlet and try to get people to talk like they're a character in some cartoon.
Kennesaw State
It's like a joke. It really is. It's like a joke.
Yeah,
Somebody's
I know.
kidding.
It's like a skit.
Saturday Night Live skit. Yeah.
All right, so they're coming to play Jacksonville State tonight. So if they have a good player that can pitch, should I go Nim sure can pitch?
Yep.
Or knee. Would it be knee?
Nim?
Knee doing a good job?
Nim is them.
Yeah, try to
them?
you
What's
would
Nim?
try to throw Nim out.
Okay.
Knee can pitch good.
Okay.
Or Ner.
Okay.
But that's still aren't they changing
Ner?
I don't know. But if you're referring to
Ner.
if you're still referring to somebody that's a he or a she, you haven't changed anything but the word. You're still meaning he or she.
They're saying these words don't have any gender.
genderless. They're not.
You would say
they
these.
don't-
What's the difference?
You say these at
There's
anybody.
people who claim they don't have a gender.
Rick,
which
what is the difference in
impossible.
knee and ner then?
I don't
you're
know.
still saying
Yeah.
Is
No,
that
because
the
you're
is that
saying
the
me. You're not saying he.
is that the past participle form?
I guess I could call anybody Ner or anybody Knee or anybody Nim.
I don't know what that means, but I just say
Do you hear me? I mean, I sound like I should be arrested because I'm standing on the corner and I'm talking out of my head.
Yeah, it sounds like you're slurring. You've had one too many.
I sound like Nunberg. Now, did you know that Will Ferrell is actually co-owner of a soccer team?
No.
– 23 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. So we got the word and we were over on the break. So but the word was coming in as we were going to break. So it is official now. Unfortunately, Mike Leach has passed away. He did not survive the cardiac event, and all people are saying that is what happened. That he did have complications that revolved around a heart condition, and he did not survive it. So there you go. I mean, it goes into
sad news, Rick.
Yeah, no doubt. And we were thinking, you know, we always think this, you know, anytime death, because we all know that death is unfortunately part of the fallen creation. You know, either one or two things are going to happen: your body's going to eventually die, or Christ is going to come back. One of those two things is going to happen to every single person, and you don't know when that's going to be. But and sometimes you if you don't have a sudden death, you can prepare and know that your time is going away. That does happen, no doubt. But I told Bubba I was thinking about him walking off the field after the Egg Bowl. Getting home, thinking about all the stuff they're going to do next. The
recruiting,
the players they're recruiting, and how he's trying to build and get the players that he needs to do the kind of the fundamentals that he wants on offense and defense, and he has no idea as he's leaving that Egg Bowl that he's coached his last game on earth.
Yep,
he has no idea.
Yep.
So, so I know this will lead to a time of mourning and then a kind of a chaotic time with Mississippi State and their program. Less important, but the they've got a bowl game. And I'm sure they'll just stay with the staff for that. And then they've got to find a new football coach, after the time of mourning is complete.
Yeah, we were fortunate to have him on the show before.
Mm-hmm.
And was it a podcast or was it the show?
Yeah.
And a lot of fun. Just a colorful person who made college football better. The fact that he was in it. I don't know any coach like him. Far as a personality
No, I don't.
Not even close.
No, and I certainly didn't know him personally, and didn't know him well. But as just a fan of football, and I'm gonna just be completely transparent. The thing about him that I found, and I will say this, interesting, is the unique. I couldn't quite figure out whether he had football in the proper place, or whether I thought he was too cavalier about it. But I'm, looking at it, he probably because he was a much more fierce competitor than I gave him credit for. I think, because he was such a cut up. Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, but maybe
Maybe that was a good sign.
Yeah, maybe he took
No.
it the right amount of serious, and he didn't take himself or this game overly serious. Hey, man, we want champion. I mean, I know that attitude, but I just found him at times to be a breath of fresh air in a place that turns into idolatry so much.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know him personally. I'm just strictly talking about that I thought he was fun.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's been very successful, and he has turned some programs around that he's coached that and carried them to heights that they haven't been at. I know with Texas Tech, he had several 9-win, 11-win seasons. Washington State was on top of their game when he was there. It was Washington State, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Was it yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
And Mississippi State has had a lot of success under him. 21 years as a Division I head coach, Rick. 19 of those years, his teams went to bowl games. So that gives you some overall view of how successful he's been.
Yeah, and even listening to him having ties back to things that we were involved in when he was in the Gulf South Conference,
Valdosta State.
At Valdosta State, and hearing him on another podcast, and I think we brought it up again when he was on with us, that it is one of the hottest places on earth.
Yes,
when you're there, and then of course his time with Mummy there and at Kentucky, he is a unique individual, no doubt about that, and. People already, I'm looking, are playing some of the more famous Mike Leach quotes out there, and there's some great ones.
Yeah, he, when you look at these coaching trees too, from the football side of things, he's got quite a number of guys who've gone on to be head coaches. Art Briles, Sonny Dykes, Dana Holgerson, we talked about yesterday, Lincoln Riley, just to name a few that's in his tree, and he's had some pretty good players play for him too.
He has. He definitely has. So it's college football got I think lost one of a lot of people's favorite characters today. And 61 is awful young.
Yes.
But apparently he had a heart condition, and unfortunately this was one of those that when he had this cardiac event, it was severe. So that's what we always say: if you can survive the heart attack. And with the modern medicine and technology we have today, we usually can give you a pretty good quality of life on the other side of it. But you got to survive that attack.
Yeah,
and in his case, he didn't.
Yeah, the report said that he didn't get medical attention for the first 10 to 15 minutes, which is critical. And just hate to see him go. You know, he's one of those fun guys that we just know that college football has taken a step backwards because he's not in it.
Yeah, and you started to get the unofficial yesterday that it was over, and the family was just getting their affairs in order. I think that yesterday we all kind of knew this was coming. It was just a matter of when they would make it official. Bottom of the hour. So Mike Leach has passed away at the age of 61. All right, more Rick and Bubba coming up. Gift number 9, 12 working days of Christmas still to happen before the day is over. And we have more stories to cover and your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I did not. Yeah, he's with about 3 or 4 guys.
We're all big Anchorman fans. I wonder if you could give us what Ron Burgundy would say on the Action Team News.
He's
if
never
he
been
here.
asked that before, man.
I know it's a low-hanging fruit.
Original.
I couldn't resist it. What he would say about the MLS opener between Seattle and LA.
Well, Ron would probably say something like, it is wonderful to be here in the Emerald City, home of the Seattle Bounders. The Seattle Bounders Football Club, of course, founded in the year 1802 by the Germans and the Haitians. It's going to be a very exciting match. Of course, midway through the second half, they will release a pack of wild coyotes onto the field.
Look, I've tried, because there's people I really do like that love soccer, and I thought, well, I want to quit being awkward around us every time this comes up.
Like Greg?
And then I'll go to
I just don't understand the beauty of the game. I've tried to embrace. Well, that's what they'll say.
They kick it out of bounds. They kick it out of bounds.
These ugly people.
I don't understand what's beautiful about it.
They kick it out of bounds a lot, and a lot of
There's
times
no scoring.
And look, I don't want to hear, well, you haven't given it a chance. I've analyzed it. I've watched it. I think hockey's a beautiful game.
Yeah,
and I watched it because I'm watching, know what's going on.
It's a
Still
little
don't know
low
the
scoring
rules,
too.
But
well, to your point,
me.
like I've seen, and I'll tell you why it is. In our opinion, it never turns beautiful because you're not using your hands. I mean, it's like, why won't you? No,
Yeah.
it looks weird to see people play an entire game and never use their hands. It just looks odd. Kick, kick, kick.
maybe if I
kick,
was the goalie,
kick, kick, kick,
if I could play goalie, I
kick,
might.
kick. Because if you look at it, the goalie going after the ball is the only thing that looks natural.
Yeah.
Because he's using his hands.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like kick, 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 kick.
Boy,
It's almost like
It's a cheap sport. My goodness, you need a ball and some cleats and somewhere to play.
That's why it's big everywhere.
Yeah.
You drop a ball in the skid.
Which is inviting to me. Goodness gracious.
Look, I'm going to Nicaragua, and I've been there. This will be, I guess, the fourth time. I have to get a bunch of soccer balls to carry 'em. I mean, I do the best I can. Now, do I bring a football with me? I do.
Sure.
Do I bring basketballs? I do. Do we play that more than the other? We do.
Do you carry a football too, just to show them a little something?
Oh, I remember I taught him the triple option.
But he just said he carries them football.
I heard the soccer part.
I don't know.
I locked in.
I was about to say, I'll be honest with you, I don't know how you didn't hear me say football.
I mean, that was. I mean, we have some alarming things going on.
I was about to call and comment on the guy that was parenting and had his son running.
Right.
And
right. Let me ask you this: if you thought about carrying a football,
how many soccer balls do you carry?
Usually about 15. And
Rick, y'all go over here. Do they not hang on to something?
Well, no, Greg. Greg.
No.
Once something nice hits the ground,
this is gone.
Hey, baby, she's gone.
Baby.
Hey, baby, she's gone. But what I'm saying is, but we go.
I mean, that's 15.
Went up my nose.
But we go to three or four different cities. We don't
they roll off, Greg. If they're on the hill, then
well, let me ask you this: have you thought about taking a football?
Yes, I have. I'll take it. I tell you what I'm doing this year. This year, I've never done it before because a bat's too big. You can't get it in. You can't get a bat in luggage, and they love baseball too.
Oh yeah.
And so what I've done this year is I found a smaller version of kind of a wiffle ball bat. It's not the full length, so it'll fit in the suitcase.
Yeah.
So we trying that this time.
Okay.
So
do you carry a suitcase with all those balls, or you ship them?
No, we flatten them and put them all in different suitcases.
Stack 'em.
The way it works is you bring two suitcases. One suitcase is to pile supplies in.
Right.
The other suitcase is whatever you're bringing personal. And so everybody has a suitcase that we cram stuff in.
What about football?
Footballs, but they're all flat. Then you get there and you have to pump them up.
Rick, why do I picture you with the kids sitting down, you doing all the soccer tricks? You know how they kicking around to themselves?
You always have some kid in the group who can do it.
I want you doing it.
I taught them the triple option, and they loved it. And I the only problem is I realized I wasn't with them long enough for it to be a true read.
Yeah.
They were still guessing,
Well,
but it was still.
that takes time. Right?
But it was pretty. They loved it. I tell you what, they love is basketball. They love basketball.
Like hoop.
What it is, we win in every sport till they drop that soccer ball. Then they get. You know, last year's first time we beat them in soccer. And it was a very demoralizing moment for the Nicaraguans.
I'd like to see them keep up with them free soccer balls a little better.
But they do. They
Maybe put their name on them, Rick.
$35 minutes past the hour. Your chance to talk now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We do phone troll. That way we can offer a lot of opportunity for you to call in, make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. You can certainly make comments about the earthly death of Coach Mike Leach, which was announced moments ago, sadly. Or you can really talk about anything you want to at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And as you are lining that up and ready to go, the real Greg Burgess, this Friday, Greg, you'll be in Hoover, Alabama with
That's right, Rick.
1047 WZZK. If you want to see Greg, 11 to 1 at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, and he'll be there with pizza and great deals. It's a time
and just fun
to have lunch with Greg in Birmingham. So if that's your market, the real Greg Burgess coming up on Friday from 11 to 1 local time. Go by and tell Greg hello. And then, of course, if you're coming to Birmingham, Alabama, December 27th for the Birmingham Bowl, our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn, who is out today, but he'll be there handling all the promotions there in the stadium and giving you a great day and a great game and a lot of fun. So join him for that. And then also we mentioned that tickets are on sale for the Man Church Conference coming up in February, the 24th and the 25th. The ticket price will go up in January. Still some good reserve seats available. We're about 60% sold out, so we still have about 40% of the seats, and there's no reason to pay more if your group of men are coming or you want to get those as gifts, ladies, to send them in on your Christmas list to we'll have a lot of fun. There'll be high challenge. There'll be discipleship. There'll be fellowship. We'll have a blast at the first ever Man Church Conference coming up in Oxford, Alabama. Greg and I, that's our hometown, at the Performing Arts Center, and that'll be in February, but those tickets are still on sale until they're gone. And then remember, the price does go up in January. All right, so let's go to Gina in Alabama. She gets us started. You can join us too at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you move now, you'll probably get in. Gina, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great, thank you. I want to tell you, Rick, your wife Sherry has a look-alike.
Okay.
A Hallmark movie and mystery, Christmas movie. The name of it was A Song for Christmas. There's an actor called Becca, Becca Tobin, Tobin, and she plays a country music singer.
Oh, this is good.
I saw these
So Becca Becca Tobin?
Becca
Tobin.
Oh, I see her.
Hallmark movie, Christmas in a Song or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
is funny. That is. They do resemble. They really do. That's funny right there. I'll have to be. I'll have fun with that today. Thank you
See,
for that.
they're female, blonde. Do you think she looks like her?
Well,
could be kin to her.
Well, it's
Favors.
well, the first thing, according to how you have to get them in the same hairdo. But that first one, certainly you could see. Let's go to, is it Retha? Retha in Southside. Retha, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, Merry Christmas to you guys.
Merry
Just wanted
Christmas.
to say thanks to Greg. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Yes, the Christmas movie that Greg
Oh, wow.
was awesome. There was some.
I think she said the movie I brought up the other day was good.
I think I do too, and I think she was saying that. I think she even said it was awesome. I think.
Wow.
So you look at Greg. Tip of the hat to Greg.
Well, I mean, movie suggestions.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
Thanks for suggesting it.
That's my thing.
That's
Thank
kind of what
you.
I do, Rick. I mean,
Robertsdale, Chris standing by. Chris, go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning and Merry Christmas.
Hey, thank you.
Just want to throw out a couple of jokes for you guys, maybe give you a laugh this morning, if you don't mind.
You realize you're choosing to tell jokes to people that part of what they do for a living is actual comedy.
Okay.
And we
I'm
just
hoping
we
that
just
maybe
announced the
something you
death of
haven't
a
heard.
beloved coach.
You're right. And coming off the death of Mike Leach, but anyway,
But he would appreciate it.
Right, he would appreciate it. So all right, so we're gonna give you time, and if you are willing to go forward, go forward.
Well, I'm a little hesitant now, but we'll give it a shot. Maybe
Okay.
you guys are smart.
Okay.
How much did Santa's sleigh cost him?
How much?
Nothing. It was on the house.
You've been reading dad jokes, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Oh, that's
I
good.
saw that one last night.
This one I picked up. This one I picked up from Lowe's. I will admit it. How much does it cost to ride Santa's sleigh?
It's on the house.
How much?
$8, or $9 if it's foggy outside.
Okay. All right. Chris, I love dad jokes.
Chris, your material wasn't very good, and
Listen,
the delivery wasn't either.
I'll sit there. No, I read
Besides
dad.
that.
I read dad jokes, and I'll tell one to Betty every now and then, and
Yeah.
she'll just look at me like something's wrong. But they are funny.
Well, Bubba, do you know where General Custer keeps his armies? In his sleeveys.
I remember that one so much. It was on like a little Dixie cup, I think, or something. But what's funny is that the dad jokes are so bad. That's what makes them funny. But there's some, you know how now everybody's trying to get you, if you go to Instagram, whatever, they're constantly trying to get you to watch these reels. There's one where two guys, that's all they do is sit and do dad jokes back and forth, and they're pretty funny because the way they do them is
good delivery.
Yeah, it's great.
I know what the ocean said to be. They didn't say anything; he just waved.
I've slayed many a small kid with that.
Oh, they love it.
So we're gonna do dad jokes randomly today.
Our number of Jordans, because I almost thought, well, this guy Jordan calls all the time, but this guy says he's a new listener out of Douglas, Georgia.
We got a lot of Jordans,
and his name is Jordan as well.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
All right, Jordan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Hey, I'm a new listener. I've been listening about a month. 25. So what y'all stand for and what I stand for is kind of, residual, and I don't really find that around here. So every morning driving, I drive a semi. I just want to say thank y'all for what y'all stand for and everything y'all do.
Well, you're very kind to call and encourage us. I really do appreciate that, and I'm glad you found the show.
Yeah, I'd like to know what he was doing before the show.
You got a joke you want to share?
Is he
with
there?
us?
Did he go?
I want him to share a joke with.
Yeah, I wanted to find out what he had been doing. How did he find the show? Well, I was trying to get it in. I wasn't thinking.
Well, we got caught looking, Rick. There it is.
Well, I started trying to remember some of the dad jokes.
That's what it was. He was scrolling a dad joke.
Well, you know why birds fly south?
Why is that right?
Too far to walk.
That's one of my favorite ones.
It's funny. It is good.
Oh, now y'all started. That's all we're getting now. Let me tell you, you asked for Mike Leach memories, you got zero. You do dad jokes, and now the phones are filling up. So
half of them are those people that have the airmail mailbox out in front of their house. You remember we had a guy in our neighborhood,
10 foot up in there.
Airmail.
This is that weird thing where sometimes you can't see somebody's name. Your topic is the girl helping Biden off the stage. Whatever your name is, you're on the show. Go ahead.
Hey guys, can y'all hear me all right?
Yep, got you fine.
Yeah.
Okay, good deal. So for the love of God, will somebody please take that video and insert the audio part from Sweet Child of Mine where he says, "Where do we go? Where do we go now?"
Where do we go? Where do we go now?
Sweet child. Oh, that's funny. Bubba, finally somebody says something about Mike Leach. Here we go.
Okay.
Trey in Locust, North Carolina. Trey, go ahead.
Hey guys, Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to test the phones. I hadn't got in all week, but looks like everything's working. 12 days of Christmas. It's hard to get into, but
It is.
here we are. But secondly, I think this is when we talk about death in general, it just gives us a good example, like in Romans 12:15.
Mm-hmm.
We're called to mourn with those who mourn as believers.
Yeah.
It's just such a cool thing to be able to be a witness of, man, this person's really coming alongside me in a way that I'm not used to and mourning with me, even when all these other things are going on. So just wanted to encourage everyone, all the listeners, with that idea of that is a huge testimony that we can have for other people is when we mourn with people who are mourning. So Merry Christmas, guys. Just wanted to share that.
Thank you, man. That's a great point. And thanks for calling. And, yes, your phone is working, and it sounds fine.
Very good phone, matter of fact.
Prattville, I-92, John standing by. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Guys, great show. I hate that Mike Leach passed, but, guys, I'm one of these people that do y'all think he might have been boosted? Or, do you think the COVID shot might have got him? I mean, 51's awfully young.
Well, that's a big stretch. I think
people do die by the
heart attacks in people of all ages has been around a long time. Now there's no doubt that people have had some heart issues as side effects, a small percentage from the vaccine. No question about that. I mentioned one yesterday. However, I don't want to overstep, but
we don't know.
It appears that Coach Leach had some heart problems, a heart condition that he's kind of been dealing with for a while. So I have no idea about that, but I do know that I think he had a condition that they were aware of. from what we can gather. So
And who knows?
But who knows on the other? 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
I'm
We'll be
sure
back.
we'll hear more about it
Yeah.
in the days to come.
Right. But so that's no idea. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. And of course, gift number 9 still out there. Oh, no, it hasn't happened yet. We'll see.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome to a much anticipated edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Bubba, could we be any more stoked, any more excited about this edition of Rick and Bubba University?
Rick, we are pumped. We've been a fan of this man for a long time. We've wanted to have him on the show. We want to have him on the podcast. And today is the day. He's 2-time Coach of the Year. He's head coach at Mississippi State University, Mike Leach. Coach, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
No, I appreciate your having me on. I've heard a lot about you guys, and I've gotten calls from friends as far away as Wyoming and as far east as Georgia, and they, it's kind of funny because you've got a big fan out there in Wyoming, up in around Pinedale, Wyoming, who went to high school with my I went to high school with his dad, and I think that some circuitous course, that's kind of how we got in touch with each other.
Well, you know this, Coach. I mean, this has been your life. If you can't go through the normal procedures and the normal avenues, you just find a way to make it happen. So we just went on the air and said, look, if anybody knows Coach Leach, get us in touch with him. We want to have him on. And as you said, we worked it through an old friend. We even have a listener who's a huge fan of you as a coach at Washington State, and he heard us trying to get you to the SEC, because we've been trying to get you in the SEC for years. And he would beg us, please stop. We do not want him to leave.
He was mad at us.
Yeah, he even emailed me today and said, don't blow it with Coach Leach. Y'all finally have him, so go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you, it was great. I really liked it out there at Washington State. It was a great place, great people, great fans. And then, but, also sometimes you want to see what's on the other side of the mountain. And so it's great to be back in the SEC.
Well, Coach, we just think you're good for football. We think you're good for the SEC West, and we're glad to have you on today. We want you to have a good time. We always have a good time, and we want you to have one too. Coach, is there anything particular you want to talk about or don't want to talk about today?
Yeah, we're wide open.
I'm pretty good on everything. It's like all those things. If I answer pretty much any question. I don't always address the question. I might talk about whatever I feel like talking about then, but kind of a Bill Clinton approach.
Well, Coach, let me ask you this. We'll start with a fun one, and we'll kind of work our way back into football and then some other things. But if you had a walkout song as coach of the Mississippi State Bulldogs, something that reflected your personality, what would you tell them to play for you?
Oh, like you being like the on deck circle.
Yeah, like the baseball players get.
Yeah,
right.
here comes Coach Mike Leach, and they should play what song?
Oh man, that's a great question. Because I'll tell you, I'll see players, and sometimes I'll be giving my wife a bad time, and I'll tell her that'd be her song if she's in a movie and walks on the screen, what would be a good one? When I was a kid, we listened to Fire on the Mountain a lot, and I grew up in Cody, Wyoming, and I listened to Fire on the Mountain quite a bit because even though the Marshall Tucker Band wasn't from any anywhere near Wyoming. They would come through and do concerts sometimes.
That's a good one. So what about let's get real serious for a minute. You came, of course, to Mississippi State, and you're not unfamiliar with the South. We talked about this. As a matter of fact, my dad, Bill Burgess, was head football coach at Jacksonville State University from '85 to '97. I
actually met him. We played them.
Oh yeah, at Valdosta State, yeah.
Yeah, we played them. We played them in an epic game in the snow, or kind of the freezing rain.
Yeah, and so when I heard you on another podcast talking about the heat.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Relief Factor in the Rick and Bubba Show. We've been around for a while, and so many of you have been letting us know how much Relief Factor has meant to you. It certainly means a lot to me. I've already had my first packet today. It is all natural, 4 botanicals. And here's Heidi. Heidi is out of Louisville, and she says, look, Relief Factor has given me a quality of life I had lost long ago, but had become now my normal was I thought, well, this is how it's going to be the rest of my life. I began taking Relief Factor after hearing you guys talk about it. I was seeking a last-ditch effort before having my knee replaced. My knee's been deteriorating for many years and is now bone on bone. After the third day of taking the product, the pain and swelling began decreasing. About a week later, I did take my regular 1 p.m. ibuprofen, but now almost 7 weeks later, I'm not taking anything additional, no pain pills. All I'm taking is Relief Factor. Started with 3 doses because of my situation a day, and 1.5 weeks later, let me tell you what, I can now take moderate flights of stairs normally. This is life-changing for me, guys. And he said I'd be willing to wear a T-shirt advertising Relief Factor. It's that good. I'm a walking testimony to how wonderful this product is, and it can be good, I hope, for just about anyone. It is an essential part of my life now, just behind water and food, but not by much because of the impact that it's had. See, if something's bothering you like that, and all of a sudden you see a little ray of sunlight, it really makes a difference. And Heidi, thanks for sharing that with us. So get yours 3 weeks. The majority of people that order the 3-week supply, they see results and they order more. So why don't you go to ReliefFactor.com. You can take it every day. It's all natural, and there's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and maybe we'll be hearing from you too. What? Hey! What? Hey! 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 Ah, jingle bells! Jingle bells! A jingle all the way! All right. Here comes gift number 9, the 12 working days of Christmas. You can join us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Bubba, what's up for grabs?
Helms, how do you say the name of this thing?
That's a Theragun Elite.
Theragun Elite. Now, Rick, this is what I would call a really fancy massager.
Yeah, I got one of those.
But it actually is good for working those muscles, getting you back in the game, whatever you're playing, work.
Yeah.
Wherever, and I hear people rave about these. As a matter of fact, I know Helms had one.
Yeah, I've got one.
The chiropractor I've gone to's had one.
I got one.
You
love
got
it.
one.
Love it. Love it. It's fantastic.
I like to put it on my calves.
Yeah.
Work it right in there, huh?
Yep.
Scared me.
This
I
is
was terrified
from running stadiums.
Yeah.
This is a $399 value, and it is part of our 12 working days of Christmas Day number 9.
We're also going to put $200 on you, Bubba. $200 gift card.
So $600
from
Dirt Road
Gourmet. Dirt Road Gourmet will send you $200 worth of frozen casseroles. You heat them up, you eat them.
That's good stuff.
Really helpful this time of year, so you can actually enjoy spending time with others when Dirt Road Gourmet just provided something to eat. So you're really sitting pretty good. What any numbers to hit you? Want to go 61 for Leach?
I did. That's exactly what I wanted.
61 for Leach?
Yeah, I like it.
All right,
so wins, but then I thought that's going to probably be way too many.
Right,
And
yeah.
then I thought seasons, and I thought that's probably not enough.
I like 61.
61 it is.
61 in honor of Mike Leach.
All right, here we go. Here's 1, 2,
And Roger
3,
Maris.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I think he would appreciate the fact that we're giving away a gun on the number of years he lived.
I think you would too.
I do too.
20.
This massage gun.
Yeah.
The ray gun. The ray gun. How do you say it?
It'd be
Hang on.
Thera.
Theragun.
Think therapy.
30.
Or the gun.
You're taking the RNA
I'm a little-
completely out of it.
Look, I'm a little down. about
40.
Coach Leach.
I know.
It's got me a little depressed. I'll just be honest.
Here we go. 50.
Rick's trying to count.
And then,
He can count without us.
We're about to give away the gun.
All right. All right, hang on.
Theragun. It's Theragun Elite.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Look, I'm a little.
What's your name? I hear Bubba being depressed 10 seconds later in the background. We lost him. All right, that was caller 60.
Okay.
So we were going to talk about, so that wasn't the winner anyway.
Okay.
All right. Wow, guys, you're not going to believe this. Looking at the
Click it.
Hi, Rick and Bubba's Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Jesse from Starkville.
Jesse, are you kidding me?
I can't
You're from
believe it.
Starkville?
I saw that area code and I said, "You're not going to believe this. You're caller 61. You won it, Jesse, from Starkville, Mississippi.
Oh, you can't write that.
You can't make this up. That's unbelievable. Congratulations.
How about that?
Congratulations, buddy.
Yes, when we were honoring Coach Leach today, what an appropriate winner.
Oh man, so
the Theragun Elite, $400 value. This thing will get you back in the game, get those sore muscles going. Plus, Rick, he has another $200.
you also get $200 worth of Dirt Road Gourmet casseroles.
Those are good.
From dirtroadgourmet.com. If you want to go there and order you some, you can. But you got $200 worth, and what a great tribute to Mississippi State. I mean,
I cannot believe
you realize
the irony of that.
The odds of that. When I looked up and saw your area code, I said, "Bubba, you ain't gonna believe this."
Yeah, I saw it. And I said, oh, you got to be kidding.
So, Jesse, thank you for listening to 96.1. How long you been listening to the show?
Oh, for years since the Greg and Adderley years.
Oh, wow.
Years,
Wow.
Probably.
Wow. All right. Well, let's put you on hold and get all your information.
And see what's great about this, you can eat the casserole.
Yep.
Go out and work out to burn that off, and then use the Theragun Elite to help you get back in the game and
That's
get rid of
it.
the soreness.
There you go. Yeah. Thanks for listening to the show, brother. Appreciate it. And all of Starkville is mourning today. All
I
right.
bet Coach Leach would have thought that was
Can you
funny.
believe that happened?
He
That's
would have
funny.
loved that.
Yeah.
You know he loves stuff like that.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Jeff from Montgomery.
Oh, Jeff. Caller 62. You missed it by one. You missed it by
late.
one. Greg, tell him what he won.
Well, I got good news. There's a big ass bag of nothing.
Sorry, sorry, buddy.
Greg forgot he wasn't in the bathroom.
You see, y'all don't go to the bathroom in that group anymore. You
Rick's had a little song.
go
about
when
him.
I
Rick
go.
had a little song about him.
He had a new song.
Yeah.
He gave us in the bathroom.
Just go with me from now on.
Yeah.
Okay, don't.
I'm just
drive.
gonna go by
That's
myself.
it.
Right. Yeah. That.
I'll chance who I'm gonna run into.
I want you to know that we just asked for the 61st caller on the day that Mike Leach, the head coach of Mississippi State's death was announced, and the odds of a Starkville caller being 61 is astronomical.
I know.
And it
It's
happened.
mind-boggling.
And it happened. That's wild. That is wild. Congratulations.
Somewhere, Coach Leach just wanted him to win that, didn't he?
Well,
Hey, that
Jesse
thing's heavy.
Jesse from wasn't it Jesse from Starkville? All right, we don't remember who it
Put me
was.
on the spot, right?
All right, so anyway, there it goes. The Starkville, Mississippi today. Gift number 9. Tomorrow, Lord willing, gift number 10. Don't miss that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
remember going on the road when Dad was coaching at Jacksonville State and going to the Valdosta Jacksonville State games that would be in Valdosta. Not that Jacksonville is a warm place. I mean, a cooler place. But there's something about the heat in Valdosta
and the humidity.
And the humidity,
trapped in there.
yeah. So it's not like you haven't been there before.
No, I mean Valdosta's got crazy heat because you're right on the shores of the Okefenokee Swamp, and so it's real humid, almost vacuum humid heat. And as humid as the South gets, it's more humid in Valdosta because we're in the Gulf South Conference where we play teams from Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and Arkansas. And you know, as you talk to the coaches and the guys on the other teams, they would all complain about the heat in Valdosta. And it was hot. And actually, our setting there in Valdosta was kind of like the one at Jacksonville State was. I mean, you come to our stadium and it was tight quarters, and we always drew well too. At Valdosta, even though Division II, we draw 13,000 people, and then. There'd be barbecues going on outside. There'd be like kind of sections, neighborhoods in the stands where, you know, these were these fans, those were those fans, and all the different type of groups, and they'd yell and scream. And what a great place playing in Valdosta.
Yeah, so Mississippi State weather. I mean, people were talking about you coming from. I said he doesn't get. He's been to Valdosta. This is nothing to him. I mean, being in the Deep South is not new to Mike Leach.
Yeah, Valdosta is hotter than it gets here, but it's very pleasant here. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm looking out on a pond, and it's probably going to be 75 degrees today, and. It's outstanding. As a matter of fact, I went paddleboarding out here yesterday, and the thing I didn't understand, even though it wasn't that warm, yesterday was probably in the 60s, the mid-60s, but for whatever reason, the water in this pond's real warm. I don't know why. I mean, because it's remarkably warm when you consider that it hasn't even totally warmed up yet.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to it yet. Let me ask you another question, because you've had comments about this in the past, and Bubba and I have talked about this on the show. Does it surprise you that the sport of football, there's not one football team at any level that we can find that uses the mascot, the Rhino? How can a football team not be called the Rhinos?
Seems like that would be.
Why has that never happened?
I don't know. In Texas, there's a team called the Hutto Hippos, right. But it is disturbing. I think there's a few that get left out. I mean, there's way too many. There's way too many tigers. Right. Okay. There's too many bulldogs. Only Mississippi State should be the Bulldogs, and everybody else should have to think of their own damn mascot. And then. But I think there's too few. There's too few sharks. There's too few gorillas. There's like you say, I can't think of any rhinos. I mean, how outstanding would that be? Rhino, that's got football written all over it.
Yeah, can you imagine that
silver and black?
Picture, yes, picture. The big image on the scoreboard. I mean, this giant rhino, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to, and then the welcome to the field, your rhino, and the rhino comes through the screen, and you see it running, and this stampede of rhinos, your team hits the field. I mean, our hats have got the giant horn coming out of the top of them. How Rhino has never made it as a mascot of a football team is beyond me.
And their biggest sponsor is that group that paint the bed of the trucks, that stuff,
oh,
that
yeah.
Rhino cover.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that'd be awesome, especially down here. One of the greatest, most legendary Division II teams, I think we were Division II then, but was the Pitt State Gorillas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We played them in the national championship twice.
Was it twice?
Twice.
Or three
yeah,
times?
they beat Jacksonville State one year, and then Jacksonville State come back 2 years later and beat them again.
Well, how about that though? You go into the stands, so you go into the stadium, and the student section is over there by the visitors tunnel, and the students and they start playing "Welcome to the Jungle." Okay.
Oh yeah.
As the opponent gets ready to come out there on the field, those students are all armed with bananas.
Yes, I see it.
Just firing them at the opponent. It's getting drilled in the helmet with bananas. Hey, you're in the jungle now, you know.
Gosh, that's a great
And the
idea.
concession stand sells banana splits.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Pittsburgh State.
That's a win-win for me.
And like I say, we played them 2 years in a row at Jacksonville State, lost one and then won the other. It might have been 2 out of 3 years. But, yeah, I saw that, and I thought, man, this has been underutilized. I can't believe there's not more teams called the Gorillas. And, frankly, I'm aghast at no use of rhinos. Coach Mike Leach is our guest, and we'll be right back with more with him when Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, continues. Seven minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy is out today. Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. As we get ready to start another hour, we'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG and say hello to Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Bubba. We start with an Elon Musk update.
Elon!
Hey! Boom! Bling, bling. So, Bubba, Elon Musk, he is having a blast, isn't he? I mean, he's having a ball.
Yeah, there's several Elon stories out there today. I don't know if we can delve into all of them, but there's one that I thought was pretty good. He's fired quite a few people from Twitter.
Yes, he has.
And they were mad and stormed out and didn't even get their stuff out of their office. And now they're not allowed back in. You know, they don't have the credentials to get in, security credentials.
Yeah, right.
So Elon is auctioning their stuff off. It is available on Heritage Global Partners. They've been selected by Elon to handle this online auction. Bids can begin in January. Some of the items are already up there. And it looks like he's also auctioning off items from a kitchen they may have had or some kind of food services that he's getting rid of.
Okay, so they rushed out mad. He locked them out. They can't get back in.
And now he's auctioning off their stuff. He is also, he's been a busy little bee, Rick.
Yeah, he has.
He's also dissolved the Trust and Safety Council, an advisory group of around 100 independent civil, human rights, and other organizations that the company formed in 2016 to address hate speech, child exploitation. I can't even say it now. Exploitation, suicide, self-harm, and other problems on the platform. Now, the council was scheduled to meet with Twitter representatives Monday night. But Twitter informed the group via email that it was disbanding it shortly before the meeting was to take place, according to multiple members. The council members who provided images of the email from Twitter to Associated Press spoke on condition of anonymity due to fears of retaliation. The email said Twitter was reevaluating how to best bring external insights, and the council is not the best structure to do that at this time.
Well, there you go. Also, Bubba, I noticed in the Elon Musk liberation of Twitter, vaccine researcher Dr. Robert Malone is back.
Yes, we talked a lot about Dr. Malone. We talked about having him on a podcast, but we didn't want to get the podcast completely pulled off, which he was a target at the time.
Right.
On Monday, they unsuspended the account of Dr. Robert Malone, who was previously kicked off the platform for his post on coronavirus vaccines. Malone, who is an mRNA vaccine researcher,
don't miss that,
also has the patent.
Yep.
Has the patent on what they were doing. Was removed from Twitter nearly a year ago for apparently violating the social media site's policy on COVID-19 misinformation. Now, this is what I like. You have a doctor who helped invent the mRNA technology, has patents for it, and some pointed head, snot-nosed 20-year-old at Twitter decided that what he was putting out was misinformation.
Right.
Now, that's the truth.
Right.
That's the truth.
You know the person who's been working on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the guy at Twitter.
And now don't forget, pointy head, everything Dr. Malone warned us about has happened.
Yes.
All he said was we designed it to go after the alpha, isn't that what we call it now? The original strand of the coronavirus. And once it began to mutate and the other strands begin to split, he said it won't be able to keep you from getting those. That's all he said. And,
Rick,
how about this? That turned out to be 100% correct.
Listen to this. The last tweet he had before being banned, Dr. Malone, who helped invent mRNA technology, has patents on it, was on December the 29th, 2021. He shared a link to a video from the Canadian COVID Care Alliance, and it was entitled, "The Pfizer Inoculations for COVID-19, More Harm Than Good."
And he was gone. Remember, he also said that, if you're high risk, but he said, I would not recommend giving these vaccines to children because it's not necessary.
Yeah, and
that got him in trouble, too.
Well,
he wasn't saying don't give them to anybody.
No, and he wasn't saying it didn't work. He was saying that there were risks involved with it.
Right.
And that this had to be hurriedly done, even though it was solid science, that they needed more testing on it. It needed to be more fine-tuned, but because of the state of the pandemic, it was pushed out. And that if you were a high-risk person, this would probably help you and could save your life. But if you were not a high-risk person, it was not worth the risk of the side effects. And they were the numbers were very clear. If you were a kid,
right,
your chances of dying from COVID was like 0.001%.
Right.
Okay,
and
children did not need to be mass vaccinated with this, according to Dr. Robert Malone, who helped invent it.
Because
don't believe me or Rick. Listen to the guy who invented it, for crying out loud.
And he didn't say we would never be okay with it. He goes, but we're not to the place that I would be comfortable with that right now because, number one, what this might do to your child is probably
we just don't
more
know,
likely
Rick.
than what the virus would do to him.
Rick, we don't know what putting in an active mRNA anything into a child who is still growing, who still has rapid cell growth.
Thank you.
What it would do long term because we didn't have time to test it. And again, he wasn't anti-vaccine. He said use it on the people who were most susceptible, the odds of helping were much higher than the odds of it hurting, versus healthy people who could survive it. Them taking that chance are kids that were having no problem with it.
I will go as far as to say that Dr. Malone was removed from Twitter for having the audacity to promote safe vaccinations.
Responsible
vaccinations. He wasn't anti-vaccines. He was like, but let's please be responsible with them.
Rick,
let's not
be
reckless with vaccines.
He wouldn't be anti. He helped to build it. Right. He had the patents, multiple patents for this technology. And we said, look, The way of doing this is a bold new approach that we've had the idea. It's been on paper, but it was too expensive to produce. Well, when they dumped all this money into research and development on this, it gave them a chance to move forward with this mRNA technology. That's what they ended up using in most of the vaccines. But Rick, it was early on. It was they didn't have a full picture of how it would work or what the long-term effects, especially on kids. But they knew it was a good thing for people with high risk. Now, we have a story today, and we'll do it in a minute. Now, I've been dealing with this. I've been following this because of my bout this year. And we said this when it was going on. The mRNA technology holds big-time hope for cancer, for regrowing nerves of people who are paralyzed, who said you're not going to walk ever again. They're going to have a chance to grow these nerves again. I mean, this technology is real, but they got to get the kinks worked out of it. They got to get it perfected, and nothing comes off the boiler the first time perfected in the medical world.
We banned a guy for saying, look, we have research going. We know vaccines can do some good, but let's don't be reckless with them. That's all he said.
Yeah.
And I've got some concerns that this hasn't been researched enough, and I wouldn't feel comfortable giving it to people that are not at very high, not at really any risk on the vaccine. I mean, on the virus. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right. All right, Coach Mike Leach, our guest, our long sought after guest. Now, I don't know if you know this, Coach, but one of my middle sons actually attends Mississippi State. So I've been going to the games. I've been doing the tailgating, and then you finally get to Mississippi State. We're fired up. We're stoked. And then, boom, the pandemic hits. No tailgating. Hardly any fans allowed in the stands.
Strange year.
What in the world was that like for you to make the transition to a new team only to discover you've got to play your first season in a pandemic? What in the world was that like?
You know, they kept you pretty occupied with by changing the story, changing the news, and changing the direction every few days. I mean, it was it was a very joyless period. You come and everybody's excited about football, and that's whether you're new or not. I mean, just the opportunity to go play, the opportunity to practice, the opportunity to be in an exciting place and get to know interesting, exciting people. And, you kind of just waited for the next shoe to fall, and even now, today I have a call with the conference, on how we're going to do, thoughts on stuff like off season and things. And, even now we're trying to put together schedules to counterpunch COVID. And, it was a nuisance, and it was it was disruptive to everything we did, really. I mean, I got it really early on. Like, just when you started hearing about it in the newspapers, I went and did a conference in Boston. I spoke at the Sloan Athletic Conference at MIT, and then they plane full of Boston people to and from, and evidently the pandemic hit there first. And actually 2 weeks later, there was an article in the newspaper about people getting it from the conference center there in Boston. Anyway, I was one of them. And so then there was spring break, so I was in Key West, and a day later, I had COVID, and I had all the stuff. And it was 2.5 days. It was a total, kind of a bad flu. And then after that, you need to sleep a lot, at least in my case. But it was shrouded in mystery then, because you couldn't test for it, and nobody knew exactly what it was, and wash your hands a lot and stay away from everybody. And So anyway, so it went, and then they said, well, don't come back to campus. That was the exact week that they started closing schools. Don't come back to campus. So we're doing all this stuff by phone, and and in the midst of all this, dare I say, government control comes to mind.
Oh yeah.
And so. Yeah, but I'll tell you this: occasionally you got guys that aren't excited to practice. I haven't had any guys not excited to practice, including last year's semi-marathon season. Guys are really excited to practice once they're deprived the opportunity to be around one another at work. They're thrilled to work, be around each other. I think is a thing that everybody missed the most.
Coach, since we're on the COVID-19, Rick and I both had it too, had fairly mild cases. What are your thoughts on the vaccine? Or have you got it? Are you going to get it? What's your general take on that?
I'm kind of curious. I think we've all developed some trust issues in the midst of, the government, the CDC, and the vaccine in general. But also, I have a lot of confidence in our country having the ability to find solutions to problems when they really focus on them. And so I haven't got the vaccine yet. It's mainly been just because I've been busy. And
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. And gift number 10, the 12 working days of Christmas will be tomorrow. Gift number 9 today went to Jesse out of Starkville, Mississippi. So your opportunity, we got 10, 11, and 12 left. The big year-ender coming up on Friday. Then we'll go on vacation time, as is tradition, here with the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, it hasn't been tradition the entire time we've done the show because it took us a while to get enough leverage to get this kind of vacation time. But once we did, it's been tradition that we take the last couple of weeks off of the year. Everybody takes some time off. Everybody rest. And we roar back, and we'll come back, Lord willing, in January the 4th. And it will be our 29th anniversary. 29 years of Rick and Bubba. Wow. So anyway, that who would have ever thought it?
I know.
All right, so Bubba,
nobody's more surprised than us.
No, it's like I almost didn't know what to do because I didn't expect to be here. I didn't think the show would still be going.
So we'll be starting our 30th year on our 29th
don't do
birthday,
this.
right?
Don't do this. Yeah, don't do this.
Run that down again.
Okay, look, so we're going to go to this. Science update. Hit the music. Don't even start.
Okay, yeah, here we go. I was going to say... it had nothing to do with that. I was going to say, have we become like the show Lost? The writers said, "Well, yeah, we didn't expect the thing to still be on there.
We didn't have an ending.
We don't know how to end
was
this.
Obvious.
We have no idea how to end this, by the way." That's a hard truth right there. Hey, y'all got a plan? Somebody asked me today, "What's y'all's game plan?" Then I say, "We don't have a plan. I have no idea." Science update.
Blinded me with science.
This all comes out of the Dr. Robert Malone story today, who is now back on Twitter. He was one of the founders of the mRNA technology that used in the COVID shot. And we've already gone over what he said to do and not to do with that. Of course, that was just when it became political. Forget that.
Oh, yeah.
But we have another story today that I think is very interesting. Moderna says that they have now used technology in the COVID shot, the mRNA technology, and they have had a test on people with melanoma, and they have decreased the rate of relapse or death by 44%. They're saying this is a major game changer in the battle against cancer. So that is good information today. Now, how does this take place? 6 steps, real easy. Tumors are surgically removed. 2, they identify the tumor's genetic mutations. The step 3 is they insert tumor cells into the mRNA, which acts like a delivery vessel. 4, the mRNA delivers genetic instructions to the human cells, teaching them how to spot the cancer cells early on. And fifth, if the cancer returns, the white blood cells are ready to attack it. That's one of the problems we talked earlier, and like I say, I've got a little more schooled on this, unfortunately, that one of the biggest problems with cancer and your immune system is that the cells are mutations of your cells. So they are close in DNA to your cells, but not exact. So your immune system sometimes has trouble telling the difference in a cancer cell and the original cell because they are close.
Yeah.
Not like in a virus invader that would be totally separate. They can tell that. Your body can. Sometimes they fight it, sometimes they don't. But the closeness of that. But with this new mRNA technology that has been a spinoff, and we talked about this, of the COVID research, now it can help your body be better at picking those cancer cells up early. And according to this, and this was a clinical test involving 150 high-risk melanoma patients, that it lowered the cancer coming back and death by 44%. They're now seeking approval for a final clinical test that will involve thousands of people. And that they could be ready to move forward literally within a year or two for this treatment. They said this was even an improvement over the immunotherapy process that they're using now, which is the latest high tech that in a lot of cases is replacing chemo.
Yeah.
So we're moving forward with this. This is some big breakthroughs, but we gotta figure out exactly how to get it dialed in.
So are they saying that with the mRNA, and this is what Malone, and then I forget what the other doctor's name was, the thing they kept saying, you don't understand, now that the variant has come, we have to now teach the vaccines to go after that variant. The reason why the first one was pretty effective against alpha is we taught it to go get alpha.
Right.
But now when alpha isn't alpha anymore, it's not going to tackle the others, which is why you're going to see people, whatever. So are they taking that part of it and teaching it to find that cancer cell and go get it and not damage the others?
Well,
to make it more precise, like you said?
Yeah, I think so. The mRNA technology is not the cure. It's
Understood.
the delivery system.
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
And
to make it more precise.
And it can go in and
more
multiply and teach your body to look for these things. And,
Understood.
But you got to load the gun with the right thing.
Correct, yeah.
Think of it that way.
They're building the gun. Now we got to build what needs to go in.
We got to
right?
build the right bullet to go after
Understood.
it. And they've updated the bullet in the COVID to go after the Omicron. We talked about that. It's supposed to be an improvement. Now they're building bullets to go after cancer cells. And this, they're saying, is going to be as big a breakthrough in the battle against cancer as anything we've had. So that's all good news, and we'll take it for face value what it is.
Okay. There you go. So that's an update.
Science.
Yeah, and then we're a little bit out of time, but the other we got to get today, though, is this retired Navy SEAL.
Oh, good God.
Who is, well, it's important because
I know.
We're treating.
What a confused man.
Well, here's what we're treating. We're treating people who have some sort of gender dysphoria,
which is a disease that was listed as an official disease for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Yeah, and now there are these copycat people that don't even have that. It's just become mod to say, I just want to be fluid. And he's making the point, we need to realize that what's happening right now, and it's being treated, if you want to be a boy or a girl, we're treating it now like you decided you wanted a tattoo or a piercing.
Yeah.
It's a much bigger deal than that, and the destruction on people is incredible, and it's also turned into big business.
Big money.
So this Navy SEAL is talking about what's happened to them. They got caught up in it. And he's warning people that you need to. This should not be treated like a fad.
Well, he said,
and
when
that's
he
what's
went
happening.
Yeah, when he went in initially, he was counseled for less than an hour, and they were already giving him the drugs to start the process when he left. An hour to think about something like that.
This is not a. This should not be treated like a fad. All these young people and their fluid binary stuff.
And doing all the other stuff, and I don't know what category I fit in, but I think pretty quick when they open it up to everybody, then I can get one. And but I'll at the same time I'm kind of looking, wait and see. It's almost like watching food testers a little bit. You know what I mean?
Every day, every day we know a little more, don't we?
Yeah, we still have the antibodies, and there's no way I'm gonna get it until the antibodies have faded away, because it doesn't make any sense to me. And I've heard all the, but your antibodies won't protect you from a variant. I don't know that I buy that or not. And somehow magically the vaccine will. So that I'm with you.
Well, I'm banking on my antibodies lasting a long, long time.
Well, it's just hard when they say the shot's supposed to make you have antibodies. I've already got them. Why do I need the shot?
Thanks. I have some.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but
the other thing is they get the shot, and then they're still wearing the mask the whole time. I mean, why am I going to go get a shot if I have to wear the mask anyway?
Coach, exactly. We've said all along that Fauci may be a great doctor and he may know viruses, but he don't know PR, because if you want everybody to get vaccinated, you got to give him a carrot at the end of this of no mask.
Yeah, he should. He has no future in the sports information department because he doesn't know how to sell tickets. Look, if you want people to go,
well, he's made his 15 minutes last longer than Lance Ito was able to make his last.
That's true. Yeah, hey, Fauci, if you want people to get the vaccine, don't sell them on go ahead and take it and nothing changes.
Yeah,
that's not a good selling point.
Yeah, that doesn't get me fired up.
Yeah, get us out of this mask. You may have us with rolling our sleeves up.
Yeah, you tell me I go to SEC football game, I'll get 2 shots and roll on.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was a whole other adventure. The wearing the mask during the games. I mean, heck, I don't get near anybody anyway. Yeah, but we're out there with masks, and it's a different story.
Yeah, we'll come back. I want to ask you some more about the actual coaching experience in the middle of that when our conversation with Coach Mike Leach continues on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. All right, so Bubba, let's talk a little bit about Patriot Mobile. They just today, and we're talking about him first year in the SEC as head coach at Mississippi State, and it turns into a pandemic year, and we talked about all the challenges of, hey, we're going to play a SEC-only schedule. We're not going to have hardly anybody in the stands. We're not going to tailgate. You may be able to practice today. You may not. Contact tracing. Wear a mask while you're out on an open field. It was a lot to have to deal with, but hopefully that is behind, and maybe this season looks a little different.
Coach, let me ask you this from a strategy standpoint. The SEC is a tough conference. The SEC West is, I think, easily you can say the toughest division in all of college football. How do you deal with having the Alabama team right there in Tuscaloosa? They've been wildly successful under Nick Saban. How do you ever cut into that success? How are you going to help change that balance of power in the SEC West? How do you even approach that?
I don't know, but I'm the kiss of death when it comes to, wherever I end up, they end up being the toughest division in the country. Think about it. So I was in Oklahoma, and then I go to Texas Tech, and in the Big 12 South was indisputably the toughest division in football at the time, and were previously not so much, but every year we'd wake up and in the top 5 you'd have Oklahoma, Texas, and Nebraska just in the top 5, and heck, we had to play those suckers,
Yeah.
and then I go to Pac-12, and that's when the Pac-12 North is raging and breathing fire. Although I think at the time I was in the Pac-12, that's about the time when the SEC West really emerged. Because when I was in the SEC the first time at Kentucky.
Back 866 We Be Big is the number. You're going to spend a lot of time with family and friends. You probably already are, with all the different parties that are already going on with your company, with your in-laws, with your family, with your friends, whatever the case may be. TheraBreath is a great gift, not only for you, but for everybody else you're going to be interacting with, because fresh breath goes a long way to give people a kind of a pleasant experience when they're around you. And you know what else, though? It really that's kind of a funny part of it. I mean, it's true, but also, more importantly, it has a lot to do with your overall health, that you have a healthy mouth. And the folks at TheraBreath have all the products that you need that actually address the products. I mean, you say, well, there's mouthwashes, Rick. Yeah, but TheraBreath actually go after the problem. There's lozenges, Rick. There's mints. Yep. But the TheraBreath lozenges go after the problem. Hey, Rick, there's gum rinses. Yeah, but these gum rinses actually go after the problem and keep your gums healthy. Hey, Rick, there's whitening products out there. I got it, but they're not as good as these. TheraBreath goes a step, the science involved, the research. They're trying to always find what's causing the problem and then address that. Like with their whitenings, the whitening stuff they have, it's an FDA-approved ingredient, and it not only does the oil rinse fight gum disease, but their whitening product, it's a breakthrough in that too, because that rinse works to loosen and actually dissolve the stains that other whitening products just don't do. So look for all their products at TheraBreath.com. If you're in a retailer, and hundreds of retailers have them, you look for that orange cap on the top of the bottle of the mouthwash, and the rest of the product should be there. TheraBreath.com. We love these products. You will too. Or a link there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Bubba, as we come back, we talked about this. So first of all, this non-binary world, these crazy kids and their non-binary ways, this is not the new haircut. This is not a new style of dress. It's not tattoos. It's not piercings. This is very serious stuff. And by the way, just on a side note, a little bit of a lighter note, this non-binary nuclear waste official that we have
that keeps stealing purses in airports.
That is a kleptomaniac. What are we doing with this person?
He loves designer luggage. Loves it.
Apparently.
And I had that pegged before I even heard the story.
And we've got this person at the Department of Energy.
No longer, Rick. No longer.
No longer. Okay. Well,
finally out after 2 shoplifting events.
The first one we were good with.
The fact that he's not a very attractive female or male,
I'm not sure
bald-headed with a mustache, but dresses as a woman.
Yeah.
That wasn't the first thing to get rid of him, but we had to wait till he started stealing stuff.
Yeah, I think we could tell pretty quick this person probably has some challenges to overcome.
Yeah, and I don't want you really in the nuclear or anything department,
But anyway, so now this retired Navy SEAL who no longer desires to be a trans woman has advice for veterans getting the VA care, ask questions. And let me tell you, he's really shedding some light on how horrible we're handling this, and the reason why is it's just like what the Russians were saying early in the show about how Brittany Griner got out before the Marine. Is when something becomes politically expedient and the woke will attack you if you don't embrace it, we get this shoot, ready, aim attitude about embracing things just because so people won't think we're mean. But this is extremely serious. It's not a fad. And it's being treated like it's a fad, and this is what this veteran is trying to warn other veterans, because now, of course, we say our government has to provide if anybody wants to transition, we got to take our tax dollars and be all in if they're government employees or they are in the military. And he says for any veteran that's entering the VA system, it's a giant machine, the biggest machine you'll ever enter. Every VA is different. and every VA doctor is different. If you don't like where it's going, then ask questions. If you're not complaining, you're leaving the problem to the next veteran. We're complaining because we want you to have better health care from the VA. He basically said, I go in, tell him I want to transition to a woman. What'd y'all say, an hour they talked to him? Walked into the psychologist's office, and one day I have a letter in my hand saying I'm a transgender. I'm authorized for hormones and all the other stuff, and I'm back out the door. And one thing that he's saying you have to understand in all this, there's people make a lot of money off people desiring to transition. I mean, and so we got a little video from him. So here he is in his own. Is this his own words here? Okay.
Well, the transgender originally started out as something, pretty basic and very rare. And now it's kind of morphed into an ideology. And that's what I'm kind of speaking out about. Speaking about the ideology, I'm not talking about the people. Now, there's a lot of transgender people out there, great folks, but the ideology is what I'm talking about. It's becoming something where it's being pushed in schools, and young teenagers are having surgeries because they're saying they're transgender. It's an affirmation. Once a teenager walks into an office, even if the parents are saying no, that doctor can override that, and that's a problem. So then you also, just to say the ideology and what's going on, to prove it is like what's happening to me. As soon as I started speaking out and saying that I think these teenagers need more time, they also need to reclassify transgender is gender dysphoria. It used to be in the psychologist manual for mental health issues. Now they've gotten rid of that, and now as soon as somebody goes in there and says anything even close to transgender, you're basically labeled transgender, and you start pushing your surgery. That's what I'm trying to stop. There's a lot of great people out there who are transgender and not transgender, everything. What I'm talking about when I talk about CNN is that they take sound bites, they take something, and they talk about it one-sided. They talk about all the pros of transgender. Now I'm on Fox. Didn't want to do this. But now on Fox, I don't want it to happen the opposite way. What we need to do is take the politics out of this. We want to take the emotions out of this. And let's look at it as a medical team. Let's look at it through a lot different scope. I don't want this to be political.
Yeah, he's making the point. I also don't want to come on Fox News and all y'all do is show the negative. We need to have a comprehensive look at this. Let me say this very, very clear. If you are someone you love is caught up in what now has become trendy to say, I think that I want to transition to my non-biological gender, this is extremely serious. You may find out with just a little bit of vetting that I'm just kind of caught up because I see these people get a lot of attention, and I would like to have this attention. But then there's the people that truly have gender dysphoria. Now, he's telling you this has been around for a long time, but it doesn't affect a large number of people, thankfully. And the ones it does affect, they need our compassion and they need help. But what we've done is taking something that truly is a struggle for a small percentage of people and presenting it as it's just the latest trend. If you don't like the gender that you are, then just be another gender, and more power to you. And as no
matter how old you are.
Yeah, and we'll take female biological bodies, like Bubba's got this other story, and we'll throw them out there to go against male biological bodies and put them at risk for, incredible risk to be harmed in a big way. We're going to take biological males and let them compete against biological females and just act like it's no big deal because people ought to be able to live out whatever they want to do. That's just not true. These people need help, and people who don't have this true problem that just think it's trendy need to be advised against it.
Well,
it's creating all kinds of problems, and some of these problems are just elementary, and we're living in this bizarre fake world that just isn't reality.
Well, the medical community should be shutting some of this down.
You're
Look,
right.
Trendy is what kind of clothes you wear and what kind of haircut you got.
Right.
Not the gender of your body, because you're dealing with things that are going to come back to haunt you later in life.
It's very serious.
And very possibly change how long you live or the quality of life that you're having.
And you have entire friend groups of females that all of a sudden decide that they're transgender. That tells you this is not
pressure.
Yeah, this is as Rachel Levine, the transgender person that works in the government, Not the one that was stealing bags, the other one. But
Yeah.
Levine is claiming that this is not a widespread socially created phenomenon, when really, when you look at it,
it is.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, it goes back to the thing that I started noticing with food allergies and the autism spectrum. I remember my older kids. You would take them to church, in child's church and child's Sunday school, and there might be one sticky note on the wall, one that a child couldn't have dairy or couldn't be around peanuts or something like that. And you would have no one in there in the autism spectrum. And then I noticed over a decade that my second group of children, the sticky notes began to cover the wall. And every team I coached and every group of children I worked with, there were multiple children in the autism spectrum. And I started thinking to myself, wow, I can see there's been an increase in all this. Now, I can't tell you why and what the insult has been, but something has happened. Same thing with this. Do you remember how many people you ever heard that were gender dysphoria or confused about their gender?
It's very rare.
It was, and now everywhere we go, it's like every family deals with it. Everywhere you go, somebody's dealing with it. All schools are dealing with it. So for this person to say it's not widespread, we know that it is because we can see it. It's back to where they try to convince you that you're living in a world that you're really not living in. Oh, this isn't widespread. Yes, it is. This isn't becoming trendy. Yes, it is. We can all see it. It's not. That's not a theory. We can see it with our own eyes, and it's very, very serious. I mean, extremely serious. Phone calls next. 866 We Be Big, and like you said, and all of you said, we're going to be held accountable for not stepping in and stopping some of the long-term damage this is causing. I mean, this is going to come home to roost, and it's going to be ugly. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That was back in the day when nobody thought in history ever, throughout their lifetimes, always the SEC East would be the best. And that was, think about the quarterback, just the quarterbacks alone. So you had Danny Warfel at Florida, you had Peyton Manning at Tennessee, you had Tim Couch at Kentucky, you had Quincy Carter at Georgia. Yeah, no one would ever defeat the SEC East, So then, it didn't take too long. I mean, the power transferred to SEC West, and that was kind of it happened quite rapidly, really. And then, but anyway, so I guess to answer your question, it's kind of business as usual. You scratch and claw and try to become the best team you can, and practice. I think, to me, practice is the funnest part of it. I love games, but they don't let you have games every day. As you see guys improve and get better and do the things that they do and just do them better. And so, yeah, I really like practice, and I think that's where you start to see your team shape up, and then, in the end, you just do the best you can. I mean, that's all you can control is, like John Wooden used to say, your best is always enough, and because that's all you got. And if you keep doing your best, then you're going to raise that ceiling, and then, and then the other thing is you'll see sometimes a team's good enough to beat somebody, but they're just not, gritty enough or tough enough to believe they can. And so, that's a thing. That program at Alabama, they didn't happen overnight. That thing's been building for decades, even if they have a year that's not as good as the last one or the next one. But that thing's been building for decades, and so you just got to build and plug away.
So, what do you think at Mississippi State? Do you think one of the things, first of all, I think any program that has any long-term success, I'm not talking about flash in the pan, but long-term success, at some point they have to figure out who they are. And then they have to do what they do extremely well, recruit for that, and no matter coaches come and go as far as assistants like you've seen at Alabama, as long as there's some sort of system. I know that Saban calls it process, and that's fine. But even when my dad was coaching his teams, he had his philosophies. He knew how he thought you won football games. He recruited the type of player, not just athletically, but attitude and everything. And then he established a program. And I think now with all the things that are allowed to happen with transferring portals and all these different things, establishing a program seems to be harder than it's ever been because of the constant change. But do you think at Mississippi State one of the things ahead of you is for them to actually, like you said, get a mindset instead of we may win, we may not. Let's get a mindset that we actually expect to win. Because when you get that attitude, a team that expects to win, when the game's going sour, they go, well, now we're going to have to find a more difficult way to eventually win this game. A team that has an attitude of an inferiority complex says, well, here we go again. So how do you change that mentality?
I'll tell you that, first of all, I think a team definitely needs an identity. I mean, that's the most important thing as far as being able to accomplish anything. Who are you? I mean, what are you as a team? And and I think you want to be as specific as you can. What's your philosophy, offense, defense, special teams? And then what's your, even just the basic, how your team carries themselves. One thing we talk about early and often is body language. I mean, have good body language and make sure that the other team can see that you have good body language, that your body language is such that it affects somebody around you to be better or to pick them up. Okay, and then the other thing I think with regard to the mentality, that is really one of the toughest things, and that's one of the things that I've thought most about, really, as I went to Tech, as I went to Washington State, all of them, hadn't won so much before.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's talk to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Phone calls coming in. Before we wrap it up, though, Adler's got a video today that's just owning me with this bizarre world that we're living in. Everybody's favorite Democrat, Sheila Jackson Lee, has been asked about the Russian arm dealer, Victor Bout, or as we call him, is it Bout? Is that how you say it? Is it Bout?
I thought it was
the Merchant of Death.
Boot. Well, Merchant of Death.
Death.
The Merchant of Death. What about this Merchant of Death? How do you feel, Sheila Jackson Lee? How do you feel about we've given this guy back to the Russians that's killed so many people? And, did you think we made a good deal there? And she wants to clarify that the Merchant of Death, though he may be a merchant of death, she's not sure she can tie him directly to him actually ever killing an American. So here we go.
As the facts would tell them. He was sentenced to 25 years. He served 11 to 16 years. I don't know, I can't remember the exact number. But in actuality, his weapons might have been used to kill Americans. He has not killed Americans. I'm not saying he's not a nasty, bad guy. But I will tell you that I believe that Americans should know that the sovereignty of their nation will always be behind them, and they'll never be forgotten.
Oh,
okay.
You mean like the
Yeah, okay.
Is it one or two Marines we have left in Russia?
Yeah,
I keep seeing another one that people are talking about.
Couple of
or it's a guy who did the same thing Brittany did, was caught with some vaping stuff.
Yeah.
And then we have the Marine that we've talked about all along. That's what it was.
A couple of clarifications from our Democratic Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. And those of you that are worried, she wants to clarify. Now, his weapons that he sold, making him the Merchant of Death, he may have sold weapons that killed Americans.
Right. But he didn't do it.
But he didn't. His hand didn't pull the trigger.
Now, wait a minute.
And also, don't forget about your nation. We'll never leave you behind.
Wait a minute. Is Sheila Jackson Lee telling us that weapons kill people, not merchant of death warlords.
That's what
That
she said.
seems a little opposite from the current concept in the country that guns kill people, not criminals.
So
Seems
Sheila,
like it's inconsistent.
Sheila Jackson Lee wants you to know that the merchant of death, his weapons may have killed people, but that didn't mean he killed people.
Right.
Well, she better be careful with that one.
Yeah, I don't think she thought that through with the current stance on gun control.
And Bubba, your nation will never leave you behind. Now, of course, there's people in Afghanistan that disagree, and there's people still in Russia that disagree.
Right. I just leave that off. I don't think I'd have said that.
Thank you. Yeah, so she'll have to walk that one back. To the phones we go. Georgia is checking in, and Scott is the man. Scott, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys, and thanks for what y'all do. And it's sad about Mike Leach for sure, but I just called to give Bubba props for nailing anonymity.
Yeah, that's a tough word.
Yeah, it's amazing. I can get that, not Toyota.
Abby in Alabama. Abby, go ahead.
Hey, I have a question for you guys. How long can you stay at home without having to get out of your house? More than 24 hours, less than 24 hours.
Oh gosh, I can't stay there, like not do anything, go anywhere, go outside. Yeah. You mean all that?
Well, go outside, yes, but like getting in your car and leaving your property. How long can you stay? Yeah.
I'm 48 hours.
Wait, say this one more time. Say that. Let me be sure I got this. I'm
Bubba
putting
was looking
myself
at his
there.
phone.
How long can you
breaking
go to your house and say, I'm never leaving here for this? How many days did you?
Well, I've been held up in my house for close to a week, and I was getting stir crazy wanting to get out. I mean, I can go depending on the weather. Mm-hmm. If I can get out in the yard, does that count?
Yeah,
can I go outside?
Yeah, you can go. She's talking about leave the property.
I can go a week. Now I don't like it.
Yeah.
On day 5 and 6 because I like to get out and ride around.
Yeah, I'm probably.
Where are you going? I'm gonna go ride around. Don't y'all do that too?
If I've stayed at the house for an entire day, I'm talking about I didn't go anywhere. I didn't run errands. I didn't leave. I need to go somewhere the next day. That day's got to feature me going somewhere. Somewhere different, a change of scenery. But probably for me, my max is 2 days. Probably 2.
That's fine. It's 48 hours
Yeah,
for me.
yeah, probably.
I can stretch it to 72, but...
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I was queuing up a Mike Leach segment to play right after the show here, and I missed the question.
How many days can you stay in your house without going stir crazy and not go anywhere else?
I can do 2 full days.
Yeah,
that third day I got to get out.
Yeah, I think we're all very similar. Because Bubba, you said you could do it, but you started getting stir crazy. What about day 4?
But
probably.
I've got I've got a lot of projects I do around the house.
Yeah.
I can play with, and I always go look at my basement and think about what it would look like cleaned out.
Right.
And for the people that are watching on YouTube, you guys are about to ask Mike Leach, "Are we actually friends?" At the end of the Rick and Bubba University.
Okay, can we see that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's see it.
Yeah. Here we go. And boom.
Let me ask you this, Coach, and this is where we're just going to be transparent with you, okay? We've only got about a minute left. We desire to be friends with you.
We want to be your friend,
and this relationship has been difficult for us to start, and I know today's just a beginning. You can't commit to this now. But I just want you to know that Rick and Bubba, we want to hang out. I'm wearing my Mississippi State shirt right now. I've got a kid there. We want you to be on the show more, and I know everybody does. But we have this bad habit in the past where like we interview people and we make a connection and we kind of think like we're friends, but then they don't really feel that way, and we're kind of delusional about it. Are you open to start at least as an acquaintance and try to work to some sort of friendship here?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and the great thing about down here is, I call my son Bubba because he was born in Valdosta.
Great
name. And if you say Bubba, I mean, everybody will turn their head, so you got everybody's attention, which I find to be a pretty good system. Because
especially at Walmart.
Then you just pick out the fellow you want, and then Key West, they kind of do it a little different. But in Key West, like one of their deals down there, everything's followed with Bubba. All right, you got me, Bubba? Or you say goodbye to somebody. All right, Bubba. And then, all right, Bubba, I'm heading out. Hey, Bubba, you want to go fishing tomorrow? Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Everybody, no, I'd be happy to be on I'd be happy to be on any time.
There you go.
There it is.
Mike Leach.
I
Bubba,
think he called us a friend.
Bubba, how about we could actually pull out an excerpt of him saying, "Okay, goodbye, Bubba."
I know.
I know.
I know. Sad.
There it is. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.